Auxiliary, menos 9.8 dB. Projetor em tela cheia, prévia, janela.
Beleza, galera, mais um vídeo aqui no canal, hoje começando Major Week 3 do Call of Duty. Por que eu tô na tela do console? Vocês verem como eu começo.
Play button.
Assim.
Pause button. Video.
Lembrando a todos vocês que eu vou trazer toda a Major Week 3 completa no canal, como todas as que eu cobri até agora. E hoje estamos no dia 6 de maio. Amanhã dia 7. A grande final do Mortal Kombat 1 na Retro League. Semana temos PlayStation. E entre outros, incluindo o evento da Square Enix. Talvez sejam curtos e talvez sejam largos, não sei. Então vamos falar sobre os eventos rapidinho do ano inteiro, porque aqui agora em maio temos Gamescom Latam e temos PlayStation, ok? Dois eventos que ainda virão aqui durante o mês de maio. O da PlayStation deve ser encaixado às 7 da noite ou às 4 da tarde, dependendo do tamanho dele. O da Square, se for pequeno, vai no das 4. Se for grande, vai no das 7 da noite. Eu prefiro que venha um evento de 1 hora no máximo, para rodar às 4 da tarde, né? Assim fica mais fácil para mim soltar os eventos. Os eventos assim como Call of Duty, Mortal Kombat, eu tô soltando de noite para ficar mais fácil. Me lembrando a vocês, também temos, galera, muita coisa no canal durante o ano. Em junho, do dia 5 de junho para frente, temos o Summer Game Fest com Jeff Killer e também parceiros. Latin American Game Show, Future Game Show, entre outros. Square Enix, como sempre, não pode faltar, né? Bandai Namco soltou trailer de Dragon Ball, Xenoverse 3 e uma DLC pro Xenoverse 2. E também outra DLC para o Sparking Zero. Devo ter gravado os trailers para estar aqui no canal na hora das 4 da tarde, para poder dar tempo de ter tudo junto com vocês às 4 da tarde. Eu devo ter saído já antes desse vídeo aqui. Amanhã, então, como eu já falei, temos a Copa Retro League do Mortal Kombat. Depois, passado amanhã, aqui nós temos passado amanhã, não sei. Sabe, turma? Não sei, porque não sei se vou ter um dia ou dois sem gravar nesse horário. Tudo vai depender dos eventos. Mas esse mês de abril Foi demais, galera. Eventos e torneios. Mortal Kombat, Call of Duty. No mesmo dia, mesmo horário, é complicado. No mesmo horário, digo parênteses, porque o Mortal Kombat é gravado às 6 da tarde. Talvez às 8. E aqui comigo, o Call of Duty é gravado às 2h30. Então, tem dias que eu consigo gravar e tem dias que não. E lembrando a todos vocês, quero lembrar também, vocês não são do Summer Game Fest. Em junho também temos outros eventos menores da Square e de outros. E em julho, acredito que praticamente só o evento da Square e Call of Duty. Igual que em julho será assim. Agosto, já teremos reta final do Major 4. E ainda por cima teremos a Gamescom na Alemanha. Vai ter eventos, galera, que vão sair praticamente juntos no mesmo mês. E tem mês que vai estar atrasado um par de dias por causa dos torneios e dos eventos. Minha intenção é soltar os torneios só às 7 da noite, porque ocupam muito espaço. E ainda em setembro temos a Tóquio. Antes da Tóquio, temos a PAX West, que é depois da Gamescom. A Gamescom é entre os dias 17 e 20 vou pôr entre 17 e 23, porque 17 de agosto a 23 de agosto vou pôr assim a Gamescom. Do dia 25 a 1º de setembro, 25 de agosto a 1º de setembro, a PAX West. Vou botar assim mais ou menos como uma data só para até aqui. E logo depois uns eventos menores de Halloween, que vai ser para outubro. Novembro, o que teremos? Teremos dia 17 a 20 de novembro a nominação para o The Game Awards, os nominados. Outro detalhe, na mesma semana, o dia exato ainda não tem, é o Joystick Games Award, ainda em novembro. Em dezembro 4 a dezembro 8, temos PC Game Awards, entre dezembro 4 e 8. Dia 12 de dezembro é o evento principal da Game Awards. E não só isso, também estará todos os eventos de estúdios menores mencionados na America Game Show, entre outros. Só vou seguir canais de eventos de games das empresas diretamente. Eu tive uma ideia para escrever para uma pessoa influente que tem que ver com carros, coisas, para ver se me ajuda para um carro autônomo. Tem fábrica de carro, né? E de outras coisas. E se ele cria um autônomo. Depois eu conto para vocês aí minha ideia. Então vamos falar aqui dos nossos desafios de hoje, né? Dia 6. Toronto Coi vai enfrentar logo de cara Boston Brecht. Logo de cara é o primeiro jogo. A gente vai ter aqui Fase Vegas é o segundo jogo. E Falcões é o penúltimo jogo. Falcões Rich, ok. E aqui para o último jogo, hoje não joga minha Miami, não joga hoje, no ponto positivo. Joga Chloe de Nova York contra Opsi Texas. Eu vou dizer os estados melhores na próxima, porque aí fica mais fácil. Então, sexta-feira, Miami tem que jogar, né? Sexta-feira que vem. Já revisei o título da próxima live do Call of Duty, no meio do week 3. Está errado o título. Semana 2, dia 1, semana 2, dia 3, dia 2. Eu faço uma transmissão. Claro, que ainda não está liberada. Eu estou gravando junto com a transmissão anterior, que é essa aqui. Terceiro dia da volta, hein? Então a semana tem muita gente na volta. Primeiro temos aqui a Retro League. Não. Temos a Copa Mortal essa semana também. A Copa Mortal é quinta-feira. Hoje é... Que dia é? Deixa eu ver. Já digo já, galera. Nem menos eu vou dizer pra vocês que hora é, o que dia é. Dois mortal, 3, 5 mortal, 6, dia 6, estamos no dia 6, então 7, então 8 a Copa Imortal, dia 8. Então aqui é 2 dias.
I just get no aim assist. All good.
Tudo vai depender se não mudar nessa. Botar mais um evento extra aí.
Oh my god, it's a bang out! And that's the round. Nice, Joe.
Eu botei mais um evento de 3 horas e com uns quebradinhos. Aí sim, galera. Aí sim tô ferrado.
Shout out to Godcaster, bro. This was like a godlike little camera, dude.
Yeah, wait, this was actually dope. I can't believe they actually hit a first round. No grenades, just all guns.
Faltam
Just ran at it.
segundos.
FaZe Vegas are your major 2 champs, so let them know. Trigger discipline on point.
Vegas para ganhar o segundo campeonato. Que eu não pude cobrir, que cobriu o elemento mutado, né? Então ganhou FaZe Vegas.
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We're here for a 3-match Sunday, and it could be a swift one. So lock in and prepare yourself for some highlights. Chris Puckett alongside Nameless and Rosalie. I want to start with you, Miss Parker. What are you excited for on this Sunday?
I'm excited to see Optic. I think that's probably where everybody's looking. We haven't gotten to see them yet this weekend, so definitely Optic, Texas.
What about you, Nameless?
I'm excited to see if Purge can bounce back. He's had a lot of flack from the community.
Já vem, galera.
Call him out.
Tomando
Seems like
cafezinho
he
aqui,
might
já
be
volta
playing
aí.
for a spot. So a huge day for a redemption match.
Keep your eyes on some of the top players in the league, and of course, some of the big moments. We revisit the best of the first 2 days in a segment we like to call Burgers and Fries. Let's start things off. What's in the kitchen first?
Listen, we haven't seen any of this. But
Oh, it's the tacticals hitting.
Oh.
This has got to be Fries.
It's got to be.
Yeah. Oh, we're moving straight into Falcons.
Oh, this is a nade, an absolute beast of a nade. Cooked it halfway
Compilation.
and blew it up midair. Yo, they've had some crazy saves.
Wait, that was crazy.
That was one of the better defensive nades we have seen, but we've also seen some offensive
this is that,
nades.
No, this one was crazy. I remember seeing this in the kill feed and being like, oh, that's Florida. They're screwed.
Yeah.
Got them all.
Can't always be good with nades. And here goes another team nade. And
Yo, Neptune cannot stop doing this.
bro, but Ghosty too.
That too.
I think Ghosty's nade blew up Neptune's nade in his hand and caused a 3-piece.
As it should. Good nades followed by some bad nades. And then, of course, there's this new guy in Toronto who likes to just kill the entire team.
This guy is on.
Kips with the multi-kills was
That was the MVP,
on one
by the
against
way.
the Falcons.
That's the MVP.
Look, watch this one. Look, shot punch. When do you see this?
Black Ops 3.
You don't see it. Absolutely.
Was that
disgusting.
formal?
Yeah. And he had the knife out.
Oh!
That's
Get gutted, kid. Kips to the mouth. The Fries continue here in our next one. It's the Gwynathan, a.k.a. the best player in the game.
Yeah,
Got
shouldn't
the
it be?
15 streak. Yep. Tactician, give this guy an NPC, dude. Unbelievable. I think he dropped like a 1.5 yesterday was the numbers versus G2. I mean, my God.
Yeah, this guy he's been unreal with this meta. I know he's in that chat talking about, listen, we're not changing nothing.
We just needed kills, and he put him up there.
Yeah.
Gwyn getting 15 kills faster than these two could finish the fight.
Oh, man. Yeah. Nobody wanted to chow here. He saw Crep inside of a room.
He's got a knife! He's got a knife!
I mean, yeah, there's burger on both sides.
Good movement.
And he's not the only one. The Shanks. Missed opportunities. Nothing hurts
See, we're
worse than
probably
getting
hoping we did
turned
not
on
catch
with
that
the
one.
pistol.
Hoping we were not on his POV. Our bad again.
Yeah, we caught it, brother. How about this one? Skies continues to innovate.
It's just a one-on-one, just me versus you, mano y mano, all map long. Sib was seeing Ghost. He's like, yo, where's Skies? Okay, on the right? Yeah, I'm dead. Don't worry, I'm gonna chow him again. There's like 4 other clips from him chow him dying.
He's so confused.
You can hit me from there?
Come on now.
Pondering.
We got some of the finest white guy handshakes out in the business.
That was a good one.
Oh,
All right, there
yes,
you go. There's
yes,
two.
yes.
Two.
Well done.
No.
What are we doing here?
Oh, no.
Get that fish out.
I feel like so much Oro is just lost from the Oro King himself. Nope. No. 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 No.
That's how you do it, guys. Let's keep it moving. We got our season standings. Zoomer's got it locked down. Vancouver Surge is powering their way up the power rankings. Not true, they're still in the exact same spot, but they have more points than they did, Allie. And now they are just behind Royal Ravens and Falcons, who are sitting there at 140 points.
That's all that matters. They just need the points, right? Lock in, zone in on simply that. Don't worry about the people around you, because Boston Breach now are sitting about 20 points behind you, and they have the worst schedule of this entire split. So if you're Vancouver Surge, you got 2 huge wins moving forward. heading into the next major.
Yeah, Cloud9 ain't catching up unless they win this minor because 30 points are on the line next weekend. We are going to have an excellent bracket for you. The top 4 seeds are already advanced into the second round, which means we have our bottom 8 in the play-ins. Nameless, what is going to be the best match on that first day?
Oh, man, we got to pull it back up.
Can we see it again? Can we see that bracket one more time?
Keep doing Cloud9, I think, personally.
That was the first one? Yeah, I mean, I'll probably go Falcons of Vancouver because it's 2 very different stories, right? The Surge looking a lot better, and the Falcons seemingly lost all their mojo and aura from the last split, playing some bad balls. So that could be an interesting and intriguing matchup day 1.
It looks like Thieves may have the easiest road in our current bracket. Optic could draw a coin that second round, and Gentlemate's most likely to play against the Heretics. It's been a fun road so far, and the minor is going to be kicking off next week. It's the first one of the season. Allie, we've done these, though, in the past. What do you like about them?
I like that it kind of gives us a tournament atmosphere, right? It kind of breaks up a little bit of some of the online matches, and it's strictly just for champs, too. So it's almost one of the more important online tournaments that we will do.
10 points up for grabs in all 3 of these matches. 30 more points up for grabs in the minor tournament next week. Who is going to score? We've got Koi versus Breach, FaZe taking on Falcons, and Cloud9 versus Optic. I'm looking for that match, too, if the Falcons can show some life. Otherwise, it could be a swift day. Lock in, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 3 of the Major 3 qualifiers.
They're done. Lock in. Oh my God, it's a bang out. And that's the round. Nice job. Track.
Major 3 is going to be a classic. 4 challenger teams are taking on the 12 pro teams, bringing non-stop action to the ATL. Get your tickets before they sell out at DreamHack.com/Atlanta.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Start the season strong with the 2026 Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator by scanning the QR code on screen or check it out in the Call of Duty store in-game now. Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Find out who's built for the big save. Heretics ready to dive in. Thanks, Tim. 4 and Snoopy. Wants them all. But Hydra with the switch impossible. He's making top room. So damn happy. It's down a bruiser. Dominance on the grandest stage.
It's an exciting time to be a Call of Duty fan and a rough time to be a Boston Breach fan. Why? Well, the Breach are at the bottom of our leaderboard, well, second to last, and they are, of course, fighting an uphill battle in our Major 3 qualifiers. Nameless, if anyone missed this, Boston has the toughest of all of our strengths of schedule, right?
Yes, 100%. I mean, they play basically all the top teams. I think their easiest match is G2. They have it might be second to last or final match. So they're going to have to find some upsets somewhere. So a tough situation for Afro to come into. But hey, listen, Boston, they need to cause an upset. This could be the one. Who knows?
Can we go back to your tight real quick?
No, we shouldn't.
No, all right, we'll fix you up. We'll fix you up. You got a clip hanging off your head. It looked awesome. Nasty Purge, Spart, and the new face on the squad. Afro returns to the CDL for a 4th time. He started the season on Cloud 9. Now in the Boston Breach jersey, he showed what he can do in Overload. He dropped some big kills, but it didn't exist in that first hard point. They need a much better start in Game 1 today.
They need to take a note from Gwyn. They need more kills. Talk about a team that needs more engagements. It's Boston Breach, and especially in this new meta now with the NPC, the subs are going to mean that much more. It was an AR in the first half of the season, and now we're moving to the SMGs. And like we said, we have Purge still kind of in this team right now when there was the possibility of swapping out. So there's a lot of pressure on him right now to perform, especially from the way that they performed yesterday. It wasn't Lana phase. The Overload was okay. It was a big bounce back from the rest of the squad, but it wasn't enough.
And the Boston haters will remind folks that Purge had as many kills through games 1 and 2, less kills than Nasty had in just the Search and Destroy.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And, not to lay into him too hard, but you can't really even figure out what your team needs to work on until he starts to individually perform even a little bit better. Like, he has to focus on his game, right? So he's the guy under the spotlight. On the flip side of this, they're playing a team on the complete different end of the spectrum. Toronto are on top of their game.
They are rising back to the top after everyone thought they needed to blow it up. They needed to break up Insight and Kleenex. Instead, the old school duo is finding their form at the right time, but it's the youngsters that are leading the charge. Let's take a look here at this Koi squad. Allie, what did you see different occur in Birmingham? Because it looked like a total new squad, like a rebirth of a Koi team.
It felt like the confidence was a lot different out of them. I feel like after they got that first win under their belt, it was like, okay, we can do this, as well as like just really feeding off the energy from the crowd too. I mean, it felt a little bit like a home event for them after they won a couple of matches. You got the Birmingham crowd behind you and Jamie, but also it's just what they needed. They needed something to push them in their confidence, and I feel like after that series versus Riyadh yesterday, we got to see the true form and the consistency of them, especially in the Search and Destroys. That has been the biggest focus for them, the biggest focus for me, and you got Kips dropping 1.2s and giving you 4 first blood. So for Toronto Koi, like you said, they're on the up right now.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is like their hard point is insane, so they have a backbone. We talked to Kips, he was like, hey, I feel like we can beat anybody in that game mode. And like when you put this team in a good situation, like they've been top 3 in holding, #1 in breaking, you put them in a good situation, they're gonna be able to just streak on you. You got Joe Deceives who can finesse, one of the best players in the game, and then Kips who's coming into his own. So you really just need a little bit of activity from Kleenex and Insight, and this team is a championship caliber squad. Exactly what we saw at the last major. They just need to continue.
At the end of the show, I'm teasing it right now, Ant has a top 10 list for you guys to review. We want you to chime in on the chat. Ant, is there a player in your top 10 in this lobby?
There's a player in the top 5 in this lobby.
Is he wearing a green jersey?
No.
He's not wearing a green jersey. Okay. Is there anyone from Boston in your top 20?
I didn't even do a top 20, but no, there wouldn't be.
There would be for me, probably. I think I would probably put Nasty or Spart in there in the top 20.
We just, based on last year for Nasty?
Being in this situation on Boston Breach, I put a lot of weight in continuing to be able to perform at the level that you are in the situation that you are versus the teams that you're playing.
With that said, that would tell you how big of an upset this is for Boston Breach. Let's take a look at their maps and modes. You can't allow Den through. Did they? Yes, they did. Koi wins in 3.
And Koi's Plaza yesterday looked really good.
And you give them exposure overload. Like, this is one of the most dangerous teams on that map since the beginning of the game, Allie. They've had some of the biggest blowouts, 8-2s, 8-1s on that game mode. If you're Boston, where are you looking to steal wins in the first 3, if not 4 maps?
I mean, I'm actually going to talk about that exposure overload because they did lose it to Riyadh, and I mean, only Joe had 30 kills. Everybody else was almost double neg, so maybe Boston Breach are hoping to capitalize off of that, but obviously longevity-wise, they love that map. The Den's going to be great for them. They beat Riyadh on it in map 1 yesterday, so it's a good setup for them going into that Fringe Search and Destroy.
I gotta say, the Fringe S&D from Boston was just ass. So, like, I don't know. Looking at this matchup, I feel like Koi should just 3-0 them. And then to the exposure point that you were talking about, Toronto Koi, since nobody wants to play them on Den, have played 7 exposure overloads in a row. It's been pretty solid. They lost a couple of them, but that map seems like it's going to be the go-to for them for the rest of these series. So just keep stacking those, and they'll be in a good spot.
Pred had a takeover game in that exposure overload. I think that was a ridiculous outcome to his performance there, but will it happen again? I don't think so. I'm going Toronto Koi with our Scuff Pick'ems. Am I positive? Yeah, about to get number 65, baby.
Yeah, Toronto.
I got Toronto.
Oh, no, I don't even know if you have to go across. Let's just send it.
We're going to the always positive Study and his friend I Hold Shift.
Always positive is crazy. I feel like we're often the ones who come across very critical at times. But I think the thing, Jay, this one for Boston is, again, moments of forgiveness. You do have some grace to give with Afro being into the mix. But like Ant said, not a lot went right for Boston in their opening series this weekend.
Yeah, not at all. And that's tough because you played the Major 2 champions. Like, FaZe, after the update, look on a different level with the NPCs now into play. And Boston just weren't ready even after the addition of Afro. And they might not be ready for this matchup because Toronto, obviously getting a top 3 at the last Major. You come out in your first series, you take care of Falcons. This has been a team that's on the upward trajectory, and Boston is still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, Toronto definitely feels like their stocks are rising, and you look back to the last time that these two teams had played. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was about to say is, you know, this was the same conversation that we had about Toronto kind of leading into those Major 2 quals, talking about in specific, hey, you see a Den, you expect them to win it, or at least put together a hell of a chance to win it. They were able to get that on the overload, and that kind of started the spree of all of the exposures we saw at Major 2 in Birmingham. So, yeah, I think it's just one of those things that for Toronto, Matt Pool question marks have been mostly answered in the way that, hey, you're just going to get a hard veto in the mix, especially for overload, force people to play you on 1 of 2 maps you've got a lot of reps on. Some question marks surrounding what's going to happen, like with this new hardpoint pool with Gridlock and Sake. Same thing, of course, with the Search and Destroy. Also, the fact that we've expanded into 6 overall maps in each of those 2 pools. So, see what we get from Toronto as we go through this qualifier. But for now, it's seeing if they can handle their business on this Boston Breach team. Let's get it on. We got day hardpoint to kick us off.
Yeah, if you're Koi, you want to take care of business on the hard points, but I think what they did in the vetoes in this series is ideal for them to just improve as a roster because S&D is the only thing truly holding this team back. So playing the new maps, getting ahead of the game. You saw them yesterday on Plaza. They dominated that one. So the Fringe and map number 2, it's a classic. They should be prepared for that one as well.
Yeah, the storylines are definitely, you know, we know what our top teams are looking like. You know, it's obviously you talk about Optic, but looking at what a Paris would do versus what a FaZe would do through Major 1 to Major 2. The real question mark is what kind of was last year. It's like, who is going to be that top 4, top 5 team to be another contender for Sunday? Toronto has put themselves immediately in the conversation, and it's been a flawless start here through P1, 28-0, and the rotation on lock towards P2. Boston under some pressure, trying to find a break.
Yeah, this is already an issue here for Boston Breach. Dead last in rotation. Win percentages, a lot of that is due to the lane that they're not able to provide. And now you're on the back foot. 3 go down in the feed. Koi are pushing out over towards Rooftop, and Boston Breach are going to have 10 to 15 seconds before they can even get close towards this P2.
Yeah, really nice little bump out here from Caps. Eventually gets taken down, but that's so much space given to the defenders inside the hard point themselves. Spart even a little bit antsy about moving his way across the roofs. Nasty in the cut, though. Able to find one, can't get in second, and now it's just on to Afro to finish things off, and this is what Afro brings to the table. Staying presence inside the hard point. He gets 2, and the break is good for Boston.
Yeah, that's a big moment there for Boston to give themselves some momentum. A good chunk of time as well with 30 seconds still remaining here at the P2 because now Koi are going to just cut their losses and think about that setup at the new HB. Gonna slay your way out as much as you possibly can, but Boston with a great response, keeping themselves in the mix.
Yeah, looking solid, at least on rotation. Will be Toronto, though, to make up for that back 30. Boston give themselves a fighting chance to stay even early. Here comes the hit, starting to be brought together largely from the front. Really, it's just Purge trying to play through the cut. Kips once again, though, creating some space in front of the hard point. He and Joe DeCeves will find 3, and Purge really can't even hit the mid cut. He's got to try to play around the backside of Dojo.
Yeah, now he's waiting for the next team push. It's going to be Boston again going through Cabo, but this time they take care of Kips. Koi are trying to hold down the rest of this while being outnumbered, and they lose all the gunfights. So Koi get broken. Let's see how they break back in with a listening.
Outer 10.
Outer One shot, be time. One shot, be time.
Yeah.
Got naded.
They're back for it.
I'm coming.
One's deep. Deep left. One's out close. Nice.
I didn't ever give me sex.
1080 nasty.
Shoulder and mid.
Naded 1080.
Right side, dead.
Yo, there's 2 on me.
One shot.
Going through front now. I'm going through front now.
Out of Dojo, dead enemy.
Run through front now.
Okay, only 2 here.
For spot as well.
Yeah, 2.
Don't see it.
Go back side, not me, Purge. Purge back side, you're doing it. Nice shit. All front.
P1. I had low red.
We'll keep it down. Block the back. Yep.
Go.
I have mid. I have all mid. I'm gonna repinch, okay? I'm block.
Yeah, one down.
It's gonna be close, bro.
You want close?
On lane 3. I need help. Just hold my
On the window.
Pinch.
I'm about to wrap. Go on.
Okay, out, John.
Outer again. One more outer. I'm playing live.
I'm trying out. Both here, Jimmy.
Smart. Ammo, nice.
Last four. Nice. Keep looking. I got time. Yep, I got it.
I'm about to shot mid.
Yeah, they should spawn.
Yo, lights out one more. One at P2. I'm about to 2P2. One light. Double lights.
I'm playing here close. Lights on one shot, bro.
Yeah, I'm about to try. Hey, one back patio.
Low.
Back patio. I just did some fried shit. Out of P2, my bad. Out of P2, he might go tools.
Back tools, guys. Down the steps.
Back tools, nice, bro.
That's a good shot.
I think pitching.
We're gonna be cut, there could be lobby. Take your time.
Oh, lights, bro. Lights afro.
Oh, you, bro.
Dojo.
They're
gonna chop me off, boys. Yeah,
3 off HP.
Nice,
okay?
Yo, act from me left, probably double me left. Yo, on P1, their side.
Yo, I got Clem.
Yeah. P1. Okay, one more. After left to do.
It's not time yet. Top blue and low red.
Well, you can definitely tell through the comms. A little bit of fun being had by Toronto. A couple of rogue plays that they're realizing quickly may have not been the best overall options. But hey, in that little bit of giggle, you got Boston only down about 30 points, and they're doing a nice job over the middle of the map to get some time here on P1.
And it's not been off the rotation. It's been about the breaks for Boston Breach. And right there at the P4, it's Kips with that route that gives them the opportunity. One player from Boston spawns behind Dragon, and that sets up a break for about 20 seconds. So even though Koi are giggling in their comms, Boston is still in this fight. 25 seconds remaining at the P1. You're winning the gunfights all around the map. That's 3 for none besides a team kill. So Boston get the break, and they flip the spawns.
Yeah, and Joe's a little bit stuck right now. Head on a swivel. Ooh, I'm sure he's thinking he had Afro dead to rights, but doesn't win that gunfight outright. So now it's down to Insight to hold his life. Kips on the other side of the map playing on roofs, looking for an early influence towards the front of the second hard point, but that's not going to work out, and the follow-up from Kleenex also shut down. So nice moment here for Boston on rotation. They get the full wipe. Now they've got the perfect setup, just down to can they actually get the lead back.
Yeah, the first chance that Boston have finally secured themselves a rotation, and they also found gunfights right after that to hold it down for the first attempt. But you can already see Toronto on their attempt now through couches finding an issue 2. Joe falls off the map, but you still have the numbers to try to contest this. It's only going to be on Insight, though. And we saw his clash yesterday. He was running everything from recoil stabilization. Insight needs to be more active.
Hear that? And that was timing that kind of has him on a self-inflicted staggered spawn, and Boston are going to reap the reward of that. Another 3-man feed. Joe able to avoid being traded out through mid-map will at least keep Toronto in the mix on rotation, but this has been significant time for Boston. A pretty much flawless hold here through 2, and now you've got pressure across the map. And Joe loses one outright to Afro, but Kips is there for his trade, and the hit for Boston has to make his way through the mid-cut. And we'll take a look to see if Boston keep this going. Little momentum building as we step aside to a breach. Listen in.
I hear you, I'm coming. Joe's already out fucking on P3.
I'm weak. Close left, hey, close left.
I hear you.
Nothing out break shit.
I'm going across the left.
Deep left on the bench.
I'm going bench.
Close.
I'm trying to save. Shot quick if we can. Close lane down, outer. Keep sweeping. Outer break.
Up blue. Joey, like our break.
One shot on time. There's one B cut. I'm leaning over. Pushing him close left.
Yeah.
Close left. He's on outer brick, Joe. Weak. Okay.
Could be close blue now.
This is main. Make us me. Okay, it's main dead. Nice, I'm watching outer brick. Outer brick. I'm holding back. Oh, someone can have missing Jamie. Dead. You all have fun, you didn't go mid. Yeah, I'm going mid. How about mid? I'm sitting mid. They're going in there. I'm out of turn. They're all going new. Weak as fuck. You trying running in. Take your time. 2 guys back. Back door on the pillar. Back door. One shot, Jamie. One shot back door, Jamie. One shot.
You going down the window?
One shot, fuck Nick. Absolute inner. He jumped out the window. He jumped out the window. He's close already. Close lab. Nice, big kill.
Yeah, nice moment here for Boston overall. Toronto would get some of the scrap time, though. That could lead towards, again, just kind of regrowing the deficit that was already in play throughout the majority of this map. And this last hit for Boston is falling apart. All 4 will fall, and it's back 20. It's looking really good for Koi.
Yeah, it was a nice moment for Boston at the ending of that P2 to the P3, keeping it scrappy, but in the final 15 seconds, exactly what Koi did to you on the P4, you did it to them, but then on their first attempt through the front door, they outgunned you to shreds, and now walk away with at least 45 seconds here at the P4 and give themselves a comfortable lead going back over towards the P1. Just situations where Boston, when they beat them to the punch, when they are in the driver's seat, where ego challenging in certain situations and losing those key one-on-one gunfights, that's what's giving Koi this lead.
Yeah, and more one-on-one gunfights here at P1. All of it working out nicely as Joe got to 6 in a row before falling. He's now at 30 and 18, which is a stark comparison to the 10 and 19 from Insight. And the SMGs have found a huge boost with the NPC out, but this has been a little bit different for Joe Deceives. Camps over the top, kind of showing flexibility between both weapons. Trades are abound. Pinstripe kill feed leaves the hard point neutral until Insight able to get himself onto 3 in a row and hold his gun up on the backside of this P1 time.
They just needs to continue to fight because Boston are flooding every single player to not allow Koi to get any time off of this P1. And I got players like Purge working on this route through back broken. It's going to allow his team to soak up this junk time and now try to contest for these spawns because one player from Koi is going to be all the way across the map. So you have the numbers, Purge with the frag and Spark with the gunny. The only player on the backside has to be Insight. He needs to make a big play.
Yeah, but I don't know if Boston are aware that he's back here at the moment.
They will once the guy spawns.
Will drop, and yep, so say once he spawns, they're going to realize, whoa, we're in some trouble here. So now Toronto have a little bit 2-2 split. 2 from the back, 2 from couches. Can they find the gunfights, though? Maybe easier said than done, although Kleenex and Insight counteract that point by finding the opening very cleanly. Now Kip's back to the hard point. He's going to clear some space. And Boston don't find a single kill off of what was a very solid setup inside the hill. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's tough, man, because not finding a kill now allows Koi to know all 4 are dead. We can take more space through the front side, and the back spawns are secured. So they can still close it out here with all this P2 time. You're going to give it one last push if you are Boston through the front, and Spark gives you a double.
Yeah, Insight, though, really starting to heat up now on 5 in a row before being traded up by Purge, who turns that into a second. 12 seconds of scrap time, not insignificant for Toronto, so Joe will hit that off the delayed spawn, and that is time that will get them over the 240 threshold, just down to Boston, having to play perfect COD. And it's a split pitch setup here with the spawn from Purge. He finds the first. That turns the heads of Toronto. Good kills from the front, combining with that effort from the back. So now it's just how can you finish off this last hit? But where are we? We're not inside the hard point. We're just both doubled up inside of 10. Toronto pick it apart. Winning moment potentially capitalized on, and that is indeed the case. Another moment where just like we just saw P2, Boston just maybe too nervy playing from inside the hill, give up too much space, and drop the map.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense though, Al, because Purge is working on the pinch, and you also found a kill from Dojo's side. So that puts you in a 4v2. We have the numbers, we have the advantage. All we have to do is chow in sync. You don't, and that allows Kleenex through mid-cut to find a 3-piece, Clips to clean out the final guy, and Koi to close out the game. Boston, especially on that first rotation, was just a little bit late to the party. Lost every single roto, and then in the time where they had an opportunity to get it done at the P4, you instantly got broken. Koi were having a little bit too much fun, especially when we jumped to that listening that gave Boston opportunities to get themselves in the game or keep themselves in the game, but Koi were in firm control from start to finish due to this lane presence.
Yeah, and just overall objective control that comes off of that slaying, I think, is also important to note. Like, we saw that a lot for Toronto when they were in the midst of, I would say, their major 2 qualifiers in particular, and also just at the major on this map. Not only do they find good team kill death ratio, but more importantly, all 4 players able and willing to get inside the hard point when the situation calls for it. So good stuff for Toronto to battle back against some of the hilarity that they were kind of doing to themselves versus this Boston, very recently formed Boston team. But it's still one of those things. It doesn't seem to matter what the roster is for Boston. The same problems continue to plague them when it comes to confidence in low number situations. That's something that I think we all noted on very heavily with the first iteration of this roster, where it's like, hey, in 2v2s, they're just kind of falling apart and like getting onto their heels. And we saw that a couple of critical times in this map as well.
Yeah, it's just Boston. I don't really know like what you can build off on, because slaying is usually the key to success to fix all of your problems. You're not finding your kills, that means you're not winning rotations. Also, you're not finding your kills, that means you're not holding down setups, and you're probably most likely not breaking into HPs. So it's a struggle. SMGs performed a little bit. You gave yourself some highlight moments, but the ARs were lackluster there in that opening den. So if you are Boston Breach, again, another situation where you find yourself down 0-1 in this series, looking for a search and destroy bounce back. And for them, it's kind of sucky because Colossus is out the map pool. They've only been able to win 1 map other than that, and that's Raid. And unfortunately, that's not map number 2. You got to figure out Fringe.
Yeah, man, it's always really interesting when we get to this halfway point in the season and we deal with, well, in this particular instance, a weapon meta change as well as a giant map change. Like, I don't know if we've had this much, you know, removal and addition of maps.
Yeah.
Maybe ever in the CDL era? Like, I'm thinking back to like when we did a little bit like Cold War, we had like an influx because we added things like Express and Raid and like all of the lineage maps from Black Ops 2, and it's kind of the same thing in this instance as well. But this is a weapon meta, a significant one, change up. Plus, we're not just changing and removing maps, we're also adding another one to the hardpoint and the search and destroy map pool. So it's like you really have to get with it if you're especially a team who finds themselves in the bottom half of the league, because there's just not a lot of time for you to make up points and relearn maps and relearn weapon metas. It's a huge curveball being thrown their way.
Yeah, it's realistically a brand new game, man, because you see the teams that were shining in that AR presence, like the Miami Heretics. They were great when everybody was running an M15. You saw them in their first series when they have to make those adjustments now to the NPC meta. It was a struggle for them, and you saw it for LA Thieves. They showed drastic improvement. Vancouver have been on the upward trajectory. Some teams, it's working out very well for them. The other teams who have lackluster submachine guns are still the ones struggling. So got to figure out the weapons. Obviously, like you said, you got to figure out the new maps, and I think for the squads who are struggling, that's your key to success. To try to catch these guys off guard is the new maps. And what we saw from Boston yesterday on Fringe versus FaZe, they had a lot of rounds where they get the first blood, but throwing away a bunch of these number situations. I know that's FaZe. I know that they're usually historically known for clutching up in a majority of those rounds, but those are situations that you cannot throw away. And now versus Koi, who aren't the best search and destroy team, you redo those adjustments you did from yesterday and come up more prepared today on Fringe.
I like that call. I like that call a lot. And, you know, again, it's just keep your eye on it. I know we kind of mentioned it in very cursory notion, talking about like Boston, whether it's respawn or search, when they're into a limited number of members still left available. So again, talking about 2v2s, 2v3s, like when we start to deal with less than 3 on the map at one point in time, it just feels like there's no one quarterbacking the call. It just feels like they get a little bit lost, a little bit stagnant. That is something that could definitely come to bite you, especially on Fringe. That, let's be honest, like tempo on this map in this first weekend has been high. Like we're dealing with some very lightning fast rounds. It almost feels like early Vault from last year, for instance. It's just everyone diving at each other, and usually the round solves itself in the first 45 seconds. So if you are finding yourselves in a 2v2 early and you're still forcing these engagements, you need to be able to read the situation and make the right read, and that's something that Boston's really struggled with.
Yeah, and that sometimes could be due to like making a brand new roster change, a lot of ISO ball all around the map, even in number situations, not really understanding what the play call is as a collective unit yet. But for a team like Core, you can definitely capitalize on those. Definitely looking at a playmaker in Purge who had a 2-9 performance on the map like Fringe. He found himself in so many key positions yesterday, like what 04 was doing, but 04 was winning those one-on-one gunfights. You need Purge to have that kind of impact, to have that kind of game-changing difference with his SMG, especially around that A site.
Yeah, and I think, talking about, Purge and, being, so to speak, like the last standing member from the long lineage of the Boston Breach roster, especially the one from last year, you have to kind of feel like at his point in his career, no longer anywhere near to the term of a rookie, wouldn't necessarily say that he's the most veteran player in the league because of the bouncing back and forth between multiple teams, but obviously for this particular roster, he's probably feeling like I'm the guy in the camp, so I'm sure he's going to be very vocal. We've actually heard that a lot from listen-ins from Purge, getting more active, but at the same rate, you also got to keep in mind, like Afro and Nasty technically as a duo together have the most overall success in terms of playing off of one another, whether it was back when they played on London or more specifically when they played on LA. So it'll be interesting, I think, to see like who takes over, especially in search, between that duo and then Purge wanting to be the quarterback for this squad.
Yeah, I think Purge can be a good quarterback whenever he's putting himself in those positions and not scamming in those situations, because that's when he's playmaker Purge, the guy that everybody likes to watch. But when he puts himself in that position and then overextends a little bit and gets caught, that's when everybody's looking like, oh, this guy should be dropped. He's without a doubt like one of the most intelligent SMGs potentially that we've had, because of the way that he thinks about the game. He's just truly lacking gunny in certain points, and that's what's causing.
Yeah. It's funny, I remember a conversation very early on, I think it was actually at COD Next with Miles. He was talking about the players that came in and did a play test, and they were still using active camo. I remember Miles giving high praise to Purge because he would like pop camo, jump into the hard point, and then and call everybody out. So like his mind for the game, it definitely feels like it's grown a lot. But you're right, it's definitely been a moment of concern looking at a couple of 1v1s. I think especially in Search and Destroy, just looking at his first death ratio, has not necessarily been as high as other SMGs trying to set pace in the league. So
That's what I'm saying, though, Al. Like, if you're going to take that role of being the island guy to try to set the pace, to be the first blood guy, you got to have some success doing it. If it's not working out, screw that ISO ball. Let's just do a team push. It'll probably be better for us.
Yeah, I hear that. Okay, well, on the flip side of things, it's enough about Boston. Again, Puckett very appropriately talking about how positive we constantly are. And Toronto's looked great. I mean, in terms of bringing in Kips, finding that little bit of a boost for success. It's just down to the question mark of can they find that success in Search and Destroy. And again, getting rid of Colossus and Exposure are not the end of the world for Toronto. It's about can they add maps like Fringe and Gridlock and Plaza into the mix. And we've already seen them do so on Plaza. Can they do something here on Fringe? As Spart will be sniping for Boston. He's able to find one top barn, but nothing to connect. We'll stay 4v4.
A lot of space taken already, though, from Koi. You have presence in towards A bricks. You push that towards Junkyard as well, and Boston have yet to leave the spawn with 30 seconds. So now eventually they're going to rally for the push here. And as long as you keep on throwing shows to the middle of the map, you got the info if your Kleenex pushes at B.
Yeah, but look at this. I mean, you've got no more than just the information from Kleenex. You've also got Joe that could hit a quick pinch, and Kips finding an elimination through mid. Now has 3 members defending from the front. Afro will drop. Insight able to find one more behind that. And it's just down to Nasty. Nowhere to go. Flawless opening round for Toronto.
Yeah, you just give Toronto too much space to work with, and you don't do anything to try to take it away from them. But all that time ticking. They had brisk control, they had Junkyard, they had a player consistently throwing shoulders through top barn, and all it took was Kleenex spotting them, crossing over towards trains. And then it also helps when Kips finds the first one through the middle of the map, because you put yourself in a number situation, you're reading the pressure, 4 up, 4 down. Very clean round there from Toronto.
Love it. And I like just the timing of that little push up from Joe in particular, knowing that, okay, we haven't seen any nades towards A. It's about halfway through the round. Let me just try to work my way up. And yeah, that just completely isolates the map. Over towards the rail yard. Here comes the push for Toronto. They're able to get at least somewhat inside, but if Boston are still in a pretty forward spot to deal with it until Kleenex is able to find first blood.
Yeah, inside spots that cross. Information is good enough for the first blood. And now Boston looking to make up for it in the numbers. They're reading the play that's going to be over towards train side, but you can see Kips slowly but surely working his way up the middle of the map. Does get caught by Spar, but Insight instantly there for the trade. Now objectives should be going down.
It's a really, really important trade because now, as we mentioned, Boston in a low number situation are a bit split. Nasty, the last one standing again for the 1v3 potential opportunity, and gets caught swapping between weapons. Good feel out from Toronto again. Just we'd get our first level of space. We get into that rail yard position. Our scope is up. We can lock down mid-map to deal with the defense rotating. And wouldn't you know it, all it takes is an opening slide out to find first blood and completely open up the map.
Yeah, I said it before the map starts. Boston threw away a lot of numbers situation versus FaZe, but if you don't find yourself in a number situation, it's probably even worse in that category. Cannot continue to get first blooded here on Fringe. Because when you're simply outnumbered, even though Spart finds that trade, too many angles to be aware of. Insight instantly responds, and then Purge single-handedly is thinking the bomb's got to be getting planted, so I potentially have the jump on him, but he gets caught, and Toronto quickly up 2-0.
Yeah. And look at this from Toronto, already aggressive in front of the A site. Afro trying to just feel things out. Will be pushed back by stuns and nades. That's a lot of ground given to Toronto. They're happy to have that, and that's what you do. You just kind of keep someone forward, scale them deep. Everyone else defensively can worry about mid and that long rail yard play through B. And this time, Joe overwhelmed. First blood tally for Boston.
Yeah, that's big plays though out of Boston because all that space that Toronto wanted. If Joe continues to stay alive in towards 10, Boston are going to be trapped in towards the spawn, so they get the first blood. They're effective on the trades. Purge with the route through the map. Now leaves Insight left in a 1v3. So Boston finally get on the board. Joe Deceives gifted that one to them, though.
I mean, gifted, I don't know if I would use that word completely, just due to the fact that, like, Toronto were trying to set up that play to get someone deep, keep them scaled forward. It's just Boston are not that unaware. It's just, okay, we'll double shell out every position we can. And yeah, it's just a tough gunfight for Joe. No follow-up behind him as the defense is already re-wrapping back over towards B. So tough situation, but Boston take advantage of a good number situation for not the first time, but at least a key time here early in the map.
Now to the defensive side they go. Back to the 2-2 split, or actually the 3-1 split. Smart going to put himself in that angle that Abuza used versus them. And Insight's just trying to line it up with the boom.
Toronto will know, though, by taking their time here, that they will have to clear every tight corner. And here comes the play forward into A. Jump out, slide out. This next call's a tough one. Great shoulder from Purge, and he's stuck. Nowhere to go. No help nearby either, although Nasty is able to find a trade on a delayed play through the window, through the doorway. Joe, not deterred, trying to push up. Able to get a stun involved on top of the A side. That keeps Boston at bay, and the inside's able to connect. Follow-up from Kips is great. And now it's the 3v1 for Toronto.
Spartan needs to try to get the jump on him to stand a chance in this round. Puts down shots onto Kips. The bait and switch is trying to go down, but you still have them trapped on the backside of bricks. Not going to risk the gunfight anymore. Let's just get it planted.
Yeah. Oh, Spartan able to find one in the meantime, though. We'll get the reset and just barely slip away from insight. Goes back, able to find a couple of shots. Looking for the second contestant, no one nearby. So now Spart makes his way onto the bomb. Has an NPC to play with. There's the first shoulder. Has to peel Joe off a tough angle. Joe's up there like, he's doing what?
He's like, yeah, he must not be me. There's no way he's challenging me like that. Throws his shoulder and almost rips him. Curious to see how much HP Joe had there at the end of that one, because out of a reaction, NPC meta, yeah, knocked down a 7 HP. That's a gunfight you still didn't stand a chance in, but Joe still gets done.
These guys are vibing, man. I heard it in the listening on Den Hardpoint, but yeah, that was a little tighter than Joe's reaction made it out to be. And honestly, Spart just didn't have any other choice. Like, you just have to try to isolate. So 3-1 the count. Going into the next offensive round for Boston. A little bit more focus over the middle of the map this time, as Spart's going to watch that long cross. Nasty in a position to try to follow up if needed, but no one home, and at least not initially. Kips taking a lot of damage, but able to tell the tale as he will retreat back and keep his life.
Oh, and you see what that's trying to do, open up this lane for Purge to potentially work his way up to the middle of the map, but inside from top barn finds the first blood. Now on a man disadvantage, someone has to make a play, and it's Purge behind enemy lines. Gets the jump on Kips, makes it a 3v3. The trade is going to be in for Joe. Koi still have the numbers. Joe finds another.
Yeah, Purge getting the first is great, but over-challing the second as Boston was trying to make a move feels a little over-ambitious. Nasty just had passed Kleenex over towards trains. Not that it may have made much of a difference, because the bomb is the big target here that he's got to work for. And the shoulder there will have Nasty down and out in the middle of the crossroads. So Toronto now 4-1 up, and honestly, I don't just love what I'm seeing out of their individual capabilities on the map, but just by formation and strategy, they're looking really dynamic in what they're throwing to Boston to consider.
Yeah, the defensive lockdown has been perfection. The one round that they threw away was when Joe gets pushed out a little bit too much over towards Tin's side and just gifts that first blood without a trade going down. But Koi are just manipulating the map, forcing Boston to be uncomfortable, not showing face the first 15, 20 seconds. And then by the time they do, it's a sniper glare from top barn for the first blood. Purge made up for it, but he can't run back to barn side because that's not your spawn. You have no idea what Koi's setup is looking like. So unfortunately, in a bad spot, Joe gets a 2-piece for Koi up 4-1.
Interesting call here. Double push down through the rail yard, but at the same time, Boston are tossing a ton of nades at the front of A. They don't land, though. And that's important because no information getting tallied by hit markers means Boston are already committing that this is going to be a B hit. It's not fully that, though. Bomb is still playing over towards the A side of the map, so Toronto are going to make noise at B and then likely see if they can flip things back over. But this first push to the top side of the barn, not going to work out. Inside also drops. And any plans of Toronto trying to finesse the map are now out the window.
Yeah, that's beautiful information gained by Spart. Allows Purge to get the first one, and then he cleans house up for the second. So 4v2 left up to the superstars on Toronto. Joe and Kips. This duo, you can never count them out of any situation, but time is starting to tick.
Yeah, I think Joe's been scouted out by Spart as well, topside barn. Yeah, he was ready for that the whole way. Kips, 1v4. Good damage onto the first, able to finish with the pistol, and the second shots were clean, but the health pool just a touch too much to deal with. And Boston get another round on the board for them.
Yeah, great defensive look there. Just go for the 3-1 split that's been working for them, and Koi decide to split up the teammates and go 2-2 across the map. That allows Spart's positioning to be impactful on the backside of barn. Gets the cross con for Purge to get the first blood. Walks up train side to find the second. And then Joe and Kips just outnumbered in that round. Stood no chance. Boston continuing to fight.
Need back-to-back rounds here, though, you would think.
Yeah, they need an offense. They desperately need an offense.
Yep. 3-1 split for Toronto defensively. Joe just kind of on an island towards A. Will play pretty safely that direction. Spart with the trophy in front of him is just going to hold middle. And this is, again, Boston just playing a little bit back, seeing if they can catch Toronto playing with some speed. But none occurring here. It's going to be breached. The ones who have to make the call on what they want to do.
30 seconds already gone. And Toronto aren't giving you anything. Like, inside, all he's doing is throwing shoulders from top barn.
Oh,
but
no.
Kips, this time with the sniper, finds that first one onto Nasty. And there's only 45 seconds left. You are still left to leave your base.
That was through this window that Spart's at, I want to say. Or somewhere nearby. So it's an impressive shot, I'm sure, by Kips. And now you have a huge issue to deal with if you're Boston. Yeah, and this is why. Joe's able to find just a little bit of information. Lots of damage thrown in his direction, but he's got help nearby. But it's Kips who's got the scope again, remember. So he will back away and see if he can get a second chance to just defend this bomb. Nades off the inner walls. Whoa, that's an interesting little wall bounce from Afro, giving himself a chance to fight, but the bomb is now down. Kips had seen that, but Spart finds the double. Then get just down to Kleenex. 10 seconds on the clock. They have to commit. Kleenex, aware of that, finds the first. Backing away, up and over the doorway. No, not quite able to finish off the 1v2 at Boston and get the much-needed offensive round.
It's a big play. Big round now out of Boston. Slow and steady wins the race. You don't find the first blood, but they said, screw it, we're just going to rally all of our guns through 10. You're able to isolate onto Joe, and then Kips in a bad position with that sniper. If he has any other gun, he's head glitching that bomb and most likely walking away with one, but Kleenex not full HP. And Spart not rushing that gunfight. Allows Boston to get 2 in a row. And now we go into the swing round.
Yeah. Toronto has shown their willingness to play aggressive on the offensive side of the map, especially towards B. That looks like that may be the case here as Kleenex, the bomb carrier, has already made his way through trains. The only defender is Spart, again, playing that position that really throttled Boston the first time they played this map. Nade's cooked up to top barn. Nothing on the window. So now Kleenex, yeah, he'll check and he'll see Spart deep. And that may be enough for them to say, hey, if he's going to play that far off the map, let's try to hit something else with numbers.
Yeah, Toronto are hoping that Spart's given the comm that the play is going to be over towards speed, so you could potentially catch Afro working on this late pinch through 10. But good shoulders out of Spart, keeping them at bay. And time continuously ticking down. 45 seconds left on the round. You know the positioning now of Kips. And potentially the play is going to be over towards speed, but Joe just takes it into his own hands, finds the first blood. Nasty with the trade.
Yeah, it's a big trade from Nasty. Otherwise, that could have led to an immediate quick plant at A. But Insight's able to catch Spart on the rotation back over. So now Kleenex still holding on to the bomb, has to commit. Kips at mid-map. May have just missed timing, though. In some trouble. Little shoulder, just throwing a little bit of wiggle into the mix. And he's looking for help, and he's going to get it. Insight able to find one, but Purge double. As things moving with the bomb has been planted in the meantime. Leaving it just down to the 1v1 between Kips and Purge, who's back to full health.
Timing.
And Purge is going to make the first move. Shots are out. Can't finish. Kips able to shoot back, looking for the finish. Oh, both players are low. Both players hoping for the regen. And they'll both get it. Kips is out of there. Purge is trying to chase. Oh, no. He's lost him. 15 seconds. Purge up and over. Shots are out. Shots are good. Boston able to tie us at 4.
What a big play out of Purge to stay committed on the gunfight. I thought Kips with the re-wrap was going to catch him off guard on a lot. Time to be his best friend, but Boston breached 3 rounds in a row. And I think an ace there from Purge, or potentially ends that round on 4. Clutches up in a big round there for Boston breach.
Yeah, the timing of this round in particular through the hallway was huge. And maybe some assistance given to the fact that the gunfight at mid was so far delayed. Everyone was trying to help.
Took so long. Yeah,
exactly. Wow. Big round from Purge. Now 7-5, like you called, the ace in 4 in a row. Has him really close to a potential hellstorm late in this map, depending if this continues. Boston focused on mid early. Kleenex just once again throwing shoulders, and it's Kips in another position at the window to find first blood.
Man, he's such a great risk taker, and he's found so many first bloods throughout that bit of a map of Brick's window. Boston have to put a little bit more focus on that positioning, but now outnumbered, you need to make a play and make it quick. You're going to push out towards Trains. Inside, not able to line up the shots. Purge again, making plays on 5 in a row.
Yeah, now you've got Kleenex just trying to hold off the position at mid barn. Purge 5 in a row, as mentioned, will not drop. Is able to reset. Bomb going to swing back over to A. And it would be Joe Deceives to watch this cross, and I don't know if he's seen much, if anything at all. Kleenex not aware of Nasty's position. But Joe, like you call, on the re-ramp, able to find the bomb planner. 25 seconds of the clock. Purge inside, just waiting for help. He's able to collect the bomb and push Joe off the angle, but on the other side, Kipsy was able to isolate, but can't win the gunfight, so now it's just down to Kips the 1v2.
Realistically, he's trying to go for this bomb plant, because gonna waste a little bit more time, but it doesn't matter. Purge is still alive. That's 6 or 7 in a row, single-handedly pulling Boston Priest back in this search and destroy. As we take a look at the replay from inside, he's just overwhelmed by the pressure and the Omni movement there from Purge. He ends that round on 5, 6, maybe 7 in a row, and now he might have that Hellstorm in the back pocket to call game.
Should be pretty close to it if he doesn't already have it. 7 in a row, surely he's got it. Yep, sure does. But he's going quick here. Maybe thinking that Toronto's going to play a little bit more reserve, so they're going to push out the A10 position once again. But Toronto all formed up over towards B. Kleenex going to go for the early plant.
Oh, this is going to catch him off guard, Al.
Yeah, no signs of a Hellstorm, but no need. Nasty's nades over the top, able to find Kleenex. No bomb plant. Minute on the clock.
That's big nades out of Boston to stop that bomb plant from immediately getting down, because you're thinking Purge is going to use that Hellstorm to basically call game here, but the frag slow them down. Spark stays alive in the backside of bomb for the second kill. Now it's a 1v4.
Yeah, Insight will catch one, but he is obviously in a world of trouble, and he will not get through Nasty. What a bounce back for Boston. It looked like when we were coming out the gate, Toronto was just having their way with the map control on both sides of the bomb. Defensively, absolute stalwart defense. But Boston kind of cracked the code, and I really can't like pinpoint one thing in particular that allowed them to do so, especially on the offensive side. It's just trading better, honestly, not getting caught and then letting Toronto step back into tall number situations early. So good stuff overall, and in particular, great reads from Purge in terms of how the timing of the map was going, because he was in some trouble early, it looked like, from his opening timings.
Yeah, it's all that Boston like switched up their gameplay from the beginning of this game, because it's usually Purge taking all those risk routes. It was Afro this time around, and he was struggling in that category, especially if he was pushed up towards mid elbow. That's what was allowing Toronto to run away with early of these rounds. You go up 4-1, and then Boston make the adjustments. A couple rounds where they still get blooded, but you had players now in a position to make those impactful plays, and this is what I'm talking about with Purge. Like yesterday, we saw him on this map go 2-9, just get put in those positions, not able to win those gunfights still. Today, he finds himself in the same spots, but this time the gunny is working, and he single-handedly allows his teammates to go round after round. Doesn't even need to invest the Hellstorm to close that one out, and that's the Purge that I like to see. Series side now at 1.
Pretty solid, pretty clean. Good bounce back from Boston after a little bit of trouble navigating through the Den hard point. Has us looking at overload for map number 3. We'll see if Toronto can kind of keep their way on exposure, or can this newly formed Boston roster find a way to use Afro to get over that overload hurdle and take the edge? We'll find out when we come back.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Look like the pros to play like the pros. The CDL team skins are available now. Scan the QR code or check out the in-game store now.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Locked in, clocked in, working all night. When the men out on till the sun's up high. did you feel bad about eliminating Vegas Legion from Champs?
Yes and no, but yes. They're seeing them like, ugh.
I don't know, actually. You are lying.
I'm lying? Them guys.
Yeah.
My bad, Clay.
Keep that shit together.
Do they keep showing it? They added it to the.
Hey, man. Yo, why are they showing me reacting to them showing me? You know what I mean? Like, what the
That's good work.
And I'm currently reacting to that clip of me reacting to the clip of me.
That's going to be on the next one.
You know, and now they're going to upload me reacting to the clip of me to me reacting to the clip of me. Unbelievable.
We were hearing you. Good grenade. Oh, you just ice skated on him.
Yo, that was a skateboard move right there. We gotta find him.
You got your smokes if you're a little weak.
He's running outside.
Eddie. You're right. Close, you're right. Let's go, baby! Come on! Let's go! Let's go!
Welcome back to the Call of Duty League, and I'll tell you, whether you are someone who just thrives on watching the CDL or you enjoy Warzone, DreamHack Atlanta is going to have a little bit of everything esports for you. Make sure you join us in Atlanta. You can get your 3-day ticket packages now, and tickets are moving fast, so please don't hesitate. If you're even on the fence for it, you got to get in, you got to get involved. Birmingham was a movie. Atlanta, we haven't been back to since the Modern Warfare year, Jay. It's going to be nice to be back in the Deep South, and not only that, hey, it's things like Warzone, things like CDL, but Challengers, after the last event, seeing some main stage action for Challengers, this season of Elite's going to be insane. We got 2 teams to qualify still to the Pro-Am, Jay. It's going to be unbelievably tight, tense, and fun Wednesdays and Thursdays.
It's so much on the line for these amateur teams because realistically, this is your biggest opportunity to see what you are like up against the best in the world. So you got to get a top 2 finish or at least win the Elite to get that final spot to go up against the best guys. But I think without a doubt, it's going to be a top tournament because everyone loves a good underdog story, right, Al?
Yes, sir. I mean, we've seen over the course of, well, the last, 2 shared events between Challengers and CDL? Challengers teams are
Face
fighting.
Killers.
I'm telling you.
Remember?
I mean, the fact that we had 2 teams from essentially the Challenger space qualify through EWC groups. Yeah. That was insane. Like, what are we talking about? We're going to get some absolute nonsense happening in Atlanta. I'm here for it. Let's take a look at some of the overload statistics, though. In particular, we talked obviously about what Afro brings to the table for Boston, but Joe yesterday was everything, especially considering the fact that it was on this map. So trying to just do a little bit better than what they threw out after dropping this map to Riyadh, but the killing presence for Toronto on exposure and really any overload map has been insane. So trying to find those metrics once again is Joe.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure it out on exposure overload because this is a map, like Wheeler talked about, they played it 7 times in a row. No team wants to square up with them on Den anymore, so you got to get better at this one so you can have the exact map pool that you want versus any team. So Coy, at least versus Falcons yesterday, we're always playing on the back foot. We're always trying to chase around the EMP carrier. You cannot allow that to be the case. Don't allow Boston to dominate time possession.
Yeah, now we're looking for some map controls here early, though, and Toronto is going to find a lot of pressure out of the M15 of Kips. Insight kind of head on a swivel here, looking for the next contestant as Nasty takes down 2. Spart finding a 3rd from up top, but the trade's out for Insight. Looking for one more, but no. That space now gained for Boston. Chance to grab if they want to, but instead are going to put pressure on the spawns. Kips comes out and finds the opener, and now the awareness is out for Toronto on where this EMP is moving.
Yeah, they take care of the lead blocker and Nasty at the A point. Now you know that Boston had to relocate over towards B. You've already cleaned up house on your first attempt, so now Coy have all the map control. Nasty needs to try to find a kill. He cannot, but Purge with that frag over the top is going to slow down Coy just a little bit.
Yeah, for at least a moment. Here's the full setup, though. Going to get essentially a 4v4 over the B site. Nades are landing. Boston able to find the first blood in this engagement. Purge trying to follow up, and does he expect the player down low? Not. And
oh, no.
Kleenex able to find one. Spart very quickly able to find the trade. So once again, things stay in this tug-of-war 50-50 battle over the panels.
Yeah, like, Koi, we're gonna get a little bit of finesse, or we're just gonna continue to have a square out battle here at the solar side. Yeah, SMGs found success early on, but we were a little bit slow on our pressure. And that's what allows Boston to still hold on to this goal line stop. How are you gonna force Koi off the respawn? EMP is gonna be reset back to the map, and neither team is yet to get a score.
Yeah, and I like this from Toronto, just allowing this EMP to reset, because it changes the battleground, and it's on your terms. Problem is, they don't track Afro moving through dirt. So now all of a sudden, Joe's in some trouble, has nowhere to go, and Boston once again are able to find the time to at least win back the mid-map. But as you call for it, Kleenex needed to get involved in it as he does. Toronto able to find a couple of kills to work some pressure back in their own right.
And now you know that all of Boston are coming off the respawn, and your lead blocker and Insight finds the opening kill. But now where are you going to decide to go? Because no one in a position to try to keep Insight alive. Your next player in the defense is going to be Joe. He gets cut down. And Afro with 3 allows Boston to be on the driver's seat now. You can go right towards B.
Afro didn't expect how close Kips was playing, but the trades, as you mentioned, allow Boston to continue to play up. Purge, a little bit of trouble with the wall jump, able to find some damage. Find the kill, and now all of a sudden, Purge is kind of on an island. It will be over.
That's tough.
Yeah, that's tough. It's tough. But here we go. Boston still in control, and keep an eye on the minimap. Spart's already gained some space at A.
Yeah, it's all on Kips. Kips trying to single-handedly slow this one down. Even though Nasty finds a kill, it's Kip with the MPC. Lines up a double and gets to stop there for Koi. So now if you are Nasty, a player in a great position, doesn't get anything done with this. So Koi have a little bit of breathing room to work out of their spawn.
Small bit, but we're only down to 1:50 on the clock. And outside of a small threat towards B for Toronto, there hasn't been many offensive looks. Joe up top, no, can't quite get to the platform, but Kips able to find one, and here we go, 5 in a row, and Kips is able to score, and with that, confirm the Hellstorm. So Toronto now all of a sudden, the blink of an eye, everything to work with here in the last 90 seconds.
And realistically, if you're a Kips, you can use this Hellstorm to guarantee score number 2, but who needs it when you have all the map control the way that you do? Purge takes the extremely long route around the backside, and now you're just hoping that your teammates can find the kills to stop the objective. They do not. Koi gets score number 2.
It happens that quick, my friend. It happens that fast. Yep. Purge red, dealt with. And now all of a sudden, Toronto with a minute on the clock are going to have dirt control. Joe able to find more, and if you find this EMP in hand for Toronto, they may touch the 90% possession mark in this half. It has not been all that great for Boston, but they do clear out dirt cleanly, and that's an opportunity to move with some speed over towards A, putting some pressure on the Toronto's defense.
Yeah, but you know, Toronto already off the respawn, so we need to add a little bit of finesse into this objective push. Kips is only able to take down one. Afro there for the trade, but now you have all the presence you want at this A point. You just got to get past Insight, who's trying to single-handedly hold it down, can only find one in Boston. Get there first on the board.
That's big, especially considering how quickly Toronto were able to start to take over in the 2-minute mark. 14 seconds on the clock. Boston with some good map control over the middle of the map, but Joe is on the pinch, and they're going to be aware of that. Afro clearing out space through Jens, able to find one, but now he's the last one standing, and Toronto's going to have a chance to get the overtime in. Keep in mind, they still have the Hellstorm to play with. If they want to try to force this forward, and Kips has hit the pause button, so he's going to try to call that in. This could lead to a very quick score. Boston's going to try to push forward and take care of the EMP carrier, and in that moment, they do. So a tough decision on both sides, but Boston make the right read. They deal with the carrier, and that pretty much mitigates the Hellstorm.
Oh yeah, whoever's Koi's objective runner right there, all you have to do is just stay alive. Allow the Hellstorm to be impactful, because Purge through low dirt, all it took was one-on-one gunfight. I promise you, one of those little missiles that's coming out of the Hellstorm was going to take care of him, and you would have gotten score number 3. But you rush that push, get nothing out of the Hellstorm, and now Boston, realistically, after an abysmal first half and time of possession dominate there from Koi, only down 1 with no Hellstorm.
Yeah. Feels like a Sunday miracle for Boston.
I don't know. It's also a little sloppy here from Koi.
Oh, for sure. Again, to Bucket's point, we are just spitting rainbows over here.
Yeah, you know, I'm always speaking facts, though. I don't care hell what organization you're playing for. If you're playing good, I'm going to tell you. If you're playing bad, I'm going to tell you.
I hear that. Afro has actually found himself a Hellstorm of his own. Okay. see how Boston try to use that, as they're going to get 3 down immediately. Insight just needs to be traded. There should be a chance here for the breach. We'll see how they deal with it as they get wiped in their own right. And we swap over to see how Boston come out this next moment with the breach. Listen in.
Pick up. Hit left, P2. They're long box, they're long box, you guys missing clean. Long box, dead, one guy's Joe. Let's grab it, Chris. Alright, Toby's already left, You get bull, go right, I can shriek. I hear you. I'm going right. I'm freaking instantly. Good pinch your S&D. I hear you. There's not Chris. Fake kills, over help, fake kills. One shot, one aim me from their dirt. Okay, it's all good, listen, okay, listen, 2p5. All is in the crate. I think it's under. I'm gonna pinch our circle or not? Yes. Trust me. Yes. Don't see our circle. I'm getting to a circle. Pin on the right. I'm looking P5, Nick. He's right side P5 trying to get. Right side P5. Also recent meds. One shot, didn't he? Zig. On me. Low ring, Toby. There's two. I'll go left now, okay? I hear you. Give me top circle. On the right, bro. On the right, Gibbs. Right, P4. I sounded like goals was short somewhere or something. Yeah, short. Long me, long. Joe dead. Joe long. How long? Weak. I'm one shot. How long dead? Mr. One. He's probably black boxing me or something. I hear you. I'm wrapping dirt, okay? Just slow pit it. I'm top ring right now. I'm showing mid. They're long. One shot. 1 HP, they're long. Absolutely long. Yeah, 1 HP. They're long. S&D, long and 5. Nice, just shit. S&D, I hear you. Three. He's out, arms far long. Long. Our gap chasing you, got me, bro. What's he doing? He pushed up long. Long, weak.
Doesn't that final moment right there just kind of spell out what's been going wrong for Boston? They do everything they need to besides deal with the one player on the pitch. Keeps finds 3, and now all of a sudden he's going to score behind it. It's just one of those moments, dude. It's just like the perfect example of where things go wrong for Boston. You hear them coming through it. Everyone's got good reads, good comms, but they miss one player, and that leads to a complete punishment, and now a chance for maybe a relay for Toronto.
And it's always the rookie. I don't know what has been possessing Kips ever since he enters this lineup. So whenever you need him in a position, he is there. And you need him to get multiple kills, he finds it. He's the guy who, when that Hellstorm gets invested, flies through top mid and finds a 2-piece through low dirt. And then off the respawn, gets 3 to stop that push. The rookie continues to shine. And now there's only 2 minutes left. Koi just got a hold.
Well, the play for Boston starting to develop over towards A. Afro in particular at mid-map wins a key gunfight. Joe also stopped from pushing forward. So again, you look to the rook. Kips for 1, not able to get more though, and that will be a very quick score for Boston. Tons of time on the clock here. Plus, with the next EMP location being at bottom, pressure is still very much so alive and well. Well, the problem is Boston cannot themselves stay alive and well, and Toronto will recontrol dirt.
Yeah, Koi already worked their way out the OE, found that opening gunfight, and now have control of the side of the map that they want. Boston have been able to make up for the time of possession category, now at 41%, but you still need one more on the board. Try to force OT, and when you're not finding kills like the way Koi are 2 in sync, now they have the map control to potentially get another one.
Purge will shut down the play very quickly by himself to find 2. Follow up from Spart, though, not going to work out, so Joe's double keeps Toronto alive and at least contesting the bottom side of the map. 60 seconds on the clock. 3-2 score Boston, the ones who have to make a move. And at the moment, Toronto just playing, I wouldn't say full keep away. They're just zoning out the battleground, and now Insight will grab. And this comes down to, does he decide to park the bus or not with the last 50 seconds?
It all depends where these kills are going down, and the team kill is definitely going to help this scenario. You were looking at the rookie to potentially find kill number 2. But you're more than happy to just control the EMP. Allow Boston continuously to try to chase you down. There's only 40 seconds left.
Yeah, and this is really smart play from Insight. Just tracking behind his teammates, knowing Boston has to chase, and the game-winning score could potentially be here, and it will. Really heads-up play with the clock from Toronto with the advantage. Insight getting the final score. Boston will keep it relatively tight. I mean, considering at one point this was like an 80% possession arrow in favor of Toronto, but both Hellstorms come up empty. And even though there may be a chance to score here at A, there's just not enough time for any overtime to come through.
Yeah, they have no chance at the reset, so the tally is going to be 4-3, but Koi are going to walk away victorious, making the adjustments off of that map that they played versus Falcons yesterday, not allowing the opposite team to dominate the time of possession. You do it flawlessly, basically in the opening round. A couple mishaps from both teams with both Hellstorms in play that don't lead to scores, but Koi a little bit more proactive on their counterattacks, just kept themselves in a comfortable lead and always forced Boston to play from the back foot.
Yeah, and I would say, and I don't know if there's an actual number behind this or not, it just feels like Toronto's ability to relay is one of the strongest overall in the league right now. We see it on Den very often, on exposure. I think especially in this particular instance, we see them going from the neutral midpoint score into a second very quickly. We've also got to keep in mind that they are the only team to 8-0 a squad on Overload, I believe, and they've done it 3 times. I mean, it's been pretty next level in terms of what Toronto could do in terms of when they start to score. They score often, but it helps when your time of possession is also as high as it has been, generally speaking, for Toronto. They're definitely giving themselves chances, to say it plainly.
Yeah, and it also helps when the rookie that you picked up is the perfect fit for this lineup. He's like a switchblade. Him and Neum from that Huntsman lineup do it for their respective organizations. One's for LA, one for Toronto. Just whatever you need them to do at the time of the game, they are willing to do it. You take a look at the highlights here. Boston found 3 dead in the feed. Can't locate Kips. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get 3. I'm gonna recover the EMP, and I'm also gonna score it. The guy is just doing everything for Koi. The little things making such a big difference. And without a doubt, Kips is jumping up to that Rookie of the Year conversation for me.
I think so too. It's always really interesting when we have conversations surrounding Rookie of the Year because, you know, you look at a player like Lurks, for instance, he's also been unbelievable, but he also finds himself on Carolina. Whereas, you know, it's just Kips is finding impact as an individual, but his team is also winning. It just helps, I think, boost you in that conversation pool. But again, you know, it's for me, it's beyond the Rookie of the Year conversation. It's can Toronto do what they faulted to do last year of being a contender on Sundays? You know, we start to see that in Major 2. We start to see that they could hang with the big dogs that are out there. They could even win a couple of the maps, if not series. And more often than not, they're handling the teams that are at the bottom of the standings with relative ease. So everything's been trending in the right direction for Toronto. That's the long and short of what we're getting to. And now we jump into map number 4, where Toronto would hopefully close things out. And eyes, I think for me, just go down to the synergy that Boston's looking for with Afro in the mix, trying to get that again, that long-standing or more long-standing duo between Nasty and Afro back together.
And now you're going into a map that neither team has yet to play so far in a professional setting, but you have definitely been putting in practice on the back end. We've been able to see gridlocks a bunch of times so far throughout this weekend, and a lot of that is just due to winning a majority of your rotations. And when you got players doing numbers like this, I'm telling you, like, Joe's always been the superstar. From the beginning of the season, everyone's like, get Joe to see some help. Who would have thought that a rookie who's stepping in his first year is sitting toe-to-toe right next to him, always making the big-time plays? These guys are a dynamic duo without a doubt.
Yeah, man. It's interesting because what would you say? I'm going to go on a limb here. I would say the one time that he had help, like in a major setting last year, was when Mercules was subbing in for Beans, like at Boca Raton. Dude, unreal stuff, man. I think especially when you talk about the story of a player like Kips, like, not to like downplay it, but his Challengers career prior to getting picked up was relatively insignificant in terms of other Challengers players who find themselves getting that promotion into the league. So it comes with this sudden level of spark and shock, and it's been really, really solid for Toronto as a whole, thanks to Kips and the electricity they found in him. 1.27 KD in this series, already at 64 kills. So could there be an opportunity to boost that on Gridlock? Map that I will say personally, Jay, I'm pumped to see this one back in the rotation. I love this map.
Oh yeah, I love this map, but I don't really know how I feel about it in this title so far.
That's fair.
It can be very punishing for certain hard points, especially if you're late to the punch. But talk a little bit more about Kips and being prepared for this moment. I think without a doubt, being picked up by the Huntsman and Meta's moving them across the world to a different state, getting him in that environment of like what it's like to be a professional, has definitely prepared him for Toronto Koi's position. So into the map number 4 we go, with Koi looking to close this one out. Boston already late to the party here at P1.
All right, here we go. Toronto early time. The headies that are still just as nasty around this mid position, that one in particular. So Nasty has to kind of give up the angle and play off timing, and that will work out. The SMGs will connect. Boston find the break, 25 seconds, but again, heads on swivels here. You've got pressure from Insight, trying to flip the spawns.
Yeah, it's a good route there from Insight to just get one and just draw the attention from Boston to put focus on him, because now it's going to open up so many other lanes around the map, and Jodeci was the biggest one off the rotation towards the 18. It's going to allow Koi to set up, and if you are Boston Breach, I promise you, you don't win rotations on gridlock, you're most likely going to lose. So Nasty needs to make his impact felt on this pinch and doesn't line up the shots.
Yeah, and I love this position from Insight, just making sure that the play has to be through fire. Spart already getting back over towards the front side at 18. This position at pillar, tough to shrug players off of. This thanks to the fact that you can just shoulder it all day long. And as Toronto clean the field, now they're just going to try to deal with the last couple of members. Afro cannot get the regen. Purge will also drop, and that is a nasty staggered set of spawns where you can just wall bounce and keep the reinforcements at bay. Really solid hill here for Toronto.
Yeah, you can't even touch this if you're Boston. Now you're banking on a 2-2 split spawn opportunity to get some kind of time at this HP, and then Spart from the back line's able to at least get Koi off of it for now, but spawns flip. Jodeci's with the repositioning, and the M15 holds down the street spot and gets a couple kills for his teammates to hold down the remaining 10, and they have the rotor to new, so Boston gotta play ahead.
Yeah, Owen Kipps has seen Spart make his way into towels, so Joe will be alerted to that. Follow up from Afro. Also Red. Really good start here for Toronto. I mean, rotation-wise, we expect this, but setup-wise, they have absolutely dominated so far through 3 hills.
Spart is going to get taken down over towards Showers, and now you know all of Boston Breach are going to be attacking from the front side, and a team kill isn't going to help this scenario because now you are outnumbered. Koi hold on to the push, and Boston can't do anything right now.
Yeah, no, they cannot. Oh, mercy. 87-9. Yes, that number is real. And now Insight stunned up, but damage into Purge. Not going to win the battle, though. Leaving Joe by himself. Not quite able to collide and find the double. CleanX feeling like you could find the last couple of kills in the final 10 seconds. We'll try to commit, but not going to work out. He will spawn way out of the picture going to P4. So a moment here for Boston to come back into this if they can win spawns and get the early time of Grandmas.
Yeah, they already take care of Insight. You also take care of Joe without anyone falling. So you're an instant 4v2, making a 4v1 scenario. You just got to trade the rookie, and you're able to do it very cleanly. So Boston secure the back spawns and now need this 50 seconds to make it a game.
Yeah, Purge just trying to get some space at the front side of the hill. That will not work out, leading to Toronto finding a 2-for-1 exchange. Force team kill from Afro. Nasty back in the fixture, has the last 1v1 versus Kipps in Boston. Okay, slow starters, but all it takes is one good hill, and we might be seeing it here on the 4th.
Yeah, and it all starts with just winning a rotation. Boston secure the back spawns. Now know exactly where the pressure's going to come in for Koi, and have kept themselves in the game with the P4. Great read on the Joe, but he still makes his impact felt. Because you might as well contest it if you got these close spawns if you're Koi.
Yeah, Afro able to get one. Nasty, another 1v1 situation for him. And the opening damage will lead to a very easy gunfight. So Toronto will exit the first rotation, up about double the points. And they've got the setup already building over towards new. There will be a little bit of difficulty reading where exactly Boston are with this current position. And that's going to lead to 3 straight dead. Good opening break for Breach.
Yeah, fantastic plays from your playmakers, setting up those calculated routes on the back lines. Should he get a clean 3 dead without anyone falling? And that's led to a good chunk of time here so far at the P1. 35 seconds remaining. It's going to fall onto Joe, trying to work around the backside of Mel. He does win a one-on-one gunfight. Now it's all on Nasty to try to hold this one down.
Yeah, but he will be pinched up again. The chaos spawns ensuing. Purge following, trying to hold out this position over towards Broken Stairs. And now the rewrap all the way back through the overpass. Nice shots from Spar, takes care of CleanX. So numbers advantage for Breach on the rotation, but Toronto are getting some good scrap time here and can actually push through the exit. Yeah, they're going to block spawns with still a couple of seconds left on P1. So now it's just on to every single gunfight for Boston from inside P2 is a massive one. And Kipps is going to try to open things up through Mail, Red, and dealt with by Purge, but the trades are out, and Toronto will have the numbers to at least try to hold the spawns.
You got to take a page out of Koi's book and try to hold this from the front side. You already have male control. You have 18-wheeler as well. You just need to win these opening fights, and it helps when a team kill goes down for the first engagement. But you lose every single fight after that. Now it's only on Afro to hold his positioning. He gets taken down, and Koi with a masterful break there.
Yeah, Purge needs to keep his life from the front at ATM. You have to wait for this pitch to develop from around the back, and he does perfectly. Nasty finds 2. Spart holding, waiting to see if Joe will try to chow this with 20 seconds remaining, and whoa, Joe still wins that gunfight. Trade is very easily found though by Nasty. So once more, Boston chipping back away at this lead. They're gonna be late on rotation though. Over to New.
They made all the adjustments on the hard points that costed them on the first half. That time you split the P2, but this is the one that really caused you problems. And it all starts by finding that opening gunfight. It's going to be Purge onto Insight. So now you know that you have Koi trapped out. Insight's not going to be in the play. You got the numbers. You just got to win a fight. And Kleenex rips Sparks the shred. Jodeci's finds the second. And now it's a 2v2, making a 2v-none. Koi hold.
Yeah, man, and Insight spawns in the worst possible position with that 2-2 split from Boston on the way. He spawns all the way down behind Grandma's house where Boston are currently spawning. But because that gunfight takes so long, he gets involved through small and turns the final gunfight in favor of Toronto. Boston, though, quick on the rebreak. 25 seconds, not insignificant time, and actually pretty critical time here for Boston in particular to chip back into the lead. And that will indeed be the case. Toronto are going to give this up and play for their new setup.
They have to forfeit this because if you contest on the backside of Docho, you lose that gunfight, then you're spawning all the way at bridge side. And that's going to not put your teammates in a very good spot there off the roto. So you're going to cut your losses. Boston only going to be down by 30, but they're again looking for the opening engagement. Joe playing an off angle is going to be able to spot, and him and Kips combine for 2 to try to hold down the backside, and they do just that.
Yeah, really good read to finish off the final. Should know if you're Toronto that the spawns will be from the front. Kips, yeah, just a shoulder to confirm that. The timing out of the gunfight versus Afro. Plus 2 to shut down Nasty. One more? No, not the case. Help is on the way, though. Nate over the top has Spart completely tagged up. And Kips is just right back up top once again. Just dancing with this Boston break attempt from the front. And he is still shooting and shredding. Boston need to try to find the break with the last 20 remaining.
Oh, yeah, final 20, and finally kills go your way. You need this time, or you cannot allow Koi to successfully get this time, so the pressure needs to be here. Spart and Nasty get 2. Kleenex and Joe respond with 2 of their own. The stun is going to have a little bit of an impact there on that gunfight at Boston for now. They're going to try to hold on to this final 5 with the roto to New.
Okay. Need to have a lockdown set up in the next 2 hills if you're Boston. Spart will drop on L-turn. You got Afro watching the pinch, but yeah, as Toronto find kills, he gives up that position. He knows he needs to help out, so now it's just down to Nasty trying to dance in and out of the hard point he's found. And Toronto will find an immediate counter break onto P1 to find more time.
Yeah, but Kips hops up there, so now you know if you're Boston, we still have the numbers. We just got to now trade 1 player, and that's going to be Kleenex. So an immediate break there from Boston, keeping themselves into the mix, but we got to get our trophies down. There's no way frags over the top are going to have that much impact. They get 3, and that leads to the Koi break.
Not on the most defined hard point for East fans. Gotta have one. Purge able to bounce back with a nice double, but that was a lot of time that slipped through the fingers of Boston. And now you've got pressure on rotation starting to build. Insight does get stunned though. Can't turn to find the gunfight onto Afro. Kleenex following behind his long-standing duo, but not in a position to do too much. At least not initially towards P2. So Boston will open up the hard point in their name. Toronto, a little bit of a break opportunity with a 2-2 split.
We got pressure through mail. Just got to trade out Nasty. You go 1 for 1 in that battle. But now the rest of Boston still here trying to hold it down. Kleenex in a power position though towards male side to secure the front spawns here for Koi. The same exact scenario that went around in the first set of HPs. Koi's looking to hold it down for the game.
Yeah, Boston just do not want to try to be breaking this through bus stop. But they will find a chance to contest. That's all they could do. A moment of contest at best. Toronto can still win in this hard point, so Boston have to play for every single second. Moment of confusion here, though, for Toronto. Not 100% aware of where the spawns were for Boston, so a couple of freebies get tallied, make it all 4 now straight dead. And that will lead to a nice moment of rotation timing-wise for Boston on top of that.
Yeah, and now this is what Boston needs to do. Win the gunfights off the rotation, but Afro unfortunately gets caught. And now your teammates are going to be outnumbered over towards P3. So, Purge, what do you got, my friend? You need to line up a couple. It's all on you and Spark. They find the initial 2 in Boston, win the rotation.
Okay. You cannot lose sight of how these spawns can move around, though. And at the moment, Afro's the one kind of making sure that Toronto are going to be hitting through the small room side. Purge, up close and personal, overwhelmed. Oh, no. Another one of those moments, Jay. It's another one of those moments where Boston have the exact right setup. They should have no questions on the reads, and they don't win a single gunfight.
Yeah, it's tough, man. You just get overwhelmed on the backside of Dojo because you had Afro scouting for that pinch route, but no one from Koi hits it. They know that someone has to be watching that side, but say, screw it, let's take our 4v3 on this side of the map. You win every single gunfight for that final break. And Koi able to close out the series in 4, potentially add Gridlock to the mix. But Boston, again, losing the key gunfights off the rotation, cost them in another HP.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, kind of the eye test for Toronto, largely positive, but it's the same story, just maybe a different chapter of the same book here in terms of finding rotation success. It all comes down to just timing and making right decision-making at the right time. And so far that's been true, it feels like, for Toronto across the board, especially with looks early here on Gridlock. And in particular, you know, no stranger to the map are Insight and Kleenex. They played the map very competitively with Black Ops 4, so they're going to know exactly where they need to be, what times they need to be there at. Maybe I would say Kips might be the only one who really hasn't maybe had a chance to dive into Black Ops 4 just based on his age, but that's pretty superfluous. And for, I would say, Toronto, just if you can just keep finding those timings, you're going to keep finding wins, especially knowing that their slaying presence has not been affected no matter what the map is. It's just not getting beat on rotation, which is where they've often faltered versus top teams in the league.
Yeah, the good thing for Toronto is that you walk away with the W, but the bad thing for Toronto is on the search and destroy. That's what you truly want to add to the map pool if you are Koi, because respawns, they can go blow for blow with anyone. They just need to extend their S&D map pool because they lost that Colossus search and destroy. They lost exposure S&D. You need to try to figure something else out. So yesterday was great on Plaza. Fringe needs a little bit more work.
I imagine that will be the main discussion in the lab this week for Toronto. For Boston, not the greatest debut weekend overall, trying to get some boost from Afro. But at least we know that, hey, Toronto's looking just as positive as we would have expected, especially coming off of Birmingham's results. So great stuff for Toronto as we head back to the desk with all of our overwhelming positivity that we have.
So much positivity. And Allie, you started it here on the desk. You said, oh my goodness, Boston looked much better today.
They did. I mean, there were moments, obviously. It's just, especially in that second map, you go to that S&D and you're like, okay, this is Fringe yesterday all over again. You guys are just getting picked apart. We're solo challenging. And then finally, they started to send some players to actually get behind enemy lines. They're getting out of their spawn. They're winning some rounds. They're ending up to close out that search and destroy. So yeah, compared to yesterday, this was a much better Boston Breach.
As soon as we were done farting out the rainbows, though, Ant brought us back to earth real quick. So, Ant, hit me with the math. Why is this not okay for Boston to look better?
Yeah, you're on the outside looking in, and it's just a bit late for moral victories, right? You picked up your buff from Challengers, which is Afro. He was the worst player in the lobby today, so you're not enabling him. And really, to me, the success in this series that they had in some of these moments was individual plays, namely the search and destroy, where Purge started to just play hyper-aggressive and make huge plays. So, you know, I think about both of these hard points where you're kind of trailing the entire time. And, you know, if there was a day to beat Toronto, it was probably today.
They were giggling at you in game one.
Exactly, in that game one. And there were some opportunities there that I think Boston kind of squandered, especially when we got over towards that P4. But, you know, thinking about this map, like, this is a balance effort in terms of the kill department. But Kips and Joe, the impact that these guys have on the map, their chemistry is continuing to improve. Like, every time, you heard Jay say, every time you need a two-piece, it's one of those two players. They're the superstars for this team. They can get it done.
I love that you called that out, because that is going to lead us right into our scuff play of the game coming up next. Allie, there were a lot of highlights from Kips and Joe. Can you guess which one made it into our best of the best clip?
Best of the best clip. It might have been Kips kind of just running with all of Boston Breach when he was on that one heady and they just literally couldn't pick him off. But I don't know. It might be both of them.
How about a whole montage of multi-kills? It's my man Joe and Matt at the helm in the bay. They cut up this little piece for us, and I don't feel like their job was too hard today, Ant.
Yeah, it was funny. There was one play where, it's on the P4 and Joe flanks all the way around, finds 3, and then you go to the listen and Kip's just chuckling. He's like, I'm going to try this again. And he goes, oh, my bad, guys. The game gets close, but they're still able to ice it in the end. This overload was actually, they had led the possession, I think it was 80-20, but it ended up being a 1-score game. So maybe don't play with your food as much, but that being said, Toronto off to a good start.
Toronto, we were writing them off just 6 weeks ago. They are right back in the mix of it.
I called them a top 4 team. You guys gave me a hard time.
At the start of the year, and then you stopped picking them for 10 straight matches.
Season. I said going into Major 2 they were going to.
Easy Mac, if you can you go through all of Allie's predictions and see how much she was truly backing Toronto? Because I call BS, but I do not call BS on the performance from this guy. Mr. Consistent Kleenex joins us live, and Kleenex, it's great to see you back, just finding the flow with the squad. Does it get boring watching Joe and Kips in the kill feed, though?
No, I quite enjoy it. It's fun just seeing them do their thing, and I'm just sometimes in the back line. Usually I'm first in, but I mean, the past 2 matches, they've just been flying, so.
Yeah, your damage is up there as well. You guys definitely contributing, but it's got to be fun. Toronto definitely finding their form right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Kleenex, I want to ask you, in this new meta, we talked to Kips yesterday about it. He said he loves it, and that you guys are kind of just working on your search and destroy and your overload. I noticed today in the search and destroy, Insight playing a little bit more aggressive with the sniper in hand on the offensive rounds. Like, is that something we can expect going forward? You guys pushing a little bit more pace offensively?
Yeah, I think that was something we talked about quite a lot after the major, that we just didn't really have like the sniper aggression, and I think we just let Jamie do whatever he wants with it. I think for us other 3, we definitely have to figure out a little bit more, but yeah, I feel like we threw the fringe away, but that's just how it is.
Yeah, like there were some good rounds in there. I think you guys will continue to improve there.
I'm going to take away for sure.
Need something to get better at and improve on, right? Kleenex, I want to ask you a little bit about Toronto Koi's identity right now. I feel like with the addition of the new meta and the maps, it feels like some teams are having a little bit more of an identity, and like they're really good in the rotations and the fundamentals. Like when watching that gridlock, you guys were head and shoulders above when it came to being on top of rotations and team working together. So what do you feel like your identity as Toronto Koi is right now?
I mean, honestly, I feel like the 2 new maps that just came in, Gridlock and Sake, just favors us in a way that doesn't really favor other teams. Like I'm happy Blackheart is out. I can't lie, but honestly, we just have pace, but we also got the rotation. I think overall we just play way better on bigger maps, and I mean that's just how it is. Thank God.
It's a real Call of Duty player.
Exactly.
Do the top 4 teams pull away this stage from the rest of the pack?
I think so. I'll include us in there too. How about that?
I got you right there with Toronto Koi climbing up after top 3. It's hard to argue against it. Congrats.
Thank you so much. Have a good
That's Toby, our first winner of the day, but we got 2 more match winners coming, and the next one might be a Falcon.
You think so?
Or Vegas.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now.
Lembrando vocês, em maio é a Gamescom Latam. Em agosto, a Gamescom na Alemanha. Então temos evento até arrebentar. Ai. Dezembro, não falei da entretenimento da Nath. E veremos. Pra ver que dia vai cair.
Now at the next level, full send obstacles at Spy Ninja's Adventure Park. Then get active at Lake Las Vegas Water Sports. For the ultimate experience, take a helicopter tour of the Grand Canyon. Then jump off an 800-foot building at Sky Jump. And that's how you make your Champs Weekend unforgettable.
Insight's not going to see it. It's Kleenex going to get caught off guard, or is he? He gets one. That's a decent one-for-one trade. Insight right back over, looking for a little bit of help from Scrap. 2v3, selling the cross, dealt with by Scrap. Sip also seen on the cross. 22 seconds. Draza trying to work this with Scrap able to turn this down to a 2v1. Just down to Sip. Not gonna happen. Shut your mouth. Toronto in the grand finals here at home.
In honor of our Father's Day, we're going to have a friendly competition amongst the dads on this show. How many dad jokes can we fit in? Well, I have the opportunity to go first. So, Allie, let's take the lead right now. Why can't bikes stand up on their own?
Why?
Because they're too tired. Got her! All right, let's keep this moving, Nameless, because we got a lot to talk about. Starting here with the standings.
Long, I have the door push. Wait, stay alive. I have the door. You two front door. Let's get front door. Let's get front door. Watch front door. Watch front. Nice one. Let's get late. Stay alive. Get down. Oh my God. Let's go. Baby. We're sweeping them. I promise you. God. Oh my God.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you. It's your time, better go get it. No slow with it, move like you're so in it. Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it. They ain't think you had the guts, now they know really, man, you better go with it. You ain't playing no games with them. Your homeboy gave up, you ain't changed with him. Do it right, cause you never switch lanes with him. You gotta fight for the goal, just hang with it, hang with it. Not down, no shame in it. But you gotta raise up with a flame in you. Put your fist in the air, let's push till we down to the victory, yeah. We can picture it, yeah, let's go.
That's a good-looking group of millionaires and soon-to-be millionaires. We've got Sip alongside Draza, 0-4 and Abuza, your Major 2 champions, about to take the stage, taking on a Falcon squad that had a tumultuous Major 2. And after bombing out on land, tried out a few different rosters, stuck with their old one, and are not finding success, at least lately.
Yeah, it hasn't been great if you're a Riyadh Falcons fan right now. Especially,
Not at all.
What sucks is during Qualifier 2, their respawn was unbelievable. Like
Top
they
3.
seemed like they were surging in the direction of coming into that major on land and rocking some teams and maybe making it to a Sunday. They come out, they fall flat, and even yesterday come out, fall flat. So now it's like not only the physicalness of the game, but the mental too, after doing all the trials, after swapping people out, seeing what's going to work, and still, we're getting nothing.
And like to add context to it, not only did you lose 2 weeks of practice, really, right? You also like dangled the carrot in front of Kismet of like, hey, I want to be a full-time SMG. This is how we do that, by bringing a guy like QK in, and maybe our search gets better. You don't commit to that. You go back to the old team. You come out in that series from a team that was top 3 in hardpoint last split. They were unreal. They've lost 4 straight. They got cooked in both of those. The new map didn't look great for them, and a lot of their good maps got removed.
They lose
right? So, and their search still isn't very good. So there is a lot to be desired from this Falcon squad. And, you know, it's just difficult as a player. I can speak from experience. When your name gets brought up as being potentially replaced, it is so hard to keep a good mindset. So they got to figure that out.
For the Falcons, we saw a great online run. They beat Optic, the only team to do so in the last qualifier, and then they ran into this wall. Today, you want to break through the wall, and you got to take out the reigning champions. FaZe is the top dog as of right now. Let's talk about what makes them so strong. Wheeler, you've got a top 10 list coming at the end of the show. How many players are wearing pink in that?
2. Yeah, and they're both very high. This team is star-studded. I'm not going to tell you who the players are. You might be able to guess. But yeah, they're unbelievable. And you watch these guys, you know, everybody plays their role to a T. Twin, since coming back from that final, was unbelievable in that debut series. And, you know, these guys in all 3 of the game modes, like, especially the one with the Saki we saw, the new map, they were unreal there. So they're just going to be a hard out for anybody.
Allie, Maven nailed it yesterday. We have some strong recency bias, and for good reason here in the Call of Duty universe. it's the Black Ops 7 teams taking turns at the top of the podium. But in the last 30 days, 8-1 is pretty darn good for FaZe.
Oh, absolutely. And it was kind of just waiting for 04 to get active and consistent. And that's what we got to see at the major. And then it was a question of like, okay, does 04 come in and continue this? And he did so far from what we've seen. Now we get another opportunity versus the Riyadh Falcons. And as we take over the maps in moves, we have Colossus as the map number 1. We are going to see 2 new search and destroys in Fringe and Plaza if we get there, although I'm not feeling too confident.
What I'm really interested in, though, is the fact that they allowed Scar in twice. So who is the better Scar team? We've got a ton of numbers here from FaZe and Falcons throughout the season. Your OGs, you don't want to square up on the new hard points, it looks like.
Yeah, if we're talking hard point, I mean, FaZe are 5-4 in it versus you look over at Riyadh, they're 2-4. So not a huge difference. Like, I mean, they both play it. And we're talking overload. Like, in general, last split, the Falcons were insane at overload. But they haven't been the same. So, I mean, they had that exposure yesterday, but those were some miracle plays, some crazy nades that they had. And it's going to be hard to go up against this team when we've seen what Abuza and Draws have done in the mode.
Major 2 champs, but they've never won Major 3, at least as long as I can remember. Probably did happen a long time ago. In the meantime, though, we got to get our Scuff Pick'ems in. I think FaZe goes back-to-back. This is the start of their run. We're up in. So are the fans. You guys. Chance.
Wait, come back to me.
Wait, is
I got
he
one
fake
more.
talking?
I got one
is
more.
Miles fake talking right now? He's fake talking.
What's this? What's this? Wait, should I do it the other way?
Is it 4-0?
04.
04.
Twin.
I'm going to go.
Understood.
All right.
I'm going to go.
Yeah,
have fun,
out
guys.
of here.
I'm going to go.
I'm still attached.
Falcons camp in a slight bit of turmoil right now. FaZe, the exact opposite, smooth sailing. Major 2 champs, very, very strong weekend so far. Let's see if they can close out big on this Sunday.
And Colossus to kick things off as well, so we're going to get the guns warm nice and hot on this fine Sunday. So who's going to pay off better, because not only is it Colossus SMG map, new NPC in the mix, and I mean, listen, if we're watching the grand finals and guys like 04 running worlds with the Dravik in hand, starting to find that form, maybe, just maybe, can level up their game. Maybe Exton will be able to match it, because respawns for Falcons never really been the problem.
Well, we'll find out. They've been a problem time to time. Opening hits from Abuza are good. The nades are a delight as the opening onslaught will continue. Your boy Abuza finding those kills, but again, eyes on the NPC right now. We are collecting data. We are piecing it all together. 04 continues to be an absolute delight. What a work he has done with that gun. Nice multi-kill in the feed, gets his boys that little bit of extra time, and again, endless attack towards this P1. FaZe have managed to dig in for now.
Yeah, great pressure as well, because even when Falcons were getting some of these kills, unable to actually pierce through and get that time, great damage being done, and the cleanups for FaZe absolutely there, and FaZe now ahead of the game, starting to think about the rotation. Simp is that guy, 2 cleanup kills for him, and there you go, you get the spawns as well. So tight-knit P1, FaZe, ultimate advantage in the long term.
See how that advantage pays out. You got Kismet making a route. He's gone undetected long enough now that surely the spidey sense is a tingling. No, it's more than a tingle. It's a shot in the back. Nice work as Falcons take care of the early rotation from FaZe. We're in on towards new time. 04 now trying to dig himself into a hole. Can he escape Draza? What a shot. And now it is once again, oh man, another break. FaZe. It looked bad for a second and they're alive and kicking.
Yeah, one of those chaotic moments where the comms and timing and reads have to be on point for every single player. Falcons made it mixy. FaZe, though, able to deliver. Chemistry on point, and, well, everybody in the right positions. 04, nice little swarm. Guy wrapping the back, gets read by Simp. Every single player on FaZe right now heads up, the slang on point. And if you got Abuza The man now sprinting around the NPC. Well, that is a beautiful sign for FaZe fans.
Lethal, mobile, and very, very well rounded on the map here. 47 and climbing for the Falcons, who have ticketed out there at 14. Unable to get much more. That P2 looked good for the time being. While P3 is looking way better. Early rotations there. Let's see how the gunfights go.
Well, already the swarm is starting to commence. Abuja, though, well, he gets caught, so the flank dealt with. It's all guns forward from this point on. And, well, Exit, one of the first men in line, knows he gets to the boat. Damage being done. Gotta be on point for the trades. And it looks like Falcons can't deliver. 0-4 there to give you 2. And Falcons can simply not get anything going.
Every step of that mini-map looked good for Falcons. FaZe again. Find a way. Abuja doing it alone. Full health. Not a full mag, though. It will not work out for him. Exited, nice work. Other side of the map, now being contested. Looking at that rotation towards bottom left. Any second now, we will see a little bit more motion there from the FaZe boys. They've spawned up in position. They're happy with that. And again, for the Falcons, take the next 20 happily, but worry about a 4 in position on New.
That's a chunky, like, final 20 seconds for them to get as well. So the rotation going to be maybe meandering in the background, or maybe you'll get nothing. You don't get all the final 20. You get broken on time. You don't win a single gunfight on rotation. And FaZe just did every single thing right on every different section of the map. And now they're going to be a little bit comfortable at the start of this P4.
A little bit comfortable. Still getting a bit of a discord here from Falcons on the attack forward. Abuja contesting still. He's holding that line firm. 0-4 continue to be a problem. Lovely work again with the NPC. Keeping those players up front softened up, tenderized. But here comes the main dish. Big push now from the Falcons, working out through the front, still to Abuja. The kills are good, but Abuja refusing to go quietly. Finally, with 30 to go, Falcons are in.
Yeah, sort of that overwhelming onslaught, just that endless pressure through the front. And it looks like they're trying to maintain that pressure. Draza, though, in the feed, good for 2. And, well, at least enough to keep the Falcons off at times. Seems like Riyadh, when they have a good thing going their way, it only turns into maybe 10 or 15 seconds worth of actual hill time. So after the first set, FaZe built themselves a sizable lead.
Very strong work from FaZe, as expected. Well, a 50-point game going into the second set. Here's a little slower here off the rip. That 8 and 14 not looking anywhere near as delightful as everyone on FaZe. A bit of a spree there from Abuja. He's also been looking fantastic all map long. 0-4 with the 11 and 9 as well. Great work out of Cell. That is going to be a bit of P1 going their way now. It's on spawns, and once again, FaZe all over the map.
Yeah, weird splits as well, so 0-4 is going to be annoying. Draws up towards P2, maybe gets dealt with, but FaZe have at least broken through the time and gotten Falcons off of it. So once again, long-term, FaZe doing all the things right. Abuja there for another 2 in the feed. Miles, he's already up to 20 kills.
Up to 20, we'll see how far he can go. And while we watch, let's listen in as well.
And left to me, exit. P4.
The right top.
One HP, both 1 HP, bro. Extend that spread. They keep me tunnel. I'm helping left, okay? Yeah, that's fine. 3 left, 3 left.
Real right, deep right, heli.
I can't stop. Nice. There's one in front. Both people. I'm on the back. Yeah. He's headed back. Side back.
Yo, come left.
Yeah. Listen, what's up? Come on. Kid's back, heli. Yeah, heli top. Hey, I know.
Help each other. Stay heli.
So far. They're gonna be up front.
Back. I'm here.
What is me time? Hold on, time. Super weak, guys. MC time, guys.
Holy.
Nice, Chris. Get
P1. Last guy P1.
He's still there. He didn't jump out. Look at it.
I did P4 too.
I need P4
above you. Right over. I give it up.
Nice.
I'm going P1.
P1. Jordan, go. Then we saw behind us.
Yeah, I'm out.
He's probably tunnel already.
One HP no.
We're front. With you, let's go.
You're front, AGS.
Yeah, wait, hold on.
No. I'm here.
One is PP2. Gonna be okay?
Two there.
How about those FaZe boys, Chance?
They are bringing their A game today, winning gunfights you had no right to. You heard 04 being like, can't find AG, that'd be Pred. Don't know where he is, but slammed him in the gunfight. So, yeah, everybody's dialed. NPC feeling great in the hands of this phase sub-duo. And by sub-duo, I mean entire team. Even Booz has had it out for half of this game, and he's still leading the lobby at 25.
Look at the way he's playing this as well. I mean, this is ruthless. I mean, he's not missing a whole lot of shots. He's playing exceptionally well. Strong, confident gameplay. 04, just every bullet, man. This is a problem right now. This is a skill diff moment where the Falcons, a team that we have heralded as a superstar squad, are being absolutely slaughtered right now. FaZe in firm control.
Relentless aggression too. I mean, if Booz was filtering in, shooting it, you're getting shot at P2 off spawn by multiple players, and you've had, what, 3 seconds to breathe, and then you're chasing Ghost when you're coming off spawn. It's the second guy in line that starts to kill you. Oh God, where's 04? He's shooting you in the back. It is just, I mean, overwhelming. This is a daunting effort Falcons are having to deal with.
If this were ranked, this would be my last game of the night. I'm like, I'm off, and they're like, oh, this is the second game on. I'm like, bro, I know though, but this one has just, it ain't for me today. 202 to 89. Draws on the snaps. Simp on the snaps. The third. If he gets this, there's no way. Cell digs in for the final 14 of this hardpoint and has already been evicted. Abuza, 04, everyone, everywhere, and everything all at the same time in every possible orifice you could ask for. The Riyadh Falcons are suffering here on Colossus.
Yeah, and the only award they can win from this map is maybe to not get 100-point clubbed, but that is a very loose maybe. FaZe once again in control. Correct side of the map that they're playing from as well. The only thing they're not doing right is maybe getting a trophy inside the time, but that is a limited resource. The Bullets a little bit less so, but Falcons, hey, there's your award. You made it past the 100-point.
Good enough for now, but it does not feel like a victory of any regard. What amount of a comeback this could be, and we are starting to get the climb on. 30 seconds to go here. No victory for the FaZe boys just yet. Have you quick mathematicians? Draz trying to keep them in spawn. Great awareness once again here on Colossus. Keeping a hold of this broken hole. It could be a 2 here. Nice work out of Kiz on the attack, but straight into 04. The next line of defense here from FaZe. 2:30 now. We have to go to a P2, but so far, that is a good thing for FaZe.
This is a menacing performance as well. I mean, if you're looking at the kills column, when you're out slaying by, 25, 30 kills, you expect the scoreline to look exactly like this. So even on a mixy map like Colossus, absolutely holding it down. Maybe a nice moment here for Falcons, though. Able to mostly clear out the map. You get control of everything well, but the spawns and Simp, joined by his teammates, they're going to flood.
Yeah, going to flood through now. Couple kills, one more to get there on time, and it's going to be Pred. Not going down without a fight. Lovely work on the second man as well. So, Falcons live to fight for another push. Here comes that push. And once again, Abuza, suffocating gameplay. That left stick is locked forward. Still like 30 seconds. Falcons have held this P2. As much as I want to give FaZe their flowers, this is a good hold out of Riyadh, and they are still here.
This is the first time where they've actually been in control of the map and able to set the tempo that they're looking for. And the tempo might be pumping the brakes for the moment. FaZe toying with the idea of both rotating and hitting the old time. With that amount left on it, might as well. Looks like, though, the rotation is going to be key. Falcons right now, they're going to have to move fast. Nobody is near this new time.
Yeah, it looks good. This looks good for FaZe. Firm control. Worrying about Celium. Celium trying to be that final wrench in the cog. 10 to go. Abuza now down low tunnel. Wins his fight. Does indeed. Now to the outside. No more damage in. 04 on the quick contest. We've got Draza there picking up the 2-piece. And the last hit is good for now. That should be game. FaZe Vegas. A very strong showing on Colossus.
I mean, top form. Absolutely no notes. Great game the entire way through. And, I mean, they just had control 90% of it. Able to set that pace, able to set the tempo. And the NPCs, I mean, Draza, one of the best flex players in Call of Duty history at this point. He's no stranger to be able to pull out that secondary gun. But even Abuza, one of the slower AR players, getting active anytime he had it in hand, absolutely running the show. The stats gonna be crazy. Yeah, 37 kills for Abuza, 4,700 damage, 2 minutes in hill time. If you're a FaZe fan, you could not ask for anything more out of your AR duo.
Yeah, this is what you want again after winning a tournament. A lot of teams, they get a little soft. Victory, it costs them their strength. It has not cost FaZe anything so far. They're looking strong. All they want now are more worthy opponents. Look at the highlights here, folks. This was a really strong one. At times, it felt so hopeless for the Falcons, but they mustered up the comeback at the end there, and that is exactly what you needed.
team in green here suffering early on. A strong showing towards the end, so they can't keep that rolling into the search and destroy. Charles, any other sort of major highlights here from FaZe Falcons map 1?
I'm just impressed with FaZe. Again, how many of these highlights are going to be players just getting shot in the side or shot in the back if you're a Falcons, then not able to get any of these trades? I mean, the snap's always on point. Finally, a nice clip from Kismet, but how many is this even really going to be? Yeah, just 2, and then we move back to the FaZe show. And I just think for Falcons, it's a situation where even if they're not getting, like, you know, World Star from time to time, even if they're getting some of these trades, I still think just the setups they were having on the map were so far behind the actual pace that there was truly nothing they could do.
It really did feel like every push, every gunfight. I mean, every time we see an 04, it's something about the way he's playing right now. He's dodging bullets. Like, he's just looking so good. The timing and all the hits there from FaZe working in great unison. We saw the stat screen, a bit of assist work is going to be very impressive as well. The game flow is going to be all FaZe. I mean, this is not going to be a very good looking game flow for the Falcons fans. And yes, if you don't want to look at that one, please avert your eyes to the left-hand side of the screen. All FaZe, all day. It's a great resurgence towards the end. And again, kudos to the Falcons for showing that good, strong fight. Man, just felt unwinnable at times. FaZe. Scriptwriters did not exactly go crazy. They were leaning very pink in this one.
Indeed. And if you're going to be staying on the pink side of things, we've seen FaZe play on Fringe, had quite a few good looks on it. Maybe not the most diverse strats they've had. They had a couple repeats on the defensive end in the mix. So interesting to see if FaZe are just going to go for that exact same style they showed off just the other day. For Falcons, though, this is going to be their opportunity. Their terrible S&D team, that has been their main sort of cause for concern. And now for this series, it is 2 brand new S&D maps that are going to be in the mix. Plaza, they already have a rep on. Didn't really go too well for them, but Fringe, just an opportunity for this squad to hammer out some new strats. Of course, though, we know FaZe brought the goods, so this is just a true test of Falcons. Can they keep up with the top teams in a game mode with an opportunity like this?
Well, the opportunity's got to be that new map. Not as much data, a couple of opportunities here to sneak in a round or 2, get some momentum under your belt, and hopefully not fall prey to the confidence kings that is FaZe Vegas right now. Quick sips of your monsters, boys, getting everyone ready to rock and roll. That is the fist bumps. Coach Crowder zooming by from left to right. Falcons, that is an extremely serious look across those faces. The players are locked and loaded. There's no doubt about it. We cannot doubt their effort. We cannot doubt their commitment. These boys are definitely sweating for this one. This is, oh God. Again, if you are a Falcons fan and you're feeling the love right now, look away now. Lordy chance, what's going on here?
Well, 2 different things. One is FaZe maybe across the board, just top-notch S&D players, but I think it's really just the game plan from the squad from start to finish, because this is last 60 days, so this is sort of like all the old maps that are going to be in the mix. Now with the new maps, again, just looking from FaZe's perspective, every round there was a key idea. They were making moves, had different setups, and they clearly had an identifiable game plan and knew how they wanted to structure themselves out on Fringe. I'm just curious to see if Falcons can bring the same goods, because it's not just a skill diff necessarily why FaZe has been the #1 S&D team. It is behind the scenes how much work they actually put in. Just a super well-rounded organization. Falcons, I mean, have some opportunities, but this is the game mode to really find out.
Well, good luck, boys. 3 to beat, 1 towards A for the Falcons here defensively. Oh, so close, a boozer. Celian will throw a shoulder here. 04 under a rattler gunfight. Doesn't get away with his life, but it's going to be the frag grenade that takes care of business there for Kiz.
That's huge. And FaZe showed yesterday a little bit of pressure over towards tools like down train. So Falcons, heads up, great first blood.
Sim. Etching his way forward now, Nabuza does manage to catch Celium at the top side of red, so now you've got openings to work with. Oh, and I love this from FaZe. They back on up. They don't have the intel on the players on the inside of the B-bomb site. Despite the 2 kills they got, A is wide open.
Yeah, no hesi as well. Once they got those second kills, Simp immediately start to turn to run. So even with the slow approach, everybody's here. They're getting met though.
There we go. Whoa, Boozer, what a shot there. Threads the needle right on through the threshold, right on the inside of Exnib, but Pred finds 2. And now the dance is on. He is out and about. Draza playing it as sensibly as he possibly can, but Pred looking for the 3rd. Connection is good. And the first round was an absolute banger.
Needed that as well, just to get some good vibes flowing. This is a 1v3 from Pred. Jumps over the sniper bullet, and then guess who has the right gun in this spot? MPC beats 2 different M15s that the FaZe guys were working with, and then, of course, the sniper as well there for the trade. So Pred in the right spot. That is a massive moment for Falcons just to get on the board.
Yeah, a big old smile and a laugh right after that one. Round 2. Exnid, our young Saudi Arabian sniper, what can he connect onto here? Like that angle. Nobody home just yet. Oh, Boozer, you nearly. Oh, intel passed over, at least one over there. Worried about Selim there. He's going to be on that right-hand side flanking. Oh, Exnid. Good hit marker. And a slight reshuffle here for FaZe, but they are not giving up anything. The fight is on through tin, and we're doing it. 0-4 right under the inside. Should be good for 2 here. Fantastic work on the next man as well, and Exit has been suppressed again. Back over to the middle of the map on the rotation, and here comes a Boozer on the flank. Oh, it's a perfect trap from FaZe. This could get extremely ugly for them. Still going, Chance.
Oh my god, look at that mini-map. FaZe just had everybody prowling, but as long as they don't get 1v3'd in back-to-back rounds, they're gonna be okay.
Don't. It's not impossible. 0-4, he's gonna get over his life in 20 seconds. Good shots from Cell, but FaZe. The way they maneuvered the map there, I loved it. I just feel bad for Exnid. He hits a crazy shot on the guy in mid-map, but it's a freaking hit marker.
Yeah, unlucky.
That's tough.
Painful indeed. And then, of course, the follow-up is FaZe playing with not a ton of respect for their opponents. Multiple players flying around with the pistols, chowing everything in sight, getting a ridiculous amount of damage done. So I don't think that 1v3 is going to be too painful for FaZe to deal with. They've also been 1v4'd this year. So, you know, it happens from time to time.
Nades through mid. Exnid will dodge them all. Lovely work. Now, Boozer was seeing another look here on the Fringe Sniper Playbook, and it is a deep book, many pages, well illustrated. Nobody home just yet. That rock heady as well towards the backlining, and a bit of a stair glitch opportunity to still up close. But hey, congrats, Exnid takes care of Draza up first. And here we go, Abuza. Hold that angle. He's doing a lot here alone.
It's Iron Man over here. And selling the spot he's using, that was what Abuza was showing off yesterday. So you know Abuza's going to be paying a lot of attention to it.
We are so close to so much danger. Lovely work for Sim. An 0-4 in mid-map. What the hell is going on here? This round's falling to pieces. Sell and Pred. Now got to make their way back up towards the bomb site. Oh, there we go. Celium, how patient could he possibly have been? Now snake in the grass out there. Takes care of business, makes it a 2v2. On Sim now. Trying to make his way on. Quick reposition. Looking for the 1v1. Looking for it. God, he was so close. Pred clutches it up.
I clenched it up too, man. As soon as you're tagged up and then your teammate dies, it does not call out one shot. It said he's calling out. I didn't hit a single bullet. Good luck there, buddy. That is a scary sight indeed. But hey, Pred, taking care of business. 2 big clutches he has been a part of. And that, of course, is a 2v3 there for Pred and Cell.
Yeah, I mean, Selim's patience to stay in that deep corner for so long. I mean, all the whole round of Boozer, that slow walk on towards the B-bomb site with the sniper up, scope the entire time. He's having to watch 4, 5 different angles at any given moment. Selim to stay there. Beautiful patience there at the Falcons. Good stuff. We talked about how the S&D hasn't exactly been sweet. Not bad so far in this 2-1.
FaZe defensively very ready for some junk pressure. They're going to leave Sim by himself, and well, maybe he'll get a little bit of help, but this is just a distraction. It is a wide open B bomb site. Falcons capitalize immediately. They'll get the bomb down for free. We got a 4v4 retake.
Yeah, Kiz shows a tiny bit and then backs on up. And Draza, what a nade that was. Good night, Celium. Pred playing it close. Exnid has the flank covered for now. But the numbers are getting a lot closer. He's given up a little bit of space to work with. Oh, there it is. The trap set. Abuza swings in. Lovely tags in on the next man. It's a 2v2. We have to pull Exnid forward now. Kiz caught by the smoke. Oh, and FaZe FaZe, what a retake. Falcons stretched too thin. 2-2.
Yeah, not the most ideal situation there in the post plant. The nade absolutely on point. That seems to be a danger zone after the bomb gets planted for the players on both of these teams. But even with Exnid finding a little bit of success, well, then you just find out, run from it, fear it, doesn't really matter. Simp is 7-2. Also put out the MPC. He's been happy for an AR for the first few rounds, but finally whips out the SMG and secures the round.
Get a guy that can do it all. Simp certainly can. Fun looks on the retakes here and Fringe have always been enjoyable. Double nade through mid. Not going to connect onto anyone there. Heavy presence from the Falcons of the A-bomb site. All bases covered, but the B-bomb site is gone. Nice work out of Cell to hold that line. Abuza. Oh, you unlucky man. Doesn't even connect with the stun. Intel passed, and so the bomb now moves to A.
And Kismet doing the right thing, getting out of dodge. They were looking to hunt him down, but he has done the disappearing act. In the meantime, though, Exnid accidentally throws his life away. A 3v3 and still a good chunk of time for FaZe to work with.
Single defender here by the A-bomb site. Reinforcements on its way. Now we're in. Oh no. Gotta go around the outside. Perfect fight for Sim to find himself. We're committing to the bomb site now. The trophies are in play. Draza spots another man out. Bread, what a kill with the NPC. Gets the planter as well. Keeps him at bay. Oh, the trades are good. And Abuza knows to pull his Jaeger forward. Not the ideal weapon for this kind of fight against two NPCs, but the... Oh my God, he found one. Oh, disgusting. Falcons, though, they like it messy. And they get it.
I mean, listen, Falcons are, getting sniped when you got the man advantage, getting caught sprinting, running the outer lane. And then FaZe just continuously are pulling out ARs in this specific gunfight.
Yeah.
And if not pulling out an AR, pulling out a sniper too. What could have been if you hit the collat, but it's only making sure to jump over your friends.
Yeah, look, okay, the fact that Pred stood up, if Cell doesn't jump, that's a collat. That is disgust. I mean, look, that could have been something, man.
Hey, shoulda, coulda, woulda. You're pulling out a sniper and AR in that close range gunfight. The NPCs pulled you apart every time. So have fun.
He was looking for the ground loot, man. Did not find what he wanted. That's how it goes. Again, snipes here. Oh, Brett getting tricky with the smoke. Lovely work. He and Kismet have overwhelmed the B-bomb site, and the smoke's still up. They've shown us a little bit more than they wanted to now, and it is going to get awkward. Good coverage. 04 can't get the two-piece, and Kiz is good for it. That's the bomb plant, and this is a mixy retake, and FaZe are just throwing caution to the wind, and they've dived all over the bomb site now. Simp and Draz over the top, take care of Cell. Exnid on the clutch. Yeah, pick up that weapon on the ground. Yeah, that's the one you want. That's the one you want. That's the one you wanted! Falcons, another explosive round.
Oh, Saud, so clean with it for that 1v2, and thank God for the MPC as well. And just big moments of not getting traded out. I mean, Kismet had a similar situation of he just has to get a trade, wins the gunfight down to 11 HP. So it's coming down to just a single bullet, but Falcons in the clutch so far on Fringe, able to deliver. In spite of the fact that FaZe's teamwork a little bit better.
Oh yeah, on paper it looks FaZe have got the right idea every step of the way, but hey, this is that thing. We talk about some of these players with their potential, high ceilings, little spikes in the heart rate monitor. Falcons have got it. You backed up the whole roster here. Trophy just at the right time. Thank the maker. FaZe no strangers to the bomb push towards the other side of the map, but they don't have a lot of options right now. We are stuck on the train tracks, boys.
Finally making the call to get out. And I think Pred, yeah, he's going to spot this the whole way. So Exnid knows he's going to have pressure over towards the A site. Right now, Exnid, a big responsibility on his shoulders. FaZe looking to attack him from mid.
Exnid's been good for a kill or two, but the first bloods haven't been fantastic. Abuza's certainly got his number there. A couple of shots gone forward. Wait, Exnid might be going for it. Nice, in and out, saves the snipe. Nearly finds the second. More information passed over. A-bomb site, surely, boys. Good connection. Exnid, it's a lovely round so far. 2 to his name, 2 to go.
Yeah, massive.
Next man. Is it a snipe off? Here at Junk? No need. Oh, Exnid. Lethal round out of the man.
Yeah, a glorious one as well. A lot of pressure on him because his teammates did their job. Backed him away from Train. Did not give up that B site. And when they start roaming through mid, he's getting fed the intel. Backs out of the site at the right moment so he doesn't get overwhelmed, doesn't get caught, and ends up being the guy in the mix for the first blood. Great repositioning. That's a good understanding of the pressure as well. So interestingly enough, Exnid with the snipe, I would never have recommended this, but so far actually paying off.
Let him cook, let him do his thing. Don't overload him with information, just let him rock. Definitely saw at least 2 there on the cross. Did not see them go back either though, so FaZe, heavier presence towards B here. Yeah, I think Falcons are making the good read, making the good call. God, wow, that's beautiful stuff. Another. Now the tables are turning. Looks like Sim might have picked up the sniper there of Abuza on the transition over towards the A bomb site. That's going to get planted. That's a 2-man advantage right now for the Falcons.
I mean, this is perfect. Absolute perfect Call of Duty from this point forward. They got control of everything. 4v2. One player might get caught, but no, teamwork is there, and there you go. They've done it, Miles Falcons. They have won in S&D against the best search team in the game.
And they made that look real good. Everything went right for them. Teamwork was on point. We saw some delightful rounds out of Exnid individually. And then teamwork in the final moments there. Superb. Falcons. Search and Destroy turning it around. Who knows? But 1-1 in our series. Big 10 out of Sim means nothing when they only run 2 rounds.
What a hellish game from Draza too. He did 800 damage, make it 900. Might as well round up for a single kill. So the assists were nice, certainly a little bit of facilitation, but that is just an indication of how tough that game was for FaZe. 1v3 from Pred as well, just to set the tone. They were desperate for some momentum after that first hard point. Pred gave it to him straight away, and the team able to capitalize. So nice clutches there. I think Pred and Stella had a nice 2v3 clutch as well for a bomb site retake. And then, of course, well, Exnid delivering on some goods as well. So Fringe, an opportunity for this team to work on the S&D gameplay. They absolutely deliver on map 2.
All good. Now going into an overload after the break, folks. 1-1. Surprise, surprise. FaZe Falcons going to go a little further than many expected. After the break, we play overload. Don't go too far.
Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Oh, great. This again. Oh, they're gonna dig this.
Enemies up in my sight. They better run for the night. The moment we show up, we load up, then we pow.
Finish the mission. Hoorah!
Can I get some help?
On the way. Look out, freak bag.
Rising, they climbing, guarantee we never stop.
It's you and me against the world.
Controlling the show, blow for blow. You cannot see me. I leave you exposed.
There's more than just the game on the line. It's like, you know, a lot more bragging rights.
I think the very first map is the most important map. If you go down that first map to Optic, chances are you're not going to win the series. I think they have like over 90% win rate after they win the first map. So it just really comes down to that first map, I think.
When you go up 2-0, it's really hard to come back, and we're really good at sealing the deal and just closing the...
We've been practicing pretty hard and, you know, watching a lot of film and stuff like that, so I'm just fully confident we're going to walk away with the W.
What is this
9 and 4.
spot? What?
Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does, yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
For something that's a talent.
Yeah?
Statue.
Je le flanque en face.
Vas-y. Stratégique contesté. Magnifique, encore un. Encore un. Non. L'ennemi a pris le point stratégique. Le compte. Point stratégique capturé.
J'ai un Hellstorm. Mais ça a peut-être fait une route à... Non.
Oh là là, t'es bon.
Welcome back, friends. Welcome back to the Call of Duty League. FaZe taking on Falcons here. We're going into map number 3, and both of our fans should be happy with what we've seen so far. Fans going to Major 3, you know what to expect. It's going to be a great time. Grab your 3-day ticket now. Not too many of them left. Birmingham was quite something, folks. We'll go to Atlanta for you North American fans. Not quite as far to travel to. A very, very fun time we'll be having in the state of Georgia coming up soon. Chance, before we get to Georgia, though, we do have to get through map number 3. How you feeling, brother?
Well, good for both teams. Both of them really enjoy exposure. Happy to see it for the overload, but I think Falcons fans will probably be especially ecstatic. Their prayers for S&D have finally been answered. I feel like this is certainly a team that when they lose the map number 1, they just feel devastated for the series. But now they're going to map where they're fantastic in the mode, a 9-3 record overall. And oh my God, Miles. Yeah. Remember how at the start where I was like, I read the entire wrong map set? Yeah, it's not exposure, it's Scar. So throw that prep work out the window. Shout out to the Scar overload rolling through there for the Falcons, the 4-1 overall. So it's even better for the Falcons fans now.
Well, now we get to possibly go to a Scar hardpoint after this, and hey, if our prayers be answered, a Plaza S&D for game 5. Hey, I'm getting ahead of myself slightly here, but we do have to see how this one goes down, because again, FaZe, we know how they do it. They like to turn their bad maps into good maps. A good map for the Falcons right now, especially with the confidence they've just managed to regain after a solid search and destroy victory. Who knows, folks? The sky might just be the limit. Fist bumps are out across the board. It is almost time to tango. Our teams are now going to load in for what should be a fun one. Falcons enjoying themselves here on Overload so far in the season. Exited as well at 1.3, not looking bad at all. Let's go toe-to-toe, FaZe and Falcons. What could be a very exciting rivalry through the year. Hopefully this is another exciting chapter of that.
I mean, hey, they're giving Exnid the keys, right? Be the Saudi sniper there in the search. Now bring the goods over the overload and let this man get to work. And I think this might be the decider of at least the opportunity for Falcons to win this series. They want and need to get it done on one of their better overloads. Huge opportunity they have before them. Of course, we saw this map, a little bit of NPC love, but doesn't seem to be too dramatic of a change. Typically, I think it's been about a 2-2 split. A lot of ARs being pulled out, especially if you know you're spawning up defensively.
AR's working in the feed so far. A nice 2 out of cell there. Looking for that quick pickup, a couple more kills. Looking great now for FaZe on the attack towards the goals of the Falcons. Now the base is secured, so all eyes forward. Nice dodge in the duck here from 04. Draws also shooting ducks. And surely this is a pickup here. A couple more from Draws would be ideal, but pushing the Falcons players right into it. 3 dead. Oh, baby, that is definitely a run. Get the EMP, someone. It is almost too perfect. You've trapped the Falcons. Top side of the map. Here comes the first.
Yeah, and the nade's not quite there to stop it. So, hey, first cap, oh so quick, and the spawn kills. Well, Sim, the last man to take care of, and Kismet gets it done. Now on the flip side, Exnid, maybe some spawn kills of himself, but no, gets taken down. Back to the 50-50 standoff battle, and these Falcons players, they're trying to take some routes.
That route was crazy over the blue top. Nobody went sky high. Takes more than a mag, and Exnid did not check his map. So he's going to fall prey to a freebie there from Draws. Abuza now making his way up that left lane. You've got the EMP in full control right now for the FaZe boys. And now you've got a pinch developing. This is going to get a little bit awkward. You don't contest for that one man over the top. Great work from Sim. Now the dance forward. What a goal from Chris Lair.
I Guys, look at these spawns too. FaZe are standing in every single spawn point. They're gonna spawn them up right on top of this new time. So FaZe, gotta be quick. Go for this sort of retake and don't let them touch that device. But Falcons, good setup. Reading the pinch. They've been slowed down a little bit, but they still got guys in the right spots. They still got Fred up top blue as well. This needs to be a cap for the Falcons.
Lovely work on the damage there. 04 is going to the last line of defense. Last line, cut down, over to Abuza. Can't stop it going through the net. And with 3 minutes to play, it's 2-1.
Yeah, that's huge work as well. Needed the capture, absolutely able to deliver. Got to be a little bit fearful of Abuza. 9-3, man, is laser beaming right now in this series. Seems like Falcons throw up in their spawn, at least heads up about where the pressure is going to be, but they are getting spread a little bit thin.
And we had that problem with the hard point as well. Let's see if they can't keep it a little tighter now. Oh, big hit towards the A goal. This is on. Spawns are not going to be good for you, though. You have to now go a little larger than you wanted to, Abuza. Great coverage. Oh, and the slide is there. That is unbelievable. Huge, huge work out of FaZe. A 4 spree right now. A 5, excuse me, for 04. And Sims pushing up the left lane as well. Suffocating performance on Scar.
And again, I don't know if I've ever seen that spawn. A front P5 there from 04. Yeah, it doesn't read it. That is ridiculous pressure that FaZe are not playing with. Almost trolly with how deep in the spawn they are going. But a 3-1 lead, kills flowing their way. Sully wins one with the pistol with the device in hand, but still not an open lane for him to hit.
It's a new frontier, and these boys are absolutely out there. Learning on behalf of all of us. EMP still close. Raza defensively sound. You've still got a couple of members here of the Falcons to keep this play going. What shots out at Kiz. Oh, the mid-map pressure is there. Can somebody get it? A little bit of discourse there from the Falcons. Couldn't quite decide who's going to be the runner and who wasn't. And now you have to win another set of kills. Draza, Abuza, and Draza again. Shut the play down.
And I don't even know how you tabulate these stats, but I feel like both of the Zaz level up their game when they need big kills defensively in Overload. Clutch stops on land, clutch stops on line, and they win every single entry gunfight when they were turtled up in their spawn. From range, Kismet giving you the goods, but ultimately a minute left to play. This is FaZe's big opportunity.
Yeah. Holding on. Possession has been solid for them so far in the first half. Just under a minute now to go. Oh, wow. Okay, Kiz. Right under the armor of Sim. Right through that heart. 4 spree. Starting to cook, starting to get forward. Trying to get that EMP back in possession. You've got the opportunity to find a few more here. Oh, and make something happen. Lovely work from 04. And again, that might be enough to stop it. Can the Falcons make their way forward?
I mean, Falcons have to deal with 04 in their spawn again. He has lived back arena shooting the side. Well, there you go. They deal with him. So that's the first problem solved. Second problem, well, you got to deal with the device. And third problem, you're down by 2. So if you're Falcons, you really want to take this away from him. See if you can get a final cap.
Yeah, it's not going to happen. We might be seeing the extra time, but most likely it will be FaZe who get it. Here we go. Xnid. Might be a quick pickup. He's going to double back to the boys. Trying not to lose this one yet. Oh, a quick change to the other side of the map. You've got Kismet in position now. Opportunity for the goal. You need the kills. You need a few of them. Kiz is going to start it off right. Through the middle of the map we now go. Another set needed. One more man left up for FaZe. And Kismet gets it. We could be looking at a goal. Beautiful work from the Falcons. What a recovery.
Yeah, chef's kiss. That is exquisite work. You took that route from P2 if you're Xnid, wrap it back all the way through your spawn, go up top green, take the deep route. And that's a lot of trust in teammates too, because you had then set up in the mix over towards boat while this is happening. So that is a clockwork-like effort there coming in from Falcons. One a really good example why they're so good at Scar.
Great at Scar. This second goal from Sim, ridiculous. Doesn't get the kill there, but 04 just over his shoulder, that angel. The Falcons are pulling it right back. Very, very doable. And you're not wrong about the Abuza-Draza duo. We saw them in the extra time yesterday. Incredibly strong defensively on Scar. They have just got it down right. Those assault rifles singing sweet so far. A 1-point lead for FaZe going into the second half.
Falcons fighting to take down the best team in the game. Your major 2 champions, but still got that 1-goal lead. Opening salvo. Well, Falcons have a couple players in some cheeky spots. Easy reads, though, from Sim. Hyper aware for these moments, and FaZe now pulling them apart.
Yeah, FaZe starting to get things really going here. With the Falcons now firmly on the back foot. Let's go for a quick listen in and see how they respond.
One shot. One shot. Nice.
Holding around.
Get close. Go get. Attack. He's down attack.
He's still in there. Still there.
On the tank. Let's top blue. One shot. One's gonna be wood. I think. Yeah, wait. Close wood, guys. Gate. One shot. That's it. He's gonna run all the way back. He's holding plane. One more ball. Yeah, top green. Yeah. All one shot. Yeah. Oh man, two right. Fuck man, I'm dead. Two right. What's that? Back up. Two right. Try one shot. 4 1 shot. They didn't hit it. Shot. Someone gets mid. I'm on. Draws is mid. I got wall bang. Didn't put the right. They're just holding, bro. I'm on. Let boys. T1. One shot, bro. Someone here, G. Two me, guys. On the right. T1 dead. I'm on left. Straight to left. We do this so easily, boys. I'm gonna come in. Hey. Get kills to me. I'm dead. Nice. I'm gonna go right. I'm going right. They're gonna be on the spawn. They spawn on the ball. Yeah. I'm watching the push through MC. I don't see anything. He's there. Draws the dead. One more on the truck. I'm not.
The decision to go right might have been the wrong one. Now you're forcing FaZe to basically spawn on the next overload. And there we go. Big kills once again. Cell can't hold it down. Abusa's got the pickup here, and technically a completely open lane to run this forward.
Here, Psycho, it's not. It might be open in the future, but like you're going to have to work for it. Now, finally, everybody on Falcons coming off on spawn. That still took maybe 40 seconds for FaZe to try to organize, and even still, not picked up the device just yet. FaZe, one cap lead. They're playing a bit of a safety net. They might be punished for it.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a team kill there from Brett. I take it back. FaZe still active.
Yeah, that's it. Running this one forward. Once you get into the inside of blue, it's anyone's guess as to where you're going to go. Can the coverage be there? Yeah, 0-4. We're gambling A. Oh, we gambled wrong. 3 dead. Simp last man up. Looking for at least one more here. Not going to happen. Falcons survive.
Yeah, these guys are on point. No, these are great plays coming through. Using the entire map for space. Now you got a Kismet behind enemy lines. First kill in the feed for FaZe. Now it's weird. Now you don't know what direction to look, but still able to get the kills. Last guy with the device trying to go for the jukes and sell him. Well, just going to be annoying before he falls. Drags one to the grave. That attempt is going to be stopped. Minute and 50 left to play.
He's still got possession here for FaZe. Oh man, we're trying to get very sneaky Falcons. Heroics if it works. If not, nothing. Okay, another opportunity here. FaZe have been caught again. Good work from Draz. Doesn't ever get to the forward position of their spawn. A minute 30 though to tie this up, and the Falcons, they have been the aggressors. Draz, a big pinch. This could pay off.
This could be a long term as well, because he can turn and go to bow. Oh, actually, the device resets. So that's 3 in the feed. And Falcon's going to be spawning a little bit closer to the actual device now. So that's a small window of opportunity, but they just do not have any map pressure.
And the reset down low, working out for the Falcons now. They're just making sure that the base is clear. Not going to grab that EMP. Without the knowledge they can get some legs on it. Shots from Sim. Uh-oh. He's starting to get the cook on. Oven preheat. Nothing there just yet. We have all the ingredients ready to rock though. Draz, beautiful work. M15 singing, second man strong and still up and able. And Falcons with the manpower. Can Sim stop the push? Cannot. Here we go.
That's everybody. 43 seconds as well. If you get the kills, you go right away, but you are not in a massive hurry. You want the execution to be clean.
Here we go. Kiz starts it off right. Good coverage still. Oh my word, Kismet somehow managed to make that happen. Device does get dropped. Can't find another. The run through and the equalizer with 25 on the clock. FaZe scramble towards mid-map. It is Simp finding the kills with 20 seconds.
Zazas couldn't get it done there. Now you got to sell him in your spawn. You got to deal with. They're trying to run it away from him. See if you can leave Cell out of the picture, but you get caught along the way. Device in a slightly better spot here for FaZe, but this is anybody's ball game. Either team wants to pick this up. New OT rules FaZe. Last-ditch opportunity. They got the device in hand, and they got the frontline goal. It is 0-4, sealing their fate. The two-piece at the end. Nail-biter for the time. And FaZe, in devastating fashion, get it done.
Unbelievable game of Scar. And I mean, FaZe won it, but reading the player cams, it was a sweat. It was an effort. And there was the fire from the lungs getting pushed out there. Quick look towards the end here, folks. This is our scuff play of the game. The final moments equalized with 25 on the clock. And after that, Simp in mid-map.
Yeah, I mean, I saw 04 is able to get that 2-piece, so there's the first kill he gets, but he coming off the reset.
Oh, wow.
I'm trying to pay attention to number 7, because, yeah, he's going to fall off spawn up over towards P2. He's got a teammate in shop. He got Draza holding the line towards mid, so the nice entry kill, but, yeah, one good spawn kill, shoots a guy on the side for the freebie, and Draza gets a 2-piece as well. So Draza in a mixy spot, and 04 for the flanking cleanup crew. Just overwhelming there in those final moments. That is such a painful loss to have to deal with. And that's a leg up there in the overload. FaZe Vegas, the opportunity for Falcons to really make an impact. Well, they stuffed that one away.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff. There we go. Oh, wow. What a game of overload, folks. 7 seconds of extra time is all we got, and it's all you needed. The second half, here are the highlights. And FaZe, a goal lead going in. Man, it was something. Brilliant work out the Falcons, though, Chance. You're not wrong. This 2 squads absolutely brilliant on Scar. They put on a show for us.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately Falcons just got bullied out a little bit for some of these captures because, like, you know, when FaZe are pushing up over too far to A, spawning them out towards P2 as the device resets, Falcons respond to it super well. But they have to pick up the device over towards P2 and wrap it all the way across the map. Falcons handled it well. You even heard in the listen and Brent going like, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is going to be easy as he's pulling up the device. Once Exit gets the 2 kills on that A zone, Falcons attack it immediately. So ultimately good overload being played for both sides, but I just think there was a couple of those moments for FaZe where they're just getting all the kills at the same time and turning it into a little bit of an easier capture.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Final looks here. The last goal to go through. GG's. 5-4. What a brilliant map. Staying on Scar. No shoes and socks on just yet. We're going to play another hard point. FaZe with a little bit of an advantage going into this one now as far as the momentum is concerned. Can we get to the Plaza? Game 5. What a bang out that will be for the last map. But Charles, as far as Scar goes, how are we feeling about hard point?
I mean, just, you know, I paid attention to map 1. I've paid attention to how the AR players of FaZe have been doing in the series. I'm relatively confident then for the Scar hardpoint. We'll get to see, though, but Draza just threw up an overload where he was an absolute master. He had 3 kills on the device guy. He had 3 kills as the device carrier, 3,900 damage. And then at map 1, Abuza simply popped takeover. It was a Titan in the lobby. So if the Zaza duo is playing like that, they're going to be great. Obviously, 04 has been bringing the goods as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, Abuza, map 1 was pretty impressive. That Colossus was disgusting. Hey, we'll see, though. No, not the same Falcons they were a few maps ago. Big 37 kills there and shy of 5k damage from Abuza. Beautiful work again. These boys have been cooking ever since Major 2. Confidence and execution is all there. For the Falcons, yep, there's something about it. Couple of questions about the rosters makeup. They've tried to shake up a little bit too much and possibly push some of these boys off balance. We will find out what they're made of here on this game of Scar. Abuza so far in the series a 1.18. He is pushing pace for a big one. If we get to go to that Plaza, it's going to be nasty.
Yeah, damage output on point as well. I would imagine the lobby leader because of how much he had for map 1, but who knows who actually holds those reins for the moment. Nonetheless, shooting his gun. Got to make sure you're on point here if you're the Falcons. Can't slow down for a single moment because even when you're bringing your A game, obviously against FaZe, it's going to be a dogfight.
Big dog here. We're looking to have a much, much better series this Kismet. The OG Bulldog. Let's see what he's got to show us here, folks. We go into map number 4. Third side's going out the window these days. Everyone knows what they're doing. And Sim to the deli, he flies to the market, to the haberdashery. And it is a nice bit of back and forth here. Boozer's early M15 and now an NPC getting to work.
Yeah, that's an elite opening break from FaZe. They doubled up the plane pinch hit. They're able to win the gunfights and clear out spawn, so they have already flipped the map on its head. That is a tough start there for Falcons. I don't know if things are necessarily going to get picked up any easier because Abuza, well, there you go, finally gets shut down. Pred strikes for a big 3, but Abuza starting off 4-0 is a scary sight.
Such an impressive counterattack and a spawn flip there for the Falcons. This is the perfect spot to be in. Excellent, sees 2 there on the cross. Unfortunately, able to deal with 1. Great shots from Sim. Right on the other side of the map, still trying to contend with the issues over here. Spawns yet to flip FaZe. They're still coming from the top left-hand side. Will that change now? Unlikely. Nice work out the Falcons here, going into P2 strong.
Yeah, here comes Fred, man. I mean, he responds with a 3-piece, then ends up going on a 6 spree. So back-to-back triples. And now you got Exnid up top. Who's the SMG? Who's the sniper? Who's the AR? I have no idea these days. But if you're getting the kills, it's feeling great. Both Kiz and Exnid with the M15 in hand. They're good for 3. Pred there for the final one. And now this is spawn kill central. This is where Pred is truly at his best.
This is one of the best players in the world. As soon as you get that 3 down, unfortunately, Guess is wrong on the 50-50 here, but not a problem. Still alive. His boy is still finding the time. So the Riyadh Falcons, what a gorgeous P1 to P2 this has been, and it is not over yet.
I was going to say, the pain from Pred is going to continue to pay off there. He was good for a couple extra. 10-3 start from him, and his teammates have made sure to soak up the time to have maybe only a 20-point lead going into new. So FaZe, well, would have been happy to get all that scrap time. You actually die off of it. So, hey, 23 seconds, but FaZe now in control for the first time since the opening break. They have a distance setup. This is a nutty-looking minimap.
Lovely work from Abuza there, clearing that top left side spawn. Minimap starting to get angry at us. But Falcons, they find their respective kills. Exnid with a big 2.
Oh, wow.
Shots from Draza. Come on, man. That's outrageous. 7 and 5. Still soaking away this playing time. We are fighting back into this one, FaZe. Still going. Oh, a swap to the Jaeger would have been ideal, but lead change, FaZe.
I gotta imagine Draza's practiced that little wall hop. I don't think I've seen somebody wall hop on the plane like that for that type of chow, but I gotta go and practice that, add it to the repertoire. That is filthy stuff, and Draza good for another 2 in the feed as well. So maybe not the full 60 money hill you were looking for, but you walk into this hill down by 23, walk away from it up by about 10. Not too shabby. Of course, though, Falcons striking right back. Clean 4-man wipe everybody off spawn. They'll be the first in the new time.
Yeah, one good hard point gets FaZe right back into this. One great hard point now from the Falcons will push them very much into the lead. Trying to contend with everything here. Through the front, FaZe go. Oh, the boozer. Beautiful work, Exnid. That's a nice kill. Gets the man off of time. Pressure there towards the back left-hand side taken care of. Pred's still dancing. Pred's still rolling. The NPC looking so good in his hand as his 14th kill falls into his lap.
And this is clean work too. FaZe have been able to get close to the time, but they've just gotten torn apart every single gunfight after. FaZe get 2 in the feed. You're expecting Falcons to be able to respond, but they finally lost the back spawns, and okay, you lose the time, but I think your Falcons can take that trade away the final 20, get set up over towards new.
Yeah, lovely, lovely stuff. Great back and forth hard point here on Sky in this map 4. Oh, Kiz gives it up at just the wrong time, allows Draza and his NPC to get involved. Exnid on that back right corner. I'm going to let a huge amount through, keeping his boys in position here. Awkward spawn situation, though. You're going to see a lot of members of the Falcons now plowing their way to the middle of the map. Are you going to read this phase? Have you got a head on a swivel? Do you have some sort of heartbeat monitor to see where these players are coming from? They have sensed it, they have read it, and it has got ugly fast. Well, the gunfight's continuing here, but Falcons still trying to make their way back in towards time.
Yeah, and we picked the wrong Za, I think, because you had Exnid versus Draza in the back line. As you say, it is an awkward moment, but Draza gives you the world champ veteran diff for being prepared for that gunfight. And Draza's turned that into 20 kills, soaking up the hill time, and he's got a Hillstorm. He's putting on a monster performance for the moment. Falcons doing whatever they can to fight against it.
I'm going to go with Hillstorm because he got it from in the hill as well. Well, Falcons, a little bit of scrap. Little bit of scrap going into our new hard point. First set, banger. Second set on its way. Falcons still within biting distance of that lead. Let's see what Draza can do now. Perfect intelligence on a lot of these players. Good damage too, but Pred not having it. On a sim. Boy, howdy, did he get the shots in there? Nearly pulling off a monster kill. Lovely nade there from Kismet. Flushes 04 from time.
That's it. I'm holding my breath for that one. You simply never know. I don't have a feel yet for the NPC at range, but certainly a couple attempts for these long-range gunfights. Not a ton of success so far. So the gun doing what it does best. Good at close range, rather. Now Falcons doing what they do best, trying to soak up this P1 time. Selling, responsible for the boat flank, knows there's 2 there. Gets his 1, gets out. Lets his teammate die on the time, but Falcons are playing for the long term.
Yeah, that's just great work out, Cell. Just locking it all down. Next wave here of Falcons players pushing out, trying to find all those awkward angles. Kismet gets taken care of there. Simba and Abuza now on their way forward. Cell once again The unreadable. The unkillable. Looking for another one here. Oh, man, he was starting to wind up for it. Well, Falcons in time. Vegas, though, on the counterattack.
Doing what they can. They're hopping up and down, and they're dying by the hands of Kismet. Nice, too. He's got man up on top of him and trusting his teammates for that one, but maybe 04 just able to sneak his way through. So, got the initial power positions, but they don't have the ability to stop the wall bangs. So you lose that power position, but Falcons, instead of flooding, setting up for the break, they're sending 2 on the pinch to make this happen.
It's only 20-odd points in this game. 20-odd seconds remaining there on that P2. There we go, Falcons trying to pry it from FaZe. On the attack there from Exit, but it's the Zaza duo. Get there. It's beautiful stuff again. Trade still. Kismet has not closed the books on this just yet. To the pistol. Back to spawn. We have not given up at all. And Sim's looking at his teammates now thinking, boys, we might have to go over towards New. Gets himself into the right position for it. And that is going to be FaZe on the rotation 1.
Yeah, that is a painful hill there, I'd say, for the Falcons, because even when you got 04 out of like top Moose or top Art, they still try to go on the pinch. They get shut down and then just go for the reflood. That have an unfortunate team kill. So missed opportunity. And that means Draza gets to hold onto this Hellstorm for the future. Lose mid-cut, but you haven't yet quite lost the time of 50-50 battle.
Here comes the Hellstorm. What was a 20-point game is now a 50-point game. Starting to pull this back slowly but surely. A trophy on hill, yes. Kismet can't dodge the big one, though. As he shoots out of the sky, not going to happen. Draz connects for 2. FaZe should be able to push towards a relatively open hard point. Oh, they don't account for Draz. Picks up a 2-piece and now scrap to FaZe.
Well, they didn't account for the spawns either. Pred ends up spawning back blue. You might have been able to read it since your teammate spawned up both. But now this is maybe, well, Falcons gonna have to convert this into your opportunity to get back in the game. They need this hill to go well. A trophy team kill to start it off. Type of thing the Falcons are gonna need, but the pressure's here. Sim leading the charge.
Oh, you need a little moment like that type-ish. And now Sim battling through the back. Good damage. Somebody surely called him out. Somebody surely knows he's on his way here. Can we deal with him? What's going on here? You like to get 3, though. That's good. Abu's the last man. Gotta read that. Deal with it. There we go. Falcons survive the first wave. Wave number 2 already at the doorstep.
Yeah, and how about Pred winning that gunfight in the nick of time? The second that he wins it, 2 of his teammates instantly spawned on the back instead of spawning out over towards mid. So Falcons, a little bit of luck on their side for that one, but of course the clutch gunfight's even better. They needed a big hill here on this P4, and well, they've gotten exactly that. Still fighting for the final 20. By the looks of it, unless Abuz has something to say, Falcons get that 2 right back into this game as we move on towards P5.
What a battle this has been. Hellstorm's extinguished. 04 traded. Over to green we go. Keeping an eye on the game clock as well. 2 minutes. Not that it's going to get down to it, but you never know, folks. Big 30s there from Kismet and Pred. On the other side of the board, it is Draza with his 31 and 22 holding together for FaZe right now. And in we go. A little bit of an exchange here on the green time. Oh, and the kills are good. It is the Falcons in the feed. They find their 3rd. The last man out, Abuza. They surely know where he is. Easy reads dealt with, and now the spawns have flipped, and Falcons are in time. Here comes the lead change.
Yeah, FaZe are so far away, and poor 04 can't get anything going. Trying to flood through the field is never a fun strat. And 04, everywhere he goes, it's some annoying player in some weird spot or bad timing not going his way. And Falcons happy for it. I mean, hey, this is back-to-back kills where they have been in top form. They were down by 60 at the start of P4. What a comeback they have had. It'd be, what, a 10-second advantage as the P1 pops.
They've got to get out of a difficult spot. They've got to battle their way through 04. Easier said than done. Yes, a bit of scrap as well. Why not? A couple of ticks there going into the pile. You never know. That might be the difference maker. What a shot from Cell. Draza just get turned a Swiss cheese. Now battling towards time. 04 once again finding himself in the inside of shop. Takes care of his first. Falcons on the attack now forward. A bit of a flank developing. Exnid will be the man at the helm for it. Read by Draza. Now to the front line once again. FaZe cross 200.
Yeah, they've got shot control as well. The pinch is going to be nice and secure. You're worried about a P2 route, but otherwise, everything's covered. Selim working on the pinch, and Kismet from time is the one that's able to strike first. And if you kick off a sequence like that, it's going to be so easy. All 4 down, and you flip the spawns. This is nice advantage for Falcons.
Falcons holding 3 spree. Exit gets his. Sells on a spree as well. And Miss Kiss them out on the inside of time. Bit of a lead starting to develop here. FaZe are desperately trying to find the angles. They have not found anything on any of the attacks in the last 20 seconds. 0-4 shimmying forwards. He does not have worms. He's desperately trying to creep into P2.
Well, he's expecting the play to be on Gens, or maybe he reads it. There you go. Man in the time taken out first.
On the shuffle forward, Abuza now on the flank. Abuza catches one. No more on the flank. Last man up now, Sim. Waiting for the boys to show. And he's holding them all down. Brilliant work. Draza joins him again. And now FaZe in time. Last man in mid for the Falcons gone. Kismet contesting alone.
Yeah, all 4 down. You know, they're all spawning blue. Set up for the spawn kills. Well, 0-4 one shot, so you can't stop them. Can't keep them away. They're going to be flooding. They're on his satellite. He actually takes a second to the grave before he falls, but the hit's still in. Falcons, they are right at the devil's door.
Got to get Draza and Abuza now off time. Beautiful shots from the Belgian, and that is going to be a 3-spree and a lead change here in the final moments. Rotation on towards Nu. Kismet in position, and alongside him, Simp. Now the mind games begin, trying to win the game here. FaZe are so close they can taste it.
Oh my God, this is beautiful work out of Kiz. He gives it the entry, reposition, stays alive. Now he's set up his teammate for the win. Gotta keep him away though this entire time. They got the plane heady. They got mid-map covered. Falcons have everything they want except for that.
The nade's bad. Pred up close on time. The contest is there. Is anyone going to help him? Yes, sure. Kismet's in. Pred's on the trade, and we're holding it down. To the trenches we go. There is mud in our boots. There is fire in their lungs, and the lead's about to change. Falcons holding on. The nades from upstairs clear the hard point. Sim with a big kill again, and FaZe are in.
One last hit. It's one last hit for Falcons. You're going to have to flood into this. I think FaZe might have just done it. There is nobody home, no nades to connect, and another painful one for Falcons. So close and yet so far. FaZe taking care of business as 0-4 had to stress out for that map 4.
And that was it. That was the test you wanted against a strong opponent for FaZe. The stress is there, and again, armchair psychology aside, what does that mean for FaZe? A victory of that nature. What does it mean to see them react that way? That's a dub, baby. That's a good 3-1. An explosive game of Scar to close the series out as well. Fantastic work. And for the Falcons, they played their hearts out. Kismet trying to do absolutely everything. 121 on time, 44 kills, nearly 5k damage. Tough though with FaZe. Same thing can be said for about 3 of them. Unbelievable.
Yeah, what a wild score. I suppose there's 2 ways to look at it, or maybe multiple ways to look at it, in the sense that I think Falcons ultimately played some of their best Call of Duty. But if you're in a situation where Kismet actually does the thing, he pops 99, he takes over, every statistical category comes out and dominates, and you still can't find the win. 0-4 also, uncharacteristically, he's had a really hot hand in hard points. Goes nearly double neg, and FaZe still get that win. Ultimately, again, just painful there for the Falcons. But for the fans, for everybody else, that is some fun Call of Duty that just got played. What a series we just had.
What a great series. The Scars, back-to-back bangers. And don't forget the Fringe there. Falcons played that so well. Lovely look from them in terms of, just search and destroy as a mode. Not a team that you would expect to have a good time. And they certainly did there on Fringe. No Plaza this series, folks. I was hoping for a bang out between those 2 squads, but hey, you can't always get what you want unless what you want right now is the desk.
Hi.
Yeah, us.
Yeah.
Great cast, guys. 4 maps. It could have gone 5. It was feeling like we were going 5. Nameless, you came out and you said, bro, that's so unfortunate. What happened there that gave FaZe an opportunity at the end?
Yeah, I mean, you think about that final situation right there. The team nade comes in, and I know Selim gets 2, so a lot of people thinking, oh, that cancels it out. But you lose the exit pressure front green, which would have bought them some more time and potentially close that map out. But they played it so good. It specifically exited on so many rotations. But yeah, FaZe too good in the end, clutching up.
Falcons playing up to their competition. Do not write them off for champs. They're definitely the gatekeeper as of right now. As you take a look at some of the highlights, we're tied at 68. The final lead goes to FaZe at 223. Allie, how did this game progress?
I mean, after we moved like this 100 point in second set of rotations, it was really just back and forth. But instead of Fade Vegas, they just played together better as a team. Like a lot of their rotations, a lot of their situationals, and a lot of team kills coming in through the side of Riyadh Falcons just put them in a lot of unfavorable situations. But Draza also had himself a series. This map 4 was all him. He couldn't literally get traded out, and that's a problem when you get a lot of these situations and you're trying to break for Riyadh Falcons. You have a guy, Draza, consistently getting 2, winning those trade battles.
Yeah, you know, for Falcons, it was really just the P4. They locked that down, got almost a full 60 on it, dealt with a lot of pressure throughout, so handled it well. And then FaZe on this hill, P2 in the final rotation, did such a good job. They had the bad spawn back green. They get over towards Motel, and you're just trying to stall. I forget which player it was, but they went on a deep, wide pinch through white wall, and Exit doesn't pick it up right away, and he stalls enough to where now we're winning the stagger battle if we're FaZe. And that was probably the play of the game overall from a team aspect of like, yo, we're going to delay this enough to where we have an opportunity to win this game, and they end up closing it out. So those are like the small moments. That's what's separating them from the rest of the league right now.
For the first time on the season, with this win, Vegas FaZe gets 10 more points, and that will jump them ahead of Optic. They're currently there with a tiebreaker advantage, 21 match victories so far on the season. Allie, is FaZe starting to pull away? Is the rest of the competition right there with them? How are you seeing this playing out?
I would say they're starting to pull away with Optic from the rest of the league. I'd say those two are definitely the front runners. But for FaZe, I mean, even though that Search Destroy in this series wasn't fantastic, we've seen it in the past, and now that their respawn looks the way that it does right now, absolutely, them two are pulling away.
An 0-2 start for Falcons. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Optic's about to jump them in this next series.
All right. I mean,
enjoy your screenshot while you can, FaZe fans. That is a great match. It's in the books. We're going to be chatting with our winners here in just a moment. And Allie, as you take a look here at the overall victory, I think you're happy if you're a Falcons fan. You're definitely happy if you're a FaZe fan. To the Falcons, can you build off an 0-2 start? Where do you go from here?
I think you can for sure. I mean, we talk about this roster and what we expect out of it. I mean, there's world champions on it. And even with the addition of Exnid, going back into this series specifically, his POV in that map number 2 was my favorite to watch. So I think there's a lot of good you can take away from this if you are Riyadh Falcons. And if anything, yes, it is a loss, but it's versus FaZe Vegas.
And it gets easier, Allie. You got Surge. Well, Surge has been looking good. But Heretics
surging Surge.
Versus
right? So winnable game.
Falcons.
Winnable, but not guaranteed. We have to talk, though, with a guy who is looking guaranteed to be a top 4 seed. He goes by the name of Draza. Mr. Hazard, backwards, how we feeling?
I'm feeling good, man. It was a good W. Happy with the team. And it was a good, hard-fought W.
Can you tell me what Twin said at the end of that game? Because everyone else stood up and, like, celebrated, and he was just like, thank God it's over.
That was a mixed P3, so I honestly don't know what he said. I was just happy to get the win.
All right, congrats.
Talk to me about how you guys are feeling overall this split, specifically Search and Destroy. That one got away from you guys, and you in particular. I know you grind so much S&D. Talk to me about Fringe and I guess the new maps being added.
Yeah, the new maps, obviously, we don't have too many reps on. We played it really well yesterday.
Yeah.
Today, I mean, I can't get a kill, and I think we kind of threw a few situations, but the new maps are good because no one really played us on the other one, so it's pretty good. Colossus being out, like, we're just getting 5-2 came back on, so we want that out anyways.
John,
So,
I'm just gonna...
Nothing crazy.
I'm just gonna pick your brain about how scrims have been going. Like, is it still feel like anybody could beat anybody on any given day? Or does it feel like you're starting to get some separation between some of the teams?
No, I think us and Optic, Gentlemates have been playing us pretty well. I think in scrims as well. But I feel like scrims we've been playing really well against all the mid-tier teams and the top teams. So I don't think anyone can get a W. Today I just wasn't feeling good. Told my team before, like, lock in today. I don't got the energy, and I feel like it's good to know that you can trust your team when you're not feeling good, even though it's a game day. It's gonna happen, and I'm happy with the team. Happy how they came out and gave extra energy, so I could just chill.
Dude, you look good while sick. I have 2 more questions for you before I let you go. The highlight of this series for me was actually seeing Exnid pull out a sniper. If Abuza wasn't your sniper on FaZe, who would be the second player to pick it up?
I'm picking that up.
Why is it good answer?
Jordan, I tried to tell him that I'm running that on Fringe because I played the map 100 times. I only had like 1 rep, and then Jordan started sniping everything, so I think I pissed him off.
Draws.
But I'm trying to take that.
Draws, did you watch Simp play, like, CODs back in the day when he was a search star? He was one of the best snipers I've ever seen. Can we get it?
That's back in the day, though.
A round or
Definitely
2.
big ass right there. That's big ass right there. But, I mean, we're going back to BO3. I play BO3 every offseason, like... I gotta get it.
All right,
I like that.
If Chris wants it, he could get it.
I'm down.
I like that confidence. Final question for you, Draza. At the end of tonight's show, Nameless is going to reveal his top 10 players in the CDL right now. Who is your personal number 1?
Number 1? Chris Lair, man. Chris Lair, man. Number 1. Major 2 champ.
Major 2 champ?
Yeah.
All right,
Chris,
well, you guys
sure.
are the Major 2 champs, and last time you won a trophy, you wanted the next one. So best of luck going into Major 3.
Yes.
That's Draza. You can catch him in FaZe Vegas hosting the Host Champs event that's going down in July. Get your tickets. We'll tell you about it on the other side of the break. When we come back, Optic is taking on Cloud9. It's number 2 looking to reclaim their throne.
Oh, man.
Take it on the 12th best team in the league of 12 teams.
Então, Vegas ganhou o torneio passado. E quem será que vai ganhar esse cara que é em junho ou julho? De junho e julho. Vamos ver.
Iniciar janela. Ndesk fixado. OBS Discord. OBS 20. Encerrar OBS Live. 3 horas 7 minutos e 30 segundos. Projetor em tela cheia.
Nos resta 1h30, hein, galera? 1h30. Às 3h08, 3h07, 3h10, por aí. Até as 13h20, mais ou menos, a gente termina. E lembrando, amanhã temos Mortal Kombat League.
4v1, I think it was, the clutch, something like that. And we were just, playing the round out, and I hear, oh, cat, he's pushing at him, thinking, oh, he's dead, okay, so let's play it nice. And then I just hear a roar behind me, an absolute roar. And then he's like, watch it. And then the kill cam wasn't running, so I was doing the overtake, I want to see this. And luckily it came up, and he's blown him away and left a bit of a little doo-doo in his pants, I think.
Ah, e lembrando a vocês também que teremos muito mais aqui no canal durante o mês de maio. Mais e mais Call of Duty.
Dirty. Just no, I was working picks, bro. I was working picks. He's in the close. Nice. Yeah, nice. Tempus freezer. Tempus freezer when he killed me. I'm chilling in. Oh. TK.
Outro detalhe, lembrando, esse é o penúltimo jogo do dia ou o último. Vamos descobrir agora na volta dos comerciais. Já voltou?
Happy birthday, Big Brucey. That's my son.
Hey, everybody, and we're going to talk about it's Dashy's birthday today. Happy birthday to Big Bruce. I think he's turning, 27?
Yeah.
He is the oldest in the league right now. That feels so weird to say.
It is weird to say.
That feels really weird.
Because I feel like he just started competing, but he's at the top of his game. He's having a resurgence here. I mean, the guy has been statistically insane. Beast of a sniper and just an overall great teammate. You look at his development over his career, and now, he's shooting up the legacy list.
And it's cool because we've got to see him kind of develop as a person, too. Because I feel like when I first came into the league, it was like, oh, he's got this big confidence. He's this superstar. He's just going out and getting the kills. And now he's really turned into like a team player, really always about his guys, which has been cool to watch.
He's been a humble bro since I came back, and he's one of the first. When I come to him with like a piece of merch for a fan, he signs it right away, gives it back to me with a smile. Big shout out to Bruce, leading the way as the oldest player in the game, but he is alongside some young stars in the form of Mercules. You look at the other veterans, though, Shotzi and Hook, they're getting up there in age as well. And Hook, we started watching this guy back when he was 14.
Yeah, like fine wine. These guys, though, man, they're so good. And Hook, this guy has turned into like a leader, which is way different when he first burst in the scene. Just the turn SMG player who, at comms at times you'd be like, maybe he needs a little bit of work. Well, now he's got some of the best comms in the game. So this team, star-studded in the game and the meta, getting better for them. SMGs are going to be a lot more impactful, obviously, with the NPC. So Hook and Shotzi should be flying, making plays.
We just showed you that FaZe Vegas is the #1 seed, but with a win tonight, Optic reclaims their throne. They haven't won a major yet, but they've been in the grand finals, and they've been looking ferocious every step along the way online. Their opponent on the other side, It's been on the struggle bus. Doesn't matter what roster they bring out. They have 3 wins going into the second half of the season. We're now over the halfway point. If Okus and crew are going to pull off a W, you ran it through the AI digitizer. What did it tell us, Allie?
It said that Okus needs to drop a 2.0 while his teammates still go positive.
2.0
and
Okus.
that is statistically basically improbable. Look, for the side of Cloud9, if they have any hope in this series, you're looking at the new maps and you're like, all right, if we get a couple of those in this series, what does their practice look like on there? And then also Search and Destroy. When this team was finding any success, it was through some S&D prowess. These guys coming up from Challengers, some S&D stars. So that's what you're hoping for out of Cloud9 in this series versus Optic Tech.
135, how do you get it done?
Listen, no, you got to win both the S&Ds, and you need a miracle. But they did compromise the Gentlemates last split when the Gentlemates looked like they were unstoppable.
True.
So for selling the story, hey, we saw it happen. So Cloud9, yeah, but they would need a miracle. Starting off here on Colossus, we know Optic love that map, and the MPC in hand. I'm expecting this to be a ridiculous.
Will Dashy snipe for me on Fringe today for his birthday?
Please. I mean, he should. It's a really good sniper map. We're seeing some crazy shots out of Exit as recent as last series, so I expect it.
You guys will never guess what's about to happen.
Really?
It's our Scuff Pick'ems, and I'm about to reveal the green wall. I'll go first, Optic.
Yep, I got Dashion's birthday.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. You didn't even let us get like 2 words out. Yeah, let's just go.
Allie, how many points total does Cloud9 get in hard points in this series?
I'm not gonna make them get 100 clubbed in both. I think total they're gonna get 212 points.
163 on map 1.
But not map 2? There's not a map 4?
Oh, shoot. I counted as if we were
not
going to
map
both
4?
hard points.
It could happen. Guys, we got our casters ready. We'll have to hypothesize about this, but you guys do the actual video game thing.
Remember that, 163.
Oh. 163 is actually a really legit gas out of Wheeler because their average on Colossus in stage 2 is 165.6.
Come on.
Damn.
You guys must share a notebook.
Sniped it.
That don't change nothing for me. It's NPC. That don't change nothing for me. It's NPC. You're playing against Optic, who just most recently lost the grand finals versus FaZe by losing every single respawn. And it's also Dashy's birthday. Yeah, good luck.
And Shotzi's got a fresh fade. Oh, mercy. This is going to be one of those series, but it happens. And I will say, just kind of, I was curious, we were talking about it, like, what does Optic's qualification path look like after the lengthy stage 2 qualifiers? Softballs to start, Cloud9, Boston, but true test afterwards, Toronto, Paris, Vegas. So should be a really fun end of the season if you're a Green Wall fan, which I know the majority of you likely are in some way, or at least I would say 90% of you are fans of one of those 4 aforementioned teams. So it should be interesting to see. On the other front, you know, the same story rides with this Cloud9 team. What are we doing? We're about to find out. Let's jump on in. Colossus Hardpoint. Let's see if Cloud9 has taken the long break to improve.
Yeah, let's see if Cloud9 can get their second Hardpoint win as a core 4. And the first time that they got it done, it was on a map on Colossus versus the Paris Gentlemates, but you can already see Optic starting off on the right foot. NPC meta, you're running the vertical grip, so you have a little bit more stabilization on those long distance gunfights, but Optic coming out swinging.
Yeah, sure, Armor, at least following up, but Hyde will have the last word, and Cloud9 will respond. Decent start. And I will say, you know, when you talk about meta shifts and what Optic are likely going to bring to the table, as we know, this is where teams like Cloud9 very well may find more success in the respawn, because honestly speaking, a lot of the Challengers players that we saw in this stage 2, especially the 4 of them on Cloud9, we said like their individual POVs are pretty cracked. So let's see if they can run and gun here with the best of them.
Yeah, meta shift, map changing could definitely benefit some of the lower echelon teams, but you can see it on the pop-up on a 13-game loss streak in HP. But so far here are coming out the gate swinging. Fantastic at the P1. You're in the rotation over towards P2. You are trading out effectively and still holding on to the power side of the map. So Cloud9 looking good.
Yeah, and I will say, I think, you know, you look at the group of 4, who do you look at in terms of NPC success? I'm looking at Nezra just flat out. His individual POV was fun to watch in Major 2 quals. And you would figure that with his ability to add a little bit of extra speed to the mix, he will be successful. Hyde, same situation there. So we'll see if Cloud9 can continue to run forward here, as P2 has been wildly successful. Great rotation, great hold. Now Nedra, great responsibility on the pinch. Oh, mercy. 3 in a row for Nedra, make it 4 total on the life. And Encourage finds the full wipe. Cloud9 are running.
Yeah, just looking like the player camps of Cloud9. Like, Nezra's thinking, like, this is just way too easy right now. You're 100% catching Optic off guard, because all throughout that P2, they were just trying to funnel their way through the front door. And Cloud9 kept on winning all the trade fights and now have a 50-point lead going over towards P3. You're already losing gunfights. The one player here is going to be the nuke, and that's another 4 dead. Okay, Cloud9, where is this?
I'm telling you, you give a new weapon meta in the mix, one that favors cracked out POVs, this is what's happening. 75-16, Optic on the break. We jump into a Texas listen in.
Bow heady. Tunnel, one shot. Absolute tunnel, absolute chairs. There's 2 on me. They're chowing through. 4, chowing through. All 4.
They're pushing.
They're flying through. They're on you. I'm down. He's on the boat. Okay, well, got heady. Super weak encourage. Yo, what's chowing time right now? It's chowing chairs. I'm dead. Okay, last blue, chowing. I've come in. I'm right on encourage. Dead. You can help there. I have a balloon. One more stun it on. Yeah, I don't. He's blowing now. He's on me. Yeah, they're all hitting through. Yeah, I think they're all. He slid. Yeah, What's chairs? I have you. Wait, chairs hitting tunnel? He could be. Yeah, tunnel dead. Tunnel, encourage. One guy's gonna be top mid. Encourage statue. Yeah, top mid, lobby. Two lobby. One statue hide. Okay, one statue. Yeah, two statue. Both shot. Side door, bang time. Down out the back. Dead. Oh, one on time. One shot, okay, or hide. Deep right laying down, hide. Yo, one shot, it's not time. Yeah, I'm hard to. Side door, Nitro. You might go to the back. Alright, dominated. Statue on me. Statue dead. Try to get. I'm mid up. I'm right now. Out of time. On time. Okay, sweet. They're both weak. They're both half health. Out there. Nice. That's all there. Have the back. Yeah.
Well, you can kind of feel Optic behind the 8-ball just a touch, caught by surprise. Cloud9 coming out with a flurry of punches, but now we're starting to get a little bit of stabilization for Optic here at the end of this last hill, and they're going to get set up over towards 1 as well, Jay.
Yeah, but they need to get some energy in their comms. No, it's your first match here in the Major 3 qualifiers. Obviously, you don't win the last major, so you need to come out the gate swinging. And Cloud9, without a doubt, just based off of the gameplay, because we haven't jumped into listening with them, you can just tell that they are roaring. They are prepared for this matchup. New NPC meta on Colossus, where it's just a grade A bang out. They are matching the slaying power of Optic.
Yeah, if not matching, outperforming at the moment. Oop, nice timing on this route. Gets the prediction and the transfer for 2. And the Semtex will block any further contestants for a small moment. And Optic are right back in this game. 28 seconds remaining. Pook 17 and 12. Just not missing shots, but Nezra's able to put him down before it gets a little bit too far out of hand towards P2. 20 seconds to scrap, though. Still looking good for the green wall.
Yeah, you were giving the Young Bucks a lot of confidence, but now the green wall is starting to strike. Only going to be down by 20 points, and this is where the game started to get out of hand off the first set. It was at the ending of this P1 going in towards the P2. You're going trade for trade with Merkley's finding a double. A lot of presses in towards Blue Alley, but Nezra and Hyde clean up house. And Cloud9 again had the rotation to the new HP.
Funny, man. Nezra's putting pace on the table. 21 and 11. 3 in a row, already has a Hellstorm. Stuns affecting this rotation over towards 2, but Nezra not fully deterred. 2 for him. Pistol out looking for more. Doesn't really have any help nearby, but gets the reset off the reload, and she will fall. Nezra now on 6. Absolutely running through the green wall.
Yeah, he's forcing Optic to now work this OE to work through top mid because they don't want to try to contest them over towards statue side, and thankfully that decision works out for the green wall. A great break for a good chunk of time still remaining here at the P2, and even though Nezra has himself a Hellstorm in the back pocket, Merkley's on 5 in a row, can pick up one of his own.
Yeah, might need it as well, especially moving over to P3. Even exchange on the old time, all of it going the way of Optic. So now we look towards this rotation. Cloud9's taking away some good space, really dictating where Optic could and maybe even have to hit from. Ocus follows up, and with a minute 20 in the hill, 15 and 19 is pretty darn typical as Cloud9 are still growing their lead.
Yep, they have the rotation that they want, but they just don't have the gunfights going their way. Shotzi finds a double through mid-tunnel. That alleviates the pressure from the front for Optic to get the break here at Boat. And now only down by 20. Pitches being set up there from Shotzi. Spawns are about to potentially flip on out. And even if it doesn't, still Optic holding on.
Yeah, and that's just one of those moments that for Cloud9, you get a little bit behind on the gunfights, and then you all of a sudden are sitting on your heels, and Optic take advantage by just staggering you out, finding all these individual gunfight wins. And Cloud9 just gets staggered off spawn as well as around the hill. So now you've got 15 seconds of scrap time. Optic have reclaimed the lead. Mercules, a little bit of trouble there on Courage falling off the high rope. So now it's just down to, will those former teammates meet again as P4 opens up and Cloud9 have the early edge on the rotation?
You just got to stay alive for Mercury. So if you're C9, you desperately need to stop the bleeding. You desperately need to lock down these spawns. You go for dead. Now you need to break on in. Let's go to a listening with C9.
Yeah, right.
Are you cruising?
What's pitching blue? Pitching blue.
I know, I'm in the back. I'm in the back.
You should tell. You should tell.
Okay, I got it. Starter or dead.
I spawned out.
P1
P2. Spawning out. Look at front. Dead.
Nice.
I'm getting P2. All spawning P2.
Intercept you, dead. Okay, outer statue. Dashy. Okay, streaking from front P2. Streaking front P2. He's in the open. There's 3 there. 3 spawning P2.
We might spawn out.
No, he's spawn here. Child at the back. Weak. Child at the back.
I spawn out.
I'm going tunnel, bro. They're gonna be up statue already, bro.
Nothing P1. They need P1.
I'm gonna
Mercs here, dead.
Nice.
One more P1.
You want one shot. I have a statue shot, bro.
Intercept weak. Nice.
I'm getting your P1.
That's not all. I didn't say anything P1.
I'm wrapping.
I got needed P1.
I'm wrapping. I'm picking you right now.
Weak on forward, Merc.
I'm blocking blue. You want to die blue lobby?
Behind me. Yeah, you got me. One at a time. One's going out P2.
One shot that.
Banging from
I spawned yellow. One's up P2.
I'm dead. Yo, P2 pinch. 2 on time.
Okay, go right.
Yeah, script is starting to flip just a touch here. Jay Optic getting away with murder, finding a lot of these aggressive routes thanks to the concentration from the front, and that's going to be them now 60 points up, and Cloud9 some sense of urgency as we go over to 2.
Yeah, the first set of HPs, Optic, I'm sitting there watching. I'm like, what the hell are we doing? We're not winning gunfights. We're just head bash to the front side. But on the second set and everything onward after that, Optic are doing everything correct. SMGs are starting to win key gunfights. We're also finding openings on some of these long routes. That still gives Optic the slight edge that they have up by 40, but they are in control of blue. They're still finding every kill over towards statue. And the nuke seems to be untradeable at this point of the game. Optic can close it out with 35 left.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that when everyone else is clicking and Hook is allowed to just go hit routes, that stuff is happening. So Nedra forced to use the Hellstorm, and this is just one of those situations that you kind of hate the value of it because you're so far away from the hill. Look at Optics stretching across the map, cutting across the routes. It's just you can't predict it. Shotzzy and Hook just completely dismantled the break intent before it really even got off the ground.
And look at how far C9 are spawning away because of the pressure out of the SMGs on the side of Optic. 15 seconds needed to take map number 1, and all C9 can do is head bash the front.
Yeah, it's the last chance. Shotzzy Hook from behind, still putting on the pain. Last 3 seconds. Can anyone touch it? Time. Dashy trying to find the final 1v1. Not going to happen. Hook right behind him. Will? Probably. Maybe. No, not quite. Full 4-man wipe. Gonna hit, and we will see one more hill.
Rotation looking gonna be a 50-50 chance at it, but Cloud9 able to execute that trade quickly onto Dashy. But now you're not gonna read these routes out of Shotzzy and the nuke. They pinch you from both angles, and Optic take the opening Colossus.
Yeah, I mean, you hit it on the head, Jay. Slow start, and it really did feel like Optic were just kind of, all right, we'll make the call outs. We'll just kind of run at them a little bit. A couple of the challenges that you saw, that's just like, why are we not waiting for those other guys behind us? But just kind of, you know, the stench of overconfidence potentially ruining that opening rotation. Cloud9 come out with a couple of haymakers and really take Optic off balance, but once they catch balance and you're starting to deal with the coordination and you're seeing players like Hook and Shotzzy just taking these long rogue routes, that's what you're going to get. 40 and 25, 29 non-traded, nearly 4,500 damage out of Hook. And that's with Shotzzy going 34 and 25 with nearly 4k damage of his own. So the SMG is just running amok for Optic there, especially in that back half of the map.
Yeah, because the first set, they were both sitting at like 4 and 10, 5 and 10. Yeah. Like, it wasn't going good for the SMG. So you're probably thinking, all right, NPC is not treating us right. But once you get into that second set, the veterans, the world champions, they settle on in. They lock down the ending of that P4, chain it to the P1, to the P2, to the P3, and then the P4 again. And they just have a 40-point lead. Like, this is why Optic are so scary to play against, because they can just flip the switch at any moment and completely turn the game around. Fantastic to get the answer that they want for that opening HP. And now you're going into a search and destroy that you haven't played yet, but they should be pretty familiar with it.
Yeah, I mean, there's no strangers to grinders on this Optic Nexus team. We saw that in the offseason, in particular on Hercules. But yeah, man, it's just the same story that we told throughout all Major 2 qualifiers and really the entire Major 2 bracket as well. Like, when Optic is finding success getting an opening kill, an opening first blood in these respawn moments where we're on rotation or we're setting up holds, that is just going to allow these routes out of like Hook, for instance, where it's just like you just can't predict it. Like they just feel like they've got 5, sometimes 6 players on the map because of how quickly they can move around you, and just the knowledge and awareness around the timings of when they're available to do that is also really, really impressive. It's why they're obviously going into the favorite.
Yeah. So. And that's due to the homework and all the preparation you do on the back end. Not only through scrims, but individually hopping on, playing some rank play, you know, jumping into S&E trials, just preparing yourself for any situation in all throughout your pro matches. So Optic on the back of the SMGs having a slow start. We're able to execute there on the Colossus HP. And now this is where it gets scary for everyone else in the league, because you saw the stat that popped up on the screen when the desk was talking about it. Optic don't really have to worry about any bad maps anymore. Blackheart out the window, Exposure out the window, Colossus Search and Destroy. We have yet to play it all season long. And now those are already gone for us. So Optic, without a doubt, have benefited the most out of this meta change and map change.
Yeah, the only thing that they may be missing out is what the exposure hardpoint, like,
you'd be all right,
kind of, but like they're fine. Like that's the big, they're taking, like if you were to tell them we can get rid of Blackheart, our auto veto for exposure, I think they're probably saying, all right, bet, sounds good.
And if they add like a sake to the mix, you know, you never know. Optic are gonna basically have every single map that they want.
Yeah, I'll be interested, I think, just to kind of continue that conversation. Like, is Optic going to prefer to see a Gridlock or a Sake in a series? Because I feel like with the identity they started to build near the end of Major 2, they're probably going to want, I would imagine they're going to be a little bit slow to add Sake into the mix. Just because it's going to be a lot of ARs, it feels like, and they're finding so much success with Hook and Shotzi. It just kind of feels like maybe Gridlock could be a little bit more up their alley, but that's all speculation that we'll see throughout the rest of this qualification
Gridlock's in this
period.
Series. If we get to map 4.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. So, you know, that's a thing. But talking about Fringe in particular, yeah, I think you're right. Just kind of looking at the identity of what this Optic team is and what they've been able to do in Search, it feels like a map that they should be fine with.
Oh, yeah. This is going to allow Hook and Shotzi to just get lost around the map, take the angles like we saw Simp and 04 do it yesterday on the first Search and Destroy. But as you take a look at this season's S&D KD leaders, the fact that this guy is basically still 2 players in one form with a 1.5 KD, Mercules continues to dominate. Alongside Shotzi, their playmaking guy with a 1.18.
Okay. Here we go. I just... On the other front, like the Death could mention, just to kind of play both sides of the fiddle, we don't want to come across as biased casters here.
This is their mode.
Yeah, at least Cloud9 have got success in Search, right? Like, what, they're fifth in Major 2 qualifiers in the mode. So if there were ever to be a position for you to take maps away from big teams like we saw versus Paris, it would have to be in the 2 and the 5. So,
and especially on new maps at that, where you have yet to get reps if you are Optic, even though you are familiar with Fringe, especially for all the players that played Black Ops 3 back in the day. So you got to expect the nuke to potentially be the driver's seat for all the comms here, because the guy was different at that game.
Yeah. Well, Dashy will have the opening sniper out and ready to go over towards trains. Cloud9 going to get a little bit further forward at A. Defensively, maybe Nezra thinking about taking an advanced route, but yeah, it's going to draw the line in the sand right through that back door of 10. And Optic, meanwhile, are going to search info, and they will find Hyde with nowhere to go. And that puts a lot of pressure on Nezra now, kind of watching 2 things at once.
And that's Mercules and Shotzi working as that dynamic duo in Search and Destroy. You pepper bullets in towards bricks. You set up Shotzi for the first blood, and then the nuke instantly finds kill number 2. They have all bridge control. Just plant the bomb and close out the round.
Yeah, should be good. So, bomb now being planted by Merc. Oh, and the route timing here for Shotzi is incredible. Encourage does at least get the trade, but Hook right behind him. No worries, no problems. Isolation at mid leads to a first blood and the ability to flat out overwhelm Nezra inside of 10.
Yeah, Optic just take their time on their offensive approach, back down the guy from top bar and window who was trying to get that information for any aggression up through the middle of the map. And once you back him down, you spot out the guy in towards bricks, put down a couple shots of your Mercules, and then Shotzi just gets to jump on you by taking all that space away. Optic get the first blood, effective on a trade. Just a very clean offense right there from Optic.
Yeah. Playbook executed perfectly. Now to the defense. Keep your eye on number 8 in white. See what Dashy wants to do. He's going to play that back train position. Lots of focus for Optic at mid-map, and maybe some of that is because Ocus has been tagged by nades early.
He is trying to snipe at the same front. Saw Mercules for a moment, but missed his opportunity. We'll go 4v4 still.
And he's not even going to contest to try to peek that again. And on the opposite side over towards Trains, Dashy finds that first blood onto Hyde. So 30 seconds already knocked away. Information gained that Optic, at least Cloud9 is showing presence over towards 10. And Oka still has a sniper in hand, so it's difficult to get it towards bricks.
Yeah, and I love this for Optic. Just, you know, you've got the numbers, you've got the guns up, take the space. Hook goes back to the bomb site to find one before being traded. But again, it's just, you're completely surrounded if you're Nezra. Couple of shots into Merc. Looks like he's going to try to find Dashy first, but instead runs into the duo right behind him. So good offense followed up by a great defense. Optic 2-0 up.
Yeah, they're just dissecting the map very quickly, getting an understanding of what Cloud9 are doing on the round. It was a slow and steady spread map set up on their offense. And when you're not showing any presence over towards Trains, all it takes was Mercules throwing that shoulder due to the map, seeing a glare and giving the comment to Dashy. Their sniper is at mid. You can push up towards Trains and potentially find that first blood, and he does exactly that onto Hyde. He just simply out of positioning there. If you're seeing not in the man down, Optic up 2-0.
Yep. Nades up to mid. Dashy, same spot. Sees the cross. And it looks like Shotzi may be in a little bit of trouble. He backs off the Mercules off that information. Is able to find Nezra. Boop will be responded to, plus an extra onto Merc. Dashy's pistol may as well be an SMG, but Encourage was right there to follow up, and the numbers will end to the 2v1 in favor of Cloud9.
Yeah, but they have no idea where Shotzi is on the map. As he pushed individually through 10 and now has information onto the first player, makes it a one-on-one, but the movement king doesn't hit the movement to get into the window. That's not the Shotzi I know. And Okus gets that round secured there for C9.
Yeah, I mean, he missed it by that much.
Yeah, but it's Shotzi, right, man. He doesn't miss it. It's Shotzi.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. We'll see it once again, though, from Shotzi's POV. The chase down into Encourage. Clean. And then, yeah, just barely misses it. Not sure if the angle would have made much of a difference. Okus is right behind him anyways, but still, important round for Cloud9 to not let get away from them.
Yeah, thankfully, Okus backs up to his teammate and knows numbers advantage is our best friend here in the 2v1 and finds himself in a great spot to get the trade in the first round there for C9. And I love this from Cloud9. Just stepping up the aggression because slow and steady didn't work in round number 1, but the nuke is here ready and waiting.
Yeah, the fact that he gets the first cleanly is everything for Hook. Gives him a chance and more than that at a second. So 3v2 early. Cloud9 a bit stuck at B. Actually going to be the Vanguard approach to this as he had a little bit of assistance nearby. That's Mercules behind him. That's all just attention pulled. Shotzi comes up behind, knows he's got both players in front of him. And whoa, thought for a second that was going to be better, but Nezra gets one and gets away. So now down to the 1v2.
And all you're doing right now, if you're Optic, is spotting for information. And that's exactly what Mercules is able to get. Does the DVD dash, he does system in the gunfight to get the round done. But that round was already done when the nuke is able to find that first blood, get out of dodge uncontested, and then instantly find kill number 2 before falling. Because you're already in the man down. You have no idea where Optic are on the map, and Shotzi most likely is going to be behind you. So these early first bloods led to a lot of success here for Optic.
Yeah. And it just feels like early for Cloud9 offensively, not a lot of options brooding much success at the moment. So gonna have to try to reform at the first 30 seconds to see if they can get something going for them. But back to the defense. For Cloud9, gonna go to the 2-2 split. Likely meaning that this playthrough A will hold before they cross into 10. No, they find Dashy by himself. Shotzi trying to pick up the space. We'll just watch to make sure there's no overextension. And Hook, meanwhile, will create some pressure of his own. Damage out, but no kills. 4v3, we stay with New York in the advantage.
Yeah, it's all individuals trying to make big plays for Optic to make up for that first blood that went down. The nuke is not able to find it, and it's already been 30 seconds wiped away. Cloud9 aren't giving you anything to work with. But Optic are going to take the risk and work right up mid.
Yeah, you got to do something. And Shotzi, once more, sees an opportunity not to get over the finish line. Hook just wiggling his way through Trains. Encourage bests him there. And now we have to try to force something into more difficult circumstances as it's a 2v4 over the A site.
Information already gained from C9. Hyde finds a second kill on the round. Now it's Shotzi left in a 1v4. Makes it a 1v3, but there's just too many players to account for. C9 great on the defensive side. And a lot of that has been due to their aggression. Whenever they switch that flip the switch, when they go from slow and steady, and that's 2 defensive rounds where they have done it, that has worked out for them because that has led to 2 first bloods.
Okay. Can they do it on the other side of the bomb, though? That may be the question. Because at the moment, it has been hard pressed to get first blood success for Cloud9 when we're on this side. So what do you have in store for us here for Cloud9 in that little mini break to get us going? Looks like they want to go with some aggression. 3-man hit through trains. Check the side door first. Smoke is out to block the cross. Hyde in trouble, though. And I love this, but no, Shotzzy covers it. The isolation on the Mercules eventually comes through, but it's a 3v3.
Now, even though you have barn control, you're trying to locate where one more player is, and you're able to throw great shoulders if you're Nezza through the back window and locate the nuke. But you give up your life to Dashi, and he gives you one better. Gets a second one onto Okus. It's a 1v1 now.
Encourage versus Shotzzy. And Shotzzy is going to hold the top angle. Only one shot connects, though, so Encourage is still feeling pretty healthy. Shotzzy backs away, repositions. 42 on the clock. Encourage going to elect to not play for the bomb yet. And Shotzzy's space may give him some free intel here. Yep, sure does.
Still not going to fully commit on the route. 30 seconds left. Encourage is thinking Shotzzy has to be in the vicinity. But now you got to work this objective, and you just got to hope that Shotzzy chooses wrong.
And he so far has, but clearing A. He will be in a position to move quickly over to B. Doesn't see the exit. Encourage going to play trains. Shots has already cleared so much space. He's going to try to call the bluff, but Encourage come back to check, and that's very wisely timed. Encourage wins the 1v1 and gets another round for Cloud9.
Well played from Encourage in that one-on-one, just making the play come to him. NPC in hand, we'd love to keep those gunfights up close and personal, and Shotzzy didn't want to waste any time trying to locate him because he didn't spot him on the exit. But good time to check it. Pros don't fake it. And Cloud9 get their first offense.
And nothing really too crazy about that play for Cloud9. It just comes down to the whole idea was let's isolate top bar and they eventually get the trade they want. So it's just nothing but manipulating positions on the map that they hadn't seen yet for the offensive side. Optic, very similar look to round 1. Lots of focus over the middle of the map. Dashy holds the trigger down, predicts the second. That's just next level. And first blood goes the way of Optic for free.
Yeah, you know that Cloud9, especially in Search and Destroy. If you see Hyde, Nezra, you're most likely going to see Hyde right next to him. So the pre-fire good enough for the first blood. Now C9 trying to make up for it. A very calculated risk through the smoke. It works out there for Hyde, 3v3.
Yeah, but follow-up from Hook is good. Mercules. Searching for something over the middle of the map. Will he expect that Hyde is right underneath him? And that timing is so unbelievable. Hyde wants to go re-clear trains, so there will be some knowledge here that Optic are not at B. But the bomb being planted swiftly at A, and the post plant stretching through Dashy, playing all the way up through Street. This could be something that really foils Cloud9 on their retake.
Yeah, Mercules had the information gained onto Hyde, and unfortunately can't get the gunfight, and neither does Dashy. One-on-one there versus Okus, so now it's the nuke. Turns it into a one-on-one.
Oh, and the shots from the top are really good on Okus. Follows up. Can't let the shots down. Oh, what weapon do you want?
What are we doing?
It's a reset. Okus trying to follow up. Hook. Oh, my goodness. Has he killed enough time off? Not quite. A ring around the rosy at the end. You thought maybe that was going to create just an unbelievably awkward situation, but Cloud9 find the win.
Sometimes some of your best shooters can't control the NPC. I don't know if he loses auto aim here, but down to 32 HP in a dream. We're both just going shot for shot. Can't connect onto anything, but Okus continuously was the aggressor and had the jump there onto Hook. And gets the round there done. 4C9. It's 2 1v1 secured there from Okus.
Yeah. And a little giggle from Okus. I think he also realized the awkwardness of that 1v1. Smoke up mid-map again. Cloud9 just trying to isolate away from top barn. That works out for first blood onto Shotzzy. Dashy also seen on top of the site. Stun comes through, and Nezra, while he wants to chow it, and wisely so, but a delayed nade from Hook gives you one in response, but it's not enough. Quick round from Cloud9.
Yeah, and this is what has been the key to success for C9 in Search and Destroy. Whenever they decide to be the playmakers, whenever they are the aggressors on the map, the slow and steady sometimes work, but it hasn't worked here on Fringe. Ever since they hit that pace change up, you're catching Optic off guard. And C9, even though they're so young, going up against world champions on the other side, they literally have nothing to lose. Now they're at game point.
Yeah, and I will say for Cloud9, if they do have to go to another offense, they've forced some major considerations into the defensive setup of Optic, who've now been outsmoked at mid and then overwhelmed on the outsides of the map. 2-2 split for Cloud9 defensively. A lot of that is his early nades towards B. But look how aggressive they are tempo. Again. Oh, but Dashy's gotten the read. Just can he hang with the pistol? No, not this time. And so Miraculous has to go back to this, but I don't know if he realizes there are two players here. He may have only gotten the info for one.
But the one play that they do find is Hyde. You still know that Nezra was behind enemy lines, who actually found that one-on-one gunfight versus Dashy. So you take care of Encourage on the other side. Miraculous was keeping the pitch safe. And you have information onto Nezra. You just can't trade him yet.
Able to get the reset back, but no, not quite able to get the gun back up for the follow-up gunfight. So good stuff there from Optic, mostly just to get the read in the first place. That there was the aggressive hit through A, let alone the fact that, like you say, they find Hyde first, know that Nezra's behind them. That's huge win condition for Optic.
And that's just one of those rounds where obviously the aggression has been the key to success for C9, but sitting at game point, you've been the aggressors multiple rounds in a row to get to this point. I would have loved to see them just square up and hold down their defensive setup instead of taking another risk. But Optic now forced round 10. Back to the defensive side they go, and they just got to slow down C9's aggression.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. Different spot here. Yeah, Hoop just plays a bit of a cruddy corner. That works out for one. So the information is now well and truly in hand for Optic. They follow up to find a couple of secondary kills, and that leads it just down to Okus, this time a 1v3 instead of the normal 1v1s he's been in.
They have no idea where he is. Dashy now gathers the information, and Okus is able to get that kill and get out of dodge. But it's Shotzi and Mercules on the other side. Whenever they're the duo running around the map together, it usually leads to a lot of success. So Okus, this is a very difficult clutch.
Well, he's got some space to work with here around B, but has not committed for the plant. So now it's just down to timing. And that's not going to work out for him. Okay, Optic, couple rounds in a row. And that's a really good response for them defensively, flat out, just knowing that, okay, they're hitting us with tempo, blocking out the middle of the map, so let's just play some close corners, get our first.
Yep. Yeah, that's exactly what it is, Al. Like, aggression is the only reason why they're still in this search and destroy, so let's just camp our corners and guarantee our ones on our lanes. And it's the nuke strikes for the first blood. Shotzi instantly there for kill number 2. And then you just keep the numbers on Optic's side. So from 5-3 down to round 11. Optic, are they the team on defense? Yes, they are.
Okay. Tall question to ask here for Cloud9, who are going to stray away from that B setup that they've hit a couple of rounds in a row. And now just 4-man hit A. Stuns, nades, all still coming through. Nezra playing forward, but Optic have backed off, playing the backside of the gift shop. But the nade from Encourage lands. Shotzi the first one to fall. Mercules committed on this angle for a moment. And Cloud9's going to take a moment to breathe and play their 4v3.
Yeah, realistically, just gather information before you make your next play, because job already done by finding that first kill. You're forcing Optic to be uncomfortable. You're going to commit in towards bricks. Nezra with a great shoulder. Reading the setup, there's still Optic players here, but that's going to back them down, and now we're trying to get it down.
Not quite, though. They back off. Dashy will drop. 4v2 situation. Here comes the play forward for Hook and Mercules. The re-wrap, though, for Cloud9. Hook in their way, but only finds one. Leave it just down to Merc. Has an NPC for now. And Merc is going to try to play off of an A plant. Timing. Doesn't see the planter. Slides through into the side room. Can't get away. Cloud9 take the search and destroy. And all it is was tempo to get us kicked off. And that just completely caught Optic off guard. They couldn't make the adjustments, and that's enough for Cloud9 to tie up the series.
Without question, man. Once C9 said, screw this slow and steady, try to pick apart Optic setup. No, we're just going to take all 4 guns to one side of the map and hopefully walk away with the win. And that helps so much when you are able to execute that much space initially into a round. You take Tin, you take Junkyard, and no players from Optic are showing presence on that side of the map, so you know that they're going to be playing backed up. So you invest the frags in towards bricks. That's able to connect for the first blood. And even though you don't rush that bomb plant, you take your sweet time working the objective, you still were in firm control of that round. So Cloud9, just like they did last stage, get maps underneath their belt through the search and destroy, and now we have a tied series.
Yes, we do. That means we will see that gridlock hard point that we were alluding towards earlier before this map had started. But before we do, we're going to be taking a look at Scar Overload. And really doesn't matter what the map is for Optic on Overload, they're going to like seeing it. Whereas for Cloud9, a couple of reps and a couple of wins on Scar Overload. That was where they were able to find some of their series wins, is by way of winning the 2-3-5. So we'll see if they can find a way to muster that versus Optic. We'll come back with Scar at the backside of the break.
Faltam mais 3 mapas. Pra gente ver quem vai passar para a próxima fase. Tem parece uma criança aqui nesse jogo. Esse parece uma senhora. Loirinho
Our champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams log in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to phasevegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now. Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Controle mais feio que da PlayStation.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Billy, lie.
But what the hell? What the hell is that?
Wait, that guy's bowling. Wait, he's watching bowling. Look, look. You see, he's watching bowling.
Yeah, what the fuck? I gotta troll, bro.
Wait, is he trolling? Wait, is he trolling?
Wait, he has to be trolling.
Wait, is he trolling? He's gotta be trolling, right? Wait, he's gotta be trolling, right?
No.
That's not right. That's an Easter egg from the CDL.
Don't sterilate Hydra, please. Holy.
Oh. Encore.
What do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn.
Sexy.
And then I got into the green room and everyone
Acho
said,
ridículo esse short.
It's just a little too small, but it works.
Blues, hein?
They're playing
Palhaço.
They are both water, three, one shot. There's two water. They went red, Clay. They went
Esse jogo bonito é ver ridículo.
Both inside red. They went front door.
He's hopping. Watch me.
Water. I had your word. Back door. They didn't see you yet. Nice! Let's go, Clay!
Yes, sir.
Welcome back there, friends. If you're looking to get involved and get active at a major 3 is right around the corner. It's going to be an absolute banger. It's another part of a DreamHack event, which means there is going to be plenty to do before, during, and after the event itself. 3-day ticket packages are now on sale. Make sure you scan that QR code right there and get involved. Get there. Come and see us. Come and see the gang, the fam. We're pumped. We're pumped to get back into the Deep South, Jay. Again, I haven't been there since Modern Warfare, so it's going to be fun to see who turns out. And be fun to see who shows up to play, because we still got 2 more spots from Challengers to get into the Pro-Am. Challengers Major, or pardon me, Major 3. Season 3 of the Elite is going to be starting up next Wednesday and Thursday. You do not want to miss it. It's going to be insane. I mean, hopefully Bush Boys don't crash any more vehicles. That would be a good place to start. But I'm pumped to get at it.
No, I'm super excited to get after it, man, because you just never know with Pro-Am tournaments. You might be able to watch on the screen versus some of the best in the world, the next up and coming talent. And that's what I was able to do back in the day. Even though it wasn't a challenger scene, it was still just being an amateur, and that was Dashy for me. Like, I located the guy in IW, picked him up, and now he's a 2-time world champion. Again, happy birthday to Big Brucey. I know he's not where he wants to be in the series, tied up at 1, but job's not done yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, the series builds with a lot of opportunity in front of them. Anything Overload, like we mentioned, you're going to be liking that if you're Optic. Just as a mode in general, they're dominating. But Gridlock, it just feels like it should be fine for them, no problem. Just based on how they've played Hardpoint in general. I think it's just, again, I know it plays very differently than when it did in BO4, but I think with the speed and the timing that Optic can play at with their subs out, I think they're going to be fine on Gridlock. They seem like they're built to be a good Gridlock team. So
we're guaranteed to see it in this series in the map number 4, and Optic, as long as they do the little things correctly, win your rotations, SMG's continuously just setting so much pace, that should be a really good map for them. But we got to get through this Scar Overload first, because this was 4 respawns secured out of C9 last stage. 2 of them came on Scar Overload. This is their best Overload, so you can't overlook them.
See what you did there. Overlook. Love that.
You like that?
It was fine. It was passable.
I'm not the best. I'm not good at working the way you and Ross and Chance. Oh, you guys are fantastic. I'm just a guy.
Don't loop me in with Miles. There's none other in-word play game than Miles. But I think the thing here for Cloud9 is, we talked about this like at the middle part of Major 2 qualifiers when this team was just very clearly off the rails. The question that we kind of asked generally, not to anyone in specific, was like, how much time did the organization say that this team was going to have before they started considering things like moves? Because even if you're performing poorly, but like, hey, you are R4 for the rest of the year unless something crazy happens. Okay, like, we can at least know we have some security and we can worry about getting better as a squad and not panicking every time you load up into a CDL lobby of, am I going to have a job tomorrow? So I think with that, now knowing that, hey, you didn't make it to Birmingham, didn't have a chance to play in the play-in, maybe the season was going to be over. Nope, we're still a 4-man team. Cool. Like, it just resets the mental, and I'll be interested to see how much improvement they have here on this Overload, especially considering, like you mentioned, hey, 2 of their 3 Overload wins were on this map.
Yeah, it's just so tough for Cloud9 as an organization in general, because realistically, they're already out of champs. And if you're any amateur players that want to make it up to the pro scene, why would you even take that risk of joining a team that's not making it to the biggest tournament and doesn't really put yourself in the best scenario to play up against the best? So you might as well continue to fight down there in challengers. So C9 decided to stick it out with this young core, and realistically, this might be good for their careers, knowing that they're committed to them now, because all you're doing every single match that you spawn if you're C9 is improving versus the best. So they're going to turn in a new leaf potentially next season.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. I mean, for Cloud9 in Boston, they would have to do something insane in this back half of the year. We're talking like
a minor.
Or like be high in the positionings for that, be a top seed or a top 4 seed at a major by way of qualifications. Like, yeah, you're absolutely right. It had to be a borderline miracle run. But it's not over yet, and a stop here defensively has Cloud9 trying to muster back some ground to fight with.
Yeah, but you're fighting with the EMP in your hand out of blue. And Optic already found the initial 2 kills, but they have completely disregarded Encourage. He's like, all right, you guys can have all those fights. I'm just going to take the EMP and steal the first score away. I don't know if Optic are paying attention to the mini-map or even the screens, but C9 getting the board first.
Insane. Sometimes all it takes, though, is that small window and just run right through.
That was a massive window, Al.
That was a truck drive through that window, brother. Dashing up top. Ooh, nice shots back, but can't find the win. But Cloud9 being a little bit staggered and held off of the respawn really just has us both playing in each other's spawns, but that's 3-4 dead. Chance to grab and possibly go, but Encourage would have to win a couple of fights off spawn. He gets one, turns, finds Shotzzy looking at something else, but the kill still comes through in moment of pause here to Cloud9's offense.
Yeah, all C9 had to do right there was just guarantee that no one was going to spawn on the backside of the green, but one player gets the opportunity, and it's Shotzzy, and he's able to find 4 kills in sync after that. Now you're on the back foot with Shotzzy streaking. You gotta camp on the backside of blue, alleviate the pressure through the front. Shotzzy on 6 in a row. Don't have the EMP in hand, and this is realistically working out for C9.
Yeah, sure is. But Shotzzy, I was gonna say a 6 in a row could possibly be building towards the Hellstorm, but that streak gets shut down. 2:15 now on the clock. Cloud9 dominant over the middle of the map, looking for more through green. That doesn't fully work out. Optic have picked their battleground, fighting over the bop side of this white wall, but Hook only finds one, and now Mercules, who is searching for the red dot haze, will have to wait for help, and he's not going to be allowed to.
He has to continue to try to finesse, but just gets overwhelmed by the guns on the side of C9. Now in control of the EMP again, but you're not reading these routes out of shots, so you quickly take care of him. Just not allowing Optic to be on the attack is fantastic until this opportunity. The nuke finds a double, they're already in your spawn.
Yeah, and you've got Merc also cutting off the spawners, so this should be a free score. And it will just barely to actually able to get past the finish line there. Hyde giving it a heck of a defensive effort, but just a little bit late to the party. So 1-1 tied up. 125 in this first half, and Cloud9 already have red control with a little bit of presence in market, so a chance to possibly set some offensive looks up.
Man, Optic has so much trust in Shotzzy's plays, especially in Overload, because every time he comes off spawn out, you can just see it on the mid-map. He's overextending every time. He has so much trust in his teammates to lock down the opposite side. With them getting the kills, with me working on the pinch, I'm going to control a majority of the map. He's been doing it since the beginning of this game. He cannot continue to get away with it in Overload.
Yeah, I'll say. Book able to find one in the crossover towards top plane. Dashy running behind that play, but Cloud9 holding him back this moment. Dashy wins one with the pistol. Mercules now the last one standing in front of the A zone, but he will be felled. And everything will have to reset.
So wait for Shotzzy.
Dashy's gonna hang out. Yeah, Dashy's gonna just keep all the attention on his direction, wait for the pinch, but doesn't fully work out. Shotzzy now by himself would have to go bananas. And he's found the first. Dashy's pistol works out for other. Hold on, it's just got to find one more win. It's just down to the last shot to land, and it's going to be an opportunity for Mercules to pick up the fallen EMP and try to score. Can't quite get through. Shotzzy still alive and kicking. Kobe over the top. Dashy working with them, and that patience may lead to the score. Forced team kill comes out, and eventually the last defender will drop. Score in right before the half. It's 2-1 to Optic.
It's just like how Optic continuously is setting up these plays. Even though they give up that first score miraculously with Encourage just getting out of dodge uncontested, while kills are going in favor of Optic, everything after that was for the green wall. Just cannot continue to keep getting away with this if you're Shotzzy. A player from C9 off the respawn needs to watch the OE because he is breaking them down every time behind enemy lines. And that has truly been the difference maker in this game, because I feel like Cloud9, especially on the first set, once they get that first score, they had all green control. You don't block back green, and it allows Shotzzy to get that spawn, going 4 in a row. Then every single time off the respawn, hitting the OE, streaking every single chance he gets, and just way too hard of a player to keep track of sometimes. Cloud9 not even trying.
And I love that. Just another look at a small kind of overload moment where Dashy is by himself, but he's got the plane heady, so he's just going to hold the EMP and let Shotzzy and Hook run onto that flank. It just pulls the attention so quickly. Hercules first blood. Dashy a second here as we get into the second half. Hyde in some trouble, forced to take the gunfight, and he will fall. Last one left of Diokas as the initial spawner comes out, and look at Shotzzy. Exactly right. Everyone's focused on the front. Here's Shotzzy behind you. Has already found himself one. Nezra trying to
man,
work. Eventually he falls, but Optic will control the middle of the map behind that play.
I know Optic pushed up a little bit farther on the map with the map control in their back pocket. The nuke clutches up for his first gunfight. You're already showing a lot of presence over towards green and EMP in your possession. They have no idea where Mercules is, and if they make it through that mid-cut, Mercules is going to block the spawns, and this should be score number 3 there for the green wall.
Yeah, no, turn on to Hyde as well. Now off the reload. Oh, mercy. Yeah, And this is where it starts to get a little out of hand. But the problem is the only player who needed to stay alive was Dashy over towards the plane heady. And Courage was trying to see if maybe he had an opening to just grab and go behind that kill. Not going to work. Dashy right back off the respawn. Gets 2 and steps away from the trade. Almost had a chance at Encourage. Mercury's trying to follow behind that, but Cloud9 are going to get the kills. Only problem is the EMP is reset and Shotzi's going to play a little bit of bodyguard on it for a moment.
Yeah, thankfully Hyde predicts that someone could potentially be top green, and that's exactly the guy we're looking for in Shotzi. Now you are on the attack. EMP already at that tank area. Just got to get past Ashy, and now Shotzi. But it's Shotzi off the respawn, finds a double, stalls out time for the nuke to clean up the rest, and Optic get the goal line stop.
Yeah, that was an interesting moment right there for Cloud9. You had 3 total players stacked up at white wall, one of them being the EMP. You get 1 kill, but it looked like the EMP carrier was just waiting for everyone to drop first instead of trying to score through the chaos, which I say that, and that's exactly what happens here over towards the B zone. So the score still comes through nonetheless. 1 point game, 2:45 on the clock, and Hyde is trying to keep the pressure on for possibly a relay. Cloud9 will fall, leaving Nezra by himself. Decent shots, but the trade will eventually come through.
Yeah, but Optic are fighting out in their spawn. Now they're waiting for Hooks. Late pinch around the map to alleviate the pressure around that mid streak. And he's able to give you one better. Already finds kill number 2. EMP spawning over towards Motel. Oh yeah, this is Optic score number 4.
Sure feels that way unless these 2 off spawn can do something about it. No, not going to happen. Plus 3 dead behind this. Uh-oh. Now you're spawn trapped. EMP about to set itself up over through mid. Dashy connecting onto 1 more before dropping. Mercury's in some trouble. Leaves the space and gives it to Hook, who's on 5. And, oh, the spawn out from Okus may have just saved a follow-up score because he spawns red thanks to the pressure to Optic across the spawn. And Cloud9 will have a chance to possess.
Yeah, Mercury's just too quick. Looking at the backside of green allows Okus to get that motel spawn to shut down that offensive play. Now Cloud9 is still keeping themselves into this game. They just need these kills to go their way. You're going trade for trade until Mercury's gives you 2. That's 3, make it all 4 dead. 1 player still gets the green spawn, and Shotzi is potentially going to be aware of it, but a minute 30 left to go.
And Shotzi just backs over towards staircase side, finds 1. Mercury's
Mercury's parece uma criança.
5 on the board. Mercury's back over to the NPC, not done, as he's able to find a little bit of damage before dropping.
Não parece nem rapaz, parece mais boneco ou uma criança.
Has Optic up big, 60 seconds to time, 3.
And now all you have to do is just find a way to kills in sync, because you're looking to retrieve the map control just as quickly as Cloud9 just took it away from you. But you already found 2 kills at the right time. Kill number 3
Tem cara de criança e são muito maiores do que a gente não imagina.
Yeah. Dashy will hold the front line. Knows that 1 player is slipped behind him. That's found by Hook, who doesn't get the better of Okus. Trade is still involved. Low HP obliterates Hyde. And that will be the final touches on map number 3. EMP surely about to reset. Dashy's still dancing with this gunfight over towards Delhi. He will eventually win it. And even though there are a couple of kills that may lead to a final score here for Cloud9, it's another impressive map for Optic, especially in the second half.
Dude, it's just like what Hook and Shotzi are getting away with in both respawns in this series so far is insane to me. Like Shotzi having so much trust in his teammates. We're obviously world champions at that. Some of the best ARs that we also have in the game to guarantee their kills on one side while he continuously is working the late pinch. And this is an issue with the update. You know, overtime for some reason is still going to force even if you're up by 3. But it doesn't matter. Optic get the win on the overload. And it's due to the SMGs just continuously getting lost. And Cloud9 can't find these guys.
Yeah, man, it's just like that's something that we saw. You could even say like all the way back to the beginning of the game with like Paris, for instance. Just like when they're winning that opening gunfight by way of an AR, then yeah, the SMGs are just going to run and fly. And that's, again, you know, to put it simply, essentially what we're seeing in a lot of ways from Optic as well is that, hey, we've got space to work with. We're going to use it. Like, we're not just going to sit back and play a 4v3. We're going to get active. They just do it at a level that no one else is really touching right now, across the respawns in particular. So 330 bombs for Optic in the map. 3 players over 3,500 damage. But Mercury's is 3 scores still takes the cake in terms of
No resto tá mais ou menos no 30, 40 minutos de transmissão, mais ou menos. Nosso exato 30 a 35, 40 no máximo.
Of the players that they need to keep track of, and then
Aqui no resto de
execute
transmissão.
some of these plays, because they found themselves in a lot of situations where they get to the goal line. Like you said, this one time where they go triple white wall through the middle of the map and have your EMP carriage slowly working towards plane. If someone just goes alongside him, you can instantly retrieve that EMP and quickly get that score, but you kept on giving Optic opportunities to find one gunfight to slow you down, and they found just enough. Basically dominate here on this overload. Now up 2-1 in this series, going into a map that they have yet to play on Gridlock, but they're going to be pretty familiar with it.
Yeah, it's our production team in my ear was saying that, by the way, 22 people in the CDL pickups had picked Cloud9 to win this series, just agents of chaos. Yeah, yes, they were agents of chaos right there. Just saying, we want the most chaotic situation to happen. And I'm sure after the opening, you know, okay, we're competitive in the first hard point. You're looking good. First 3 hills, and then, search and destroy. Hey, we made a little bounce back, a little comeback. We get a win. Who knows what happens at Overload? A new hard point map? Like, those agents of chaos are, you know, you just don't know. But, yeah, it's just one of those things, and I don't have the numbers to support this claim. I'm just remembering, like, Dashy on Gridlock was a problem back in Black Ops 4. Like, I remember, like, Cell being a problem on this map. I remember Dashy being a problem on this map. I'll be interested to see if that was indeed the case, or if it's just like some kind of placebo effect of thinking about those teams of old. I'm also thinking of like some of that E6 roster. Like I remember, Frosty was a problem on this map.
I remember.
How about that for a shout?
That was the Badox. Like, if you had the Badox in your hand, you're putting yourself a lot of these straight shooters on head glitches with a gun that could do it all. And now you got the M15 in your hand. All you got to do is win a rotation. And we're talking about Optic here, who are fundamentally sound when you talk about the respawns, besides that grand final. But you're still up 2-1 on a new map on Gridlock. Like I said, they're going to be pretty familiar with, but what we saw in map number 1, SMG presence 4C9 was there. It's just when you got to the second half of the game and you started losing track of the SMG presence on the other side is when it drastically started to turn on its head. So you gotta keep track of who gets shots. They can't keep making big plays.
Yeah, man, and again, I think that this map will probably pull the spotlight a little bit further away from the SMGs just because first kills matter, I feel like, so much, especially when you're dealing with some of the hard points that take long route rotations. You know, going from 4 to 1, middle of the map controls everything. ARs, you assume, are going to be there. Same thing going from 1 to 2. Getting that street control early is huge, whether you do it from the grandma side of the map or if you do it back towards fire, fine. Doesn't really make much of a difference. It really is just kind of that rotation from 2 to 3 where you see, okay, maybe an SMG can get into showers or towels, and then that can cause some control over the map. But it does feel like the focus is going to be put onto players like Ocus here, like for Cloud9. Against those opening duels that he's going to be facing, likely against a Dashy or a Mercules. That's where my big question mark is, I think, for this Cloud9 team, to see if they are beating more well-rounded, or are they just going to be NPC merchants with players like Nezra and their individual POV?
Yeah, that's the thing. I was like, I would have agreed with you before that update with the new meta coming into play. Yeah, the AR should be able to dominate Gridlock. But for some reason, it doesn't matter if you're playing AR maps, SMG maps. Everyone is running multiple NPCs with how much ground you're able to cover. So you got to be prepared, even if you're the SMG players, for the aggression on the map. So as we get in towards the P1, C9 not spawning on the side that they want, but you're getting the initial time to start.
Yeah, Shotzi is going to watch the OE off the get-go. Able to find Hyde, but not
Vamos à última partida, hein, galera. Essa aqui é a última partida que vencer, venceu, hein?
Flip the spawns around instantly, and how about this from Encouraged? How would you ever predict this? And the answer is you don't. 4-man feed.
A partida dura mais ou menos uns 40 minutos no máximo.
Control spawns well enough, and Nezra backing up to over.
É mínimo, né? Esperando 1h30 no máximo cada partida.
A flawless break-off followed by a fantastic hold on your first attempt. Only going to give up 10 seconds here to the green wall, but at least you have players over towards that 18-wheeler already. So Nezra in a very crucial position. But it seems off the minimap that Dashi was going to be able to spot him. Nezra finds that first kill, and all he's trying to do is finesse, and he's doing a great job of doing that.
Yeah. Really, really well done. Pushes Dashi back. Forces Hoop to come try to find the kill. That won't work. So Nezra, 4-1 start. Cloud9 are blanking Optic through the first hill and change. Hyde taking control of market. And whoa, eventually shut down by Shotzi, but he is low, and Nedra will say that's an easy cleanup. 49-0. Optic scrambling to get their feet back under them.
That's for making big time plays on the backside. You know that Optic are gonna break over through bridge side for their first attempt, so you're able to execute 4 kills in a row, make it kill number 5, and now your teammates are just watching in front of them because all Optic are left to do is just sprint forward or hit that rotation. So C9 are basically going to be up 90-0 as we head over towards P3, but Optic are going to be able to stabilize because they're fully set up.
Yeah, Nedra working on a long route throw. Very well may create some chaos of his own. Ook should be traded and is. Nedra timing on this breakthrough, not going to work. It's too many crossfire setups, so Optic now on the board. But a little bit of trouble controlling spawns at the moment. They've got a natural pinch being developed against them with Encourage still playing over towards Shower side. He's going to find a second. And now the play through small rooms on the way. Dashy trying to find something. Only gets one, and that's a quick counter break for Cloud9.
There's no way the ISO player, while all of his teammates are working the opposite side, is able to give you 3 on that push. Encourage. Massive. With the NPC to locate all those gunfights and now lead to a great break here for C9 because Optic have yet to stabilize on the map. All right, you win the rotation, that's cool, but we're not finding trades when we desperately need them. But this is the moment they can desperately hang their head high. You get all 4 dead. You're going to walk away with this final 20 to 25 seconds at the P3, but it's all about this next wave of fights for P4.
Courage trying to watch the back route. Nedra will be nearby to play for his trade if needed. And it very well may be needed, and it is. Dashy, Merc, able to find the first. Ook another, leaving Hyde by himself. Good prediction onto the back door, but cannot find the win versus Ook. So, yeah, Okus will still spawn behind. But awareness here from Optic is strong. Merculus just can't quite win the gunfight. So now Hook is going to try to force the trade, and he will collect, and Optic will hold from the front now.
Hey, you can just tell Optic have been putting in the work. Get that parallel spawn if you are Mercury's over towards that back alley. Someone has to be towards the back line, so you secure the backside, but not as strong as you want it to be to hold down that front push. The nuke's on 5 in a row. Last player on the time is going to be Okus, and now C9 are just forced to give this up. There's no way you break this through street.
Yeah, they are in some trouble here playing on this corner at street. That ATM room now being pushed out from, and Hook, yeah, 6 in a row. Almost able to get the snap over to Okus for one more, but Shotzi will pick up where he left off. 4 in a row for Shotzi. Optic back to within 30 points. We'll rotate over to P1, where Optic is controlling both sides of the bridge right now.
Shotzi again streaking. Picks up some time off of the HP. Not able to earn himself the Hellstorm with a great route there from Okus to go top broken. And now if you're C9, you're just playing keep away until you find a majority of the kills in sync, and that's 3 dead. C9 are in.
Mercury still hunting for one around the back. Can't quite find it. Instead turns to find Encourage looking at him. Ook another. And now we can finally force the gunfight, but Nedra wins it with a pistol. Optic will still get the break into the hill for now, but Shotzi caught to the mantle. Encourage turns that into 2. And the only one who can really influence the hill now would be Hook, but he's going to be figured out from behind. So you've got to hold this, or break this rather, from the front if you're Optic.
You got to contest this. Don't give up this time. You already have players thinking about that next HP, and you have been able to flip the spawns on its head. So just like in map number 1, Al, Optic powerball in the first set, making the adjustments that they need to keep themselves into the mix. Only down by 30, but fully set up off the rotation.
Yeah, have to win this opening setup. And Hook will start things off on the right foot. Shotzi following behind that, but gets shut down. Cloud9 playing through bridge. Will get the overpass into their control. Mercury's trying to work to regain alongside Hook. And they've got Hyde in their sights towards bus stop. Nowhere for him to go. Optic successful for the first 20.
And look at how much space Shotzi is clearing out. Already pushed him to the front side of B4. You know that all of Cloud9 have to be swanning at that P3 area. And it's the thing about gridlock in this title, Al, because back in the day, it was a 5v5. You have more players around the map that can influence certain spawns, but there was no way in hell spawns were like this, that punishing, to where you don't even get a chance potentially going again towards P2, and the time that you do is for only 15 seconds, and you lose a rotation to do. So Cloud9, a very bad situation that they just put themselves in.
Yeah, Hook on 6, Merc on 6, close to a second Hellstorm. Oh, goodness. Dashy's still on 5. Optic in control. P3 now available. As Cloud9 will get things kicked off with a bit of time, but we'll jump over to see how Optic set themselves up with the Texas. Listen it.
Watch out, Towers. Watch out, Towers.
Towers dead. No, one close up in showers. Close up in showers.
I can shriek this up.
Wait, yeah, I have a shriek as well. You should shriek.
I'm holding the back. I might play small.
I'm gonna need small.
Yo, one on top. Yo, they're both sides of showers. 2-2. It's a 2-2 split.
One's push out our koi. Push out our koi. He's John small. John close small now.
I have koi.
Spawned ice cream, so.
What if their side at the... He's jiggling it?
I think he's in a corner close.
Yeah, they're just ironing close.
Yeah, encourage us close.
Backside. I'm over.
I have left side.
And close corner.
Close corner.
Yeah, I'm out to it. They're trying.
What's squaring out? You push out house.
That one.
I spawned out.
Trying to help you.
Yo, one spot for new then.
One shot, hide in the back.
Oh, one is gonna be new already.
There's definitely one through.
Yeah,
somewhere on there.
I spawned out. Yo, there's one from new.
Backside 2 weak. Backside 2 weak.
Or actually, I think they all spawned out. I don't know.
Backside 2 dead. One more back door new. Going on time.
I spawned in the back.
Back door in the top house.
Maybe. They're gonna be
one shot front new high.
We got time.
Backside tree.
He's back door now.
Back statue. Okay, it's half health.
I spawned in the back.
He's going info, I think. Maybe. Not sure. Nice shots.
I'm just gonna play.
Push out the back.
Yeah. He's telling me blue check. Hard telling me blue check. He's probably up top.
No, top. Top dead.
Top dead. I'm one shot here.
Time weak.
Front, I got naded.
Behind front door.
Well, great moments coming through here for Cloud9. We're going to get the last 20 seconds or so at P4. Optic, not desperately in need of it, but at least need to keep it away from Cloud9, who are still going to push for one more hit.
I mean, without a doubt. If you're Optic, you need this time because we're going back over towards the P1, and some of our pushes on these break attempts still need work. But it's a 15-point difference. As we go into our third set, you clear out everyone towards P4 side, and now you're fully set up with the Hellstorm. You just don't have any trophy systems on the objective, but thankfully you got all the gunnies working. Mercules finds a double Optic in.
Yeah, now you're going to get a trophy from Merc. That should be good to gain them the lead back, as Cloud9 are looking to set up a pinch if they can, but Shots is already in position to stop that from happening, and he's going to find 3, just blowing everyone away. And the last chance for Cloud9 to break through this hill is going to have to be by way of the P4 Grandma's house spawn, which is not what you want, especially knowing that P2 is going to move you all the way over towards 18.
But you don't lose here if you are C9. So the best thing you can do is just try to go trade for trade. Don't give up this full 20 seconds because you know that Optic have that Hellstorm if they need to break it at the next HP. Able to clean out house through the middle of the map. You are forfeiting the spawns at least for now, but Hyde already getting behind enemy lines. Able to find a kill as well. So Mercules, you need this trade.
Able to find it cleanly. Pinch through market from Shotzi. Lots of damage, but can't quite finish on the Nedra. Oh, nice nade. Hook's gonna call in the Hellstorm behind that success. But he is way out over towards Dojo, so these last remaining players for Optic need to find that last couple of members over towards ATM. And it looks like for now, those players will stay alive and Cloud9 will have a chance to break one more attempt.
Yeah, they need to find some kills and find them quickly because Hoop the Nuke is working on this late pinch. He was just trying to hope that his teammates were able to stall a lot of time so they didn't flip the spawns. They're able to clear out the backside off of Dashy's double. So 25 seconds here at the P2. Cloud9 are not willing to get this up for free. Encourage one's a one-on-one. Ocus one's a one-on-one towards the backside. So they're keeping this one very mixy.
Yeah, and Optic, just with the last couple of players, we're just going to commit to playing for this scrap time. That is an important, about net 20 points, as Optic will put themselves close to 230, and more importantly, keep Cloud9 away from the 220 mark. So 230, 210 on the nose. Over towards New. Shotzi's nade kicks us off. Pitch from Mercules also good. Ocus, can he find anything to start this off? Has a couple of tags, but is in some trouble. Has help on the way, though. Cloud9 now flooding forward, looking for the contest.
Yeah, that's going to be a GG, Al. They found the initial 2 kills with the Hellstorm to force them indoors, walk right into the pre-aim of the rest of his teammates. And Optic on the final push here from C9. They're not going to get it. Are able to close out the series in 4 and put 1-0 next to the new map, Gridlock HP.
Yeah, man, I'll say, I think that there are going to be a lot of moments that the squad is going to look back on it and say, ooh, this got a little bit sloppy. We didn't really fully commit to where we needed 100%. To. We weren't able to find success off those pinches that we're trying to build. Maybe the timings weren't available for them to really get away with that. On the flip side, though, Cloud9, I think, also had a really solid approach, just generally speaking, knowing where they needed to be at the right times, which is always step number one on a new map is, okay, we're in a position of break. How do we want to set that up? Do we want to play for spawns first? Do we want to play for the hill first? And depending on which hard point it is, those conversations may change. And for Cloud9, again, respectable outcome. To be 210, 250, 100%. Where you really only had what? They had what? 2 rotation wins, I think, in total, maybe two definitive ones that I can remember counting. So
first set they won.
You take that
2 P3. You get to the second set,
and then the second set.
Yeah, they had a couple. They had more than 2.
Yeah, 2 or 3. Yeah.
Great series though. C9, man. I'll take that.
I was about to say.
Optic.
Go ahead.
No, versus Optic, fantastically played. Yeah. Like, you come on at both HPs. I know the Death's touching on how much points they're going to get in both hard points combined. They only thought we were going to go to 1. And they were able to go blow for blow until Optic eventually came to light. And the S&D is the biggest thing that I took away. They still are strong in that mode. So great plays out of C9. It's just Optic are a different beast.
Yeah, I think just general. I was going to say the exact same thing, different words. Like overall, I think you're going to be walking away with a lot of positivity for Cloud9. Problem is, you still have to play FaZe in this split. You have to play. Who else do you got here? No, these are the completed matches. They already played. They got to play LA, Carolina, Riyadh, and Toronto. They got to play a couple of tough opponents, and they start the minor against Minnesota, who look vulnerable. So. Should be fun. I mean, I'm excited to see what this Cloud9 team has to offer throughout this qualifier. It looks like they've all got job security through the major, so see what they can offer us. We'll head back to the desk to give us their thoughts to close out the day, though.
Impressive performance in the L, just like Boston today, showing more life despite the L. It's a good sign. You can build on this. You're not expected to win this one, right, Al?
Absolutely. I mean, look, they were able to take a map off. They took the S&D like we were talking about, and even in the hard points, there were some moments of greatness. Listen, Cloud9 for right now, dude, they're just trying to sell like them as players in the league, right? And I feel like they've definitely all had their individual moments, but when you're going up against a team like Optic, we even saw it in this map number 4. Like Optic goes down basically 100 points, but once they get going, they I think went on a combined team streak of like 17 kills. It is so hard to stop them.
Who had the prettiest camera today, Nameless?
I mean, wait, camera? Vibey?
In-game.
Oh, in-game. I mean, I would say, you know, there's some bright sides on the side of Cloud9. Like map 1, Nedra was looking good. Like he was flying around making plays. On the side of Optic, it just felt like, you know, these guys they're excited for the celebration of Dashy's birthday later today. So a little bit sloppy, but yeah, I mean, you know, if you're Optic, Ali just mentioned it, you went down 100 and you just had a full rotation where you just basically started slamming. We, you know, in the green room equated it to like, they're just like a freight train. Once they're going, they're so hard to stop. But there were opportunities for Cloud9 in this one. You think about the very end, like on that rotation in P3, they're pushed out both sides. One of the players just kind of runs through and gets shot from a corner. That's just a heads up play by Optic, just playing patient. And Cloud9 aren't checking those corners at this time in the game yet.
It was really unfortunate, especially because that shower hill specifically, they had done so well on the entirety of the game. And I think it was Merc. Merc was like right outside small room and had a natural pinch, and you just don't pick up that player. He shoots you in the back. Suddenly all the arrows are turning. Things get chaotic. And that's gridlock.
Hockey has hat tricks. We have hat tricks. It's your scuff play of the game on my single.
That means you got to break it down.
Just like bam! Let's take a look here at Shotzzy. He likes to score.
Yeah, he likes to score. He also likes to knife his teammates.
Get out of the way.
But yeah, you know, Shotzzy, you know, all the time, not showing up on the scoreboard, but making huge plays. Also, Hook. I mean, these guys in Overload, since the start of the game, they have been the best Overload team, and you see it once again. Like, when they have ball in their hand, they're just maneuvering. You don't know where they're truly going to end up, and before it's too late, they're just scoring goals like this.
Breaking ankles, Shotzzy scoring 3. Another hat trick in Overload as Optic gets the 3-1 win despite losing that round 11. We got Dashy, the birthday boy, joining us live. Welcome into the Monster Winner Spotlight, the eldest player in the league, the wisest and most handsome on his birthday. Bruce, how are we feeling after that win over Cloud9 tonight?
Yeah. So oldest player in the league turns a year older, so it's getting actually kind of chalk for me. So yeah, the days are numbered for the kid.
Do you feel any difference in your thumbs these days? Because I remember Ogre 2 at like 26 started putting his hands in ice water before his games.
No, we're doing just fine here.
See? He takes care of himself. Go ahead.
Speaking of that, you know, coming into this stage, it is a SMG's meta. How's that feel for you? Are you going to be whipping out the NPC more and more often going forward, or what, man?
Absolutely. I mean, if that thing is in its current state, then I'm basically the flex now, pulling out the first AR or the 4 sub, so it's going to be fun.
Fair enough.
Dashy, I got kind of asked a similar question to FaZe earlier of like, is there any other team giving you problems right now? Or is it kind of like you and FaZe and the separation starting to get bigger? I wanted your opinion on that.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously you got to say Gentlemen still just because, I mean, they won the first event. Still a lot of good teams. I mean, Toronto's looking a lot better. Thieves, so at the end of the day, we just got to worry about us because, I mean, every team's grinding, so.
Of course.
Pretty much it.
Dashy, I had Nameless put together a top 10 list. Can you guess how many Optic members made it in?
The Dynasty, that's already 4. You got to put Shotsy there.
No, it's of this game.
The current CDL players.
Oh, current CDL players. Ooh.
He said he spent 2 hours on this.
Did.
All 4 of us, bro. What?
There's 3. There's 3.
There's 3 out of the 4. The crazy is like, who's the 4th left
Did
out?
Bruce make the cut?
Did oldest player in the league.
He did. He made the cut.
Good news.
Bruce is him.
I'll take it.
Stay locked, my guy. Enjoy your celebration tonight.
April
You're wrapped
birthdays.
for the week, but we'll catch you next weekend.
Thank you, guys. I expect 5 gifted later, so appreciate
5
you guys.
gifted minimum. Head on over to Dashy's channel. In the meantime, Nameless, we've got a lot of chatting to do here on the show.
Let's do
Can
it.
you walk us through? What do we got building here?
Yeah, so let's walk over to the big wall. We got the top 10 players in the game. So I spent quite a bit of time going over this, trying to figure out who I think, you know, rounds out our top 10. And at the top of it, you see we have Simp. He's been ridiculous this year. He's top 3 in hardpoint S&D. He's number 2 overall in the season. You look at the rest of this list, and you see Mercury's number 2, the most consistent player, I think, in the game.
Yeah, easy.
Joe Deceive's stats are ridiculous. I think oftentimes, like, when looking at the top list this year, people put him down a little bit too far, 7, 8, 9. His stats are through the roof. I mean,
Joey
you're talking
V
to guys,
number 3.
the number 1 overload player in the game, top 10% in damage. He's got a 1.07 S&D. That's his worst mode. 1.07.
Not bad, not bad.
Insane, massive impact. You look down
everybody's over here. I feel really
come on in.
Abuza, a 1.27 in S&D. He is elite level damage. Like, this guy is taking over games. Think back to the major, the amount of hard points he just popped takeover. The statistics back it up. He's top 10 across the board. And then moving down, Scrap, Ali, you look like you got something to say about it.
I just wanted to give even Ant some more props. I did flag this. I was like, I don't know. Don't you feel like Abuza should be above Joe? But Ant gave me a really good point that not only is in SMG meta and Joe have been putting up those numbers in the AR meta in the first half of this season, but also just considering Toronto Koi was in the top 4 team until right now, and he was still doing that. So I just want to make a shout of why those 2 are where they are.
And you got Abuza over Scrap right now. Is that just because he raised the trophy and Scrap hasn't?
He's got better stats than Scrap. And when you look at it, the search and destroy, the 1.3, the sniper, what he's able to do, taking over games and winning a chip, got to put him above him. But Scrap, still the damage dealer. We know what he can do. He's going to be a mainstay in the top 5. Moving on, Shotsy, elite at search and destroy, 1.18, but his overall impact, the stats don't exactly match the place he is on this list, but his impact is second to none. You just saw it.
You just saw it in Overload.
I mean,
exactly.
you just saw it.
The Rancor pick, though, at number 7 may be the biggest surprise because Miami is one of the lowest on our leaderboards compared to all the rest of these players.
Yeah, I think he's top 5 in hardpoint, 7th in overload, elite level, top percentile of damage, deserves to be on this list. The guy can take over respawn at any point, so he's top 7. Ghosty, I think, going to take a lot of people by surprise. Ridiculous.
I do wish he was higher up.
The
That's
last
all I wish.
month and a half, I don't think people recognize what Ghosty's been able to do. This guy's 2nd overall HP player. You look at him, he's top 10% in overload goals, 9th overall on the season, deserves the 8th spot on this list.
Why do you have Ghosty behind Rancor? What was the determination between the ARs?
Because the ability to lay down damage in respawn. Ghosty picks up a lot of hill time, has a high KD, but the impact, when you look at Rancor in respawn, he can absolutely take over games. That's not to say Ghosty can't. It just happens at a higher clip for Rancor. And with Ghosty, search and destroy can be a bit dodgy at times, but still worthy of a top 10 spot.
But Bruce,
unreal. You talk about consistency. You look across the board, he's having a resurgence here. The guy is like top 15 in all the modes, an elite sniper.
Hasn't lost a step.
Exactly, hasn't lost the step. And then to round it out, another player where impact is going to be more important than stats is Neptune. He's your Major 1 MVP. He's elite with the MPC in hand now. And prior to that, with the Jovic, he was taking over games.
I'd say that's probably the biggest shout is like between Hook and Neptune being on this list and which one.
So Neptune has the stats over Hook, Hydra, and Kips. Why are these guys honorable mentions, but Neptune made it into your top 10?
So for Kips, there's a couple of things. When you look at Kips, it's the overload, and he needs a little bit more time. He's only been in the league for one stage. And then you talk about Hydra. He's 20th in hardpoint, 25th in overload, and his arrow on the map just hasn't been the same.
Yeah.
He's making a couple of bad plays, but he's an honorable mention, so he's still very good. And then you talk about Hook, where I think a lot of people are going to get angry at. He has a high impact, but when you look at Hook on the season, a 0.8 in S&D, has to get a little bit better at search and destroy. And then you talk about it, the stats, it's just not through the roof, right? So if he were to have a championship, I would probably boost him up. But hey, honorable mention. I still think Hook is a phenomenal player. It's just hard to put him above these 10 that we have.
You've got 4 Optic members in your top 11, it looks like. Allie, you argued that Hook belongs in the top 10, so who are you kicking out?
I am...
Shotzi?
And I think I'd weigh the accolades in this game just a little bit more, and because of Rencor's performances on LAN, I'd probably swap Hook in for Rencor somewhere.
Ooh.
I think I'd mess with
Rencor's
the
insane.
order. I'm not saying he's not insane. I'm just saying accolade-wise, and if I had to pick one between the other, I think I'm going to go with Hook, especially with the way that he's looking on the rise. I think also I'm looking a little bit in futuristic sense, and I'd mess with the order a little bit, but otherwise, yeah.
Yeah, I'll agree. Chris Laird's still number 1. Yeah. Mercury's is pretty good, but there's a little room for Gwen right here. You know what I'm saying, ladies and gentlemen? We've got Minor 1 coming up next week, and all 12 of our teams are in action. Take a look at this bracket and tell me who goes the furthest, because in our opening round, we got Koi, Royal Ravens, G2 Cloud9, Falcon Surge, and Heretics versus Breach. Let's start in that opening round. Who do you got moving on?
LA's looking like they're about to start hooping. To go the furthest in the opening round?
Yep.
Ooh, I would want to say Koi, but they got Optic up next. So I think the best path is probably going to be Heretics for the most part.
Heretics versus Gentlemen.
If they come back, stage 2 G2 could beat.
I will say the taste that Optic just left in our mouth after that series, Toronto Koi have a real chance to go in there and make a run, but they would have to go through Optic first. So that'd be a huge opportunity for them to gain more points and get closer to that top spot.
Well, I hope you guys all enjoyed today's lesson. I gave Ant some homework, and if you have an idea for next week's Sunday show, let us know. In the meantime, put together your own top 10 list. Hit him on Twitter, @Nameless. Tell him sin nombre, why he's wrong or right. We'll catch you next Friday for another round of the Minor. See you then.
Nice.
Thanks.
Fun, Ant.
That was fun.
Cool.
I'm coming back with a new rap. Lighten up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shock, I'm a champion. Brighten up the night like a full moon. Ready for the challenge, overcome it too. Never can be stopped, ready for the fight, do it right. I'm a brick by brick.
Mais ou menos,
You gon' build it so strong, baby, grit by grit. You thought I wouldn't make it, it was inch by inch, moving step by step. Quit saying so thick, pain bite like a bit. But I got a fire in me, it just lit like a bomb tick tick. I move like the champs do, microphone spin. Lyrics in the mix, make you smile and take a pic. Finna hit another level, turning up the bass and the treble. Fighting opposition like a rebel. Gotta make you feel it, never settle. Getting real, boy, like Geppetto. Hard like some metal. I can feel the weight every single day. But we gaining power, victory awaits. We about to break through the gate. Stepping on the scene like a grape. I'm coming back with a new rap. Lighting up the dark on a new path. Never can be stopped, I'ma prove that. Tough as a rock, I'm a shock, I'm a champ. Ready for the challenge, overcoming too.
Oh my god, it's a bang out. And that's the round.
Building up muscle mass week to week. The heart of a champion, beat that beat. Swing with the best of them, cheek to cheek. Focus on the mission, man, until it's complete. Battle through the heat, no defeat. Moving through the valley, no retreat. The team stay elite, they can't compete. We earn what we get and don't cheat. We burn through your squad, no cease. We're entering a new phase. Some brand new days. Coming out the blaze. Pushing through with no delays. Geared up, this is the way. It's hard like some metal. I can feel the weight. Every single
button. Video.
Yeah, okay, I didn't want to say it, but
Why is it overtime with the
I done.
No trophy.
Oh my God, Chris Lair just found two somehow. Oh my God. Oh my God, how did Lair just do that? Oh my God. Chris Lair, he's every way. Chris Lair. Yo, he hit the Kobe grenade, hit mid-cock, gunned a guy, jumped top lane, gunned another guy. Oh my God. Pushed out the car, that was phenomenal.
Good job, Chris, good job.
Good night, guys.
Good job.
Good ice. That was insane, bro.
Why are we not blocking, dude?
Boys, not to flip.
When?
They want all of them green. All of them green, boys. Look, all of them green. We didn't take space.
Galera, próxima semana temos torneio. Então, está correto, estão ali. Manoi, é o nome do torneio. Então, fique ligado, galera, na próxima semana vai ser maroto, hein? Será? Muito bom, hein? Amanhã temos Mortal Kombat aqui no canal. Muito obrigado por nos acompanhar. E nos vemos nos próximos torneios de Call of Duty. Liga Major. Volta em breve.
Iniciar janela. Indicador. Maria Natal. OBS Stu. Discord. OBS. Interromper remover live. 4 horas 37 minutos. Propriedade. Interromper transmissão.